We're now starting the Zappa hour. What is it? Is there something I wanted to play? Now, you suggested a few things. Is there something you'd like to start off playing, or would you rather just start talking?
Well, I can start talking because when you were talking about the digital prohibition, it has to do with what I wanted to talk about today, about
Good.
the events going on and the digital prohibition because of the state of emergency that it's going to produce even a bigger reduction of our verbalization powers. And
you mean as Ion means it. When you say verbalization power, you mean as Ion says it, not social mortar gossip. You mean your verbalization speech powers. Is that what you're saying?
No, all types of
mortar
expression.
Speech. Right.
Because what I understand now is like we think we're explaining Joyce or McLuhan or Zappa, but we're actually just explaining different aspects of the chart.
Yes.
And as you were commenting, the healing of the situation we are now has to do with understanding the chart, because in the chart, the whole situation since the fall is contained what is happening now and what is to come. And in this, we're immersed in the noise of media telling us the Western civilization is now being attacked, and for example, after the Paris attacks, the anonymous hackers got like almost 500,000 new members on their webpage, because people don't really believe the discourse of the media and are looking for alternative explanations of what's really going on. Right. You know, are we really going into the Third World War? And they're trying to get some options of what's going on, what's the real information.
Alternative.
But the alternative also falls into the conspiracy, and it's even more noise. And as you say, in the electronic age, there is so much information overflow, we cannot digest it. We cannot make sense. And I think the solution is really in studying the chart. You said there is nothing else to know, but I think one of the things we can do is to study the chart. And maybe you could play the audios you did after 9/11, because the situation now is like a replay of 9/11.
Yes. Right.
It's an echo of that. And what you're saying, that is perfect for what we are going to talk tonight, and how they're presenting the solution. You're talking about Zappa, about how language is the biggest human creation, and many other topics that are very important. Like, for example, yes.
Did I mention Zappa in that recording? Wow.
You also talk about the real resistance, how to be healthy is the only way to resist and to
Okay.
to heal the environment.
Yeah, those are good suggestions. Now, here's what I want to update that with. Now, listen to this, Carol. In Paris, Roxy told me, the intellectuals, the spiritual guides for the people of France who are under this World War III horizon, they're told to go out and drink, get drunk, and do ideas and talk philosophy like us French are known to do. Develop, retrieve, and preserve our values against this invasion. Now, what do you think of that? That's incredible.
Well, it's just what they did in New York when the mayor said, go buy. So.
Bush, the president, said, go shopping.
Yeah.
But they don't, Roxy, this is McLuhan's point, is that the French are more acoustic than the British or than the Americans. Americans are kinetic. So you use your legs. You go walking and shopping. But the French are acoustic visual. They want to get drunk.
Yeah, they sit in the cafe
and talk ideas.
So they're just saying, do what you normally do.
Right. And you're for that, Carol? No. Yeah, go ahead, Carol. You don't see the illusion of that, the delusion?
Of course. They're just saying continue on as normal.
They want to preserve their tribe, their species, their cultural meme. And that's all they've got to do is to go reacting. And now I call that in the Memoir of Prince Charles the mythic stage. They want to preserve their cultural technologies, which is drinking and talking and abstracting and flirting, I guess, and seducing. That's the French language of love. And I think what, Roxy, you're going to say is that there's alternatives to that we represent.
Well,
right,
yes, I think it's very revealing that the attacks took place in a concert hall in the Bataclan.
Right.
And also in a football stadium. And for example, the reaction here in Berlin, because they canceled a football game in Hanover. The people were really angry about the canceling of the football game, more than the actual Paris attacks.
Right,
and,
more outrage.
I think with the electric environment, the identity of the individual is in crisis. And we had this phenomenon of the horror meme, the monsters, and the possession in the media and in the movies. And now it's like it's amplified. And instead of horror, there is terror. And it's not only the losing of the individual identity, but it's the whole collective saying we have to close the borders and we have to defend. The whole country has to be the new resistance. And as you said, they're saying how to be the new resistance. One of the things that they're telling the people I know, because I have some friends in Paris, and they send me some videos and some audios of things that are in the official media, like Radio France, Arte, and the things that the Minister of Culture is saying. They're saying the young people go out while I'm via en terrasse, like go drink a beer in the street, in this type of cafes on the street in the open, and as a form of rebellion. And meanwhile, my friends see this as a type of distraction, because they say they tell us to go get drunk, and they tell them go get drunk with wine, with the ideas of the great minds of France, with the values, with get intoxicated, God, like Louis said.
And your friends see through this. They think this is crude.
Well,
they don't think that's
They think it's a type of distraction. because in the meantime, these attacks are being used as a pretext to reduce the liberties of expression. And because of the state of emergency and the state of war that France is, so they say there has to be more surveillance, more control, and what you were saying about the digital prohibition, there's going to be even more control of the outerings of the people as a result. So,
and you know that the fans of Zappa, they go back and look at Zappa on CNN, Crossfire in the 80s, and they really make a big deal out of Frank saying fascism is coming. These forces in the 80s are going to lead to fascism. So they think we are fulfilling what Zappa predicted. And I just wanted to throw that in since we're doing the Zappa thing. But it's way more complicated than Frank thought.
In the concert you played in 68, after he said something like the Nazis are controlling your government or something like that. He said that many times, who is the central police, the brain police, the central scrutinizer.
And that concert, that concert, which I played the first 28 minutes or so of it, it's almost an hour long, in Paris, 1968. Now, that's when the population was just hearing about Jefferson Airplane, the Grateful Dead, I don't know, maybe the Byrds. The Byrds were a year or two before. But you have to realize Zappa is so powerful and way beyond any other band right at that moment. That's very early, 1968. And that is a great recording of showing the power of Frank and what they were doing that the rest of the music industry couldn't contain. They couldn't categorize. They didn't know what Frank was doing. And we just heard the first 20 minutes. But
and there are two aspects of what you were talking about, the digital prohibition book, that I would like to expand on, because I see the power, how the power we expressed, gaining the power back is on the one side the power of verbalizing in the open, in the public sphere, and also what was known as the glory or the fame or the cult that you were also talking about. Because if we see, it's all about the language, and the language is the main space in which we express our power as gods. And the public sphere, which Jürgen Habermas calls the Offenlichkeit, the openness, was created...
Habermas. You're saying the name Habermas, the German thinker Habermas.
Yes. Was created it started in the 17th century after the fall of the absolutism, and was developed in the 18th century because the new bourgeois, the values that the republic is based on, the values they want to defend now, it started to gain the power of verbalizing, of talking in the public sphere. Before that, it was only the king and the church. They controlled also the art. And for example, when I was in the university, I was shocked that I had to read the Bible because most of the Western art until very recently, was religious. And to be able to see who is in this painting and what's happening in that scene, you need to know the Bible, because they were controlling the whole environment. And with the new bourgeois they start to create new forums where they can express this power of talking. They have the cafes, the salons, they have printing press. They start doing these gazettes that after were the newspapers and also cartoons. And people had also learned to write, so there was a lot of letter exchange. And we can see how, as media evolved, it's also about regaining our power by regaining the power of speaking, of being in this part of what we call the sensus communis, the open sphere, the multitude you were talking about is expressing. And we see how it's all about this expression. And when we're born, the cells of the brain start making connections. And it's like medias help us to go beyond the brain and connect with the environment. It's all about these connections through the exchange of information. And for Zappa, this regaining the power of expressing was a big issue, also for Joyce, and they had to confront a lot of censorship.
Right.
Because, we were saying, usually in the media, there are very limited formats of time that are always interrupted by ads. And things that are too complex are not presented because they say, like McLuhan said, they need a week to explain. It's too complex, and people don't have the education to even get the basic idea. You will need your whole life to be educated in order to understand, for example, Derrida or Bob.
Yeah.
It's like you need the space of a TV program won't be enough to explain, for example, the chart. You've been doing that for 40 years.
Mm.
And really, to get what you're saying, there is a lot of study and reflection you have to go through to really get the ionic. And
the implications of it.
Yes.
We can bypass that all with the drops, though, right? I mean, at least
yes,
for the being of the person, not their mind.
But the thing is, this is the biological aspect, but there's also the other body that need to be addressed.
Right. Now, you're talking about the coffee houses, the literate values. You just gave the history. You know, what the President of France is telling people to do is to go back to 1800 and keep that 1800 meme going. And France was the first country really to develop that. The industry, the new institutions that they came in Paris in the 17, after the French Revolution, is the archetype for Western industrial man. It all began there, and the French are going back to that and ignoring the fact that you can't be that anyway. You can't be. You go to cafes today in Paris, they're not talking. They're looking at their iPhones. It's an illusion what they're saying they're going back to. They're not talking anymore. Maybe some French are that can't afford iPhones, They're too drunk, and they're probably contemplating to go to Syria to be terrorists anyways. They're probably going to join the other side. But the whole tradition they cite is all that they can be in the public. They can only be the meme that the culture is known to have, and the French began a lot of the Enlightenment institutions in the visual kinetic world. And so it's relevant that you bring up where it began, and that's what they're citing. And then you have your friends saying, no, that's not enough. That's not really what's going on, what should be done. And your friends are looking at the new bodies, the new media, saying there must be something to be done with those media rather than going and talking.
Yes, I mean, we see how language was the first technology, was the first media, which contains all, and how each media eats the precedent media and expands on that. But somehow there is always this retrieval of looking back.
Well, that's partly because there's no time. And so there's echoes of each the resonant sphere. Every event is echoing each other. There's no linear progression. There's no past, especially under digital conditions. Now, if you look at the chart, we can put this right in the chart. The first quadrant, the LaRouche quadrant, in the homeopathic radio satellite quadrant, is centered in Paris. So if this is going to be World War III, it's got to start with Paris, because the Western world is built on what came out of Paris, and that's what we're supposed to defend, the Western meme. So, as my chart predicts, it begins with Paris, which is a replay of 1840 to 1900. Carolyn, shake your head. She's amazed at that. The Paris is the beginning of the chart. It had to start there. Not only did the chart predict 911, it predicted this, Paris. Because it's all the newspaper. Go ahead.
Yes, it's the place in which this new revolution took place of the bourgeois verbalizing and
literate expression.
Speaking.
Yeah, liberal literate expression. Equal before the law. Liberty, equality, liberty, so you can read in the privacy of your own room, your own home. Equality is equal before the law, and fraternity would be, well, we all work in the assembly plant. Fraternity, we all work and have a union. That's the wonderful archetype that Mr. Holland is hoiking up. But he knows you can't say it that way, so he says, go get drunk. I mean, he's putting it into a consumptive...
It's quite interesting how the balance between this gaining of power of expression somehow undermines the authority. So there's always this fight between what we can verbalize, what we can express, and what we can produce, and the authority trying to control it, or to censorship, or to...
Or to blame. The authority places the blame. The blame for the pain of doing it.
Another aspect, we can then collect that, but another aspect of the thing you were talking about is the code, and that's another, I think it's like something in us, maybe the non-physical knows that we are supposed to become the light. And all these archetypes of enlightenment, of the idea being like the light bulb, also refer to, in Latin, the Gloria was also the halo, or the light that...
the halo.
Shine, the halo, aureola, that shine from people that are supposed to be saints, or like the kings and the emperors. And
they got the sun within. They've got the note of G. What they get is it G chord or the G note? What's it? Note of G or chord of G? That is Sol, the sun.
Both can be G. the note.
Both, okay.
The chord.
So the halo is the visual version of the note of G, the chord of G in yourself. The sun is inside yourself. You know, people say, you know, get in touch with your inner self, your inner divine wisdom, your inner voice. No, get in touch with the sun. The sun ain't out there, it's inside you. You don't hear them talk about that. Turn on the sun. You're bigger than Saturn. That's our update on that one. That's our approved imagery.
It's also, this enlightenment is to be on, the eye on. It's like you
eye
are
on, yes.
the light. And
yes.
William Lewis also talks about the stars, and he's against these Hollywood stars because they're not the real
They're far
artists.
away. You are the star. You're the sun. Stars are suns. So he's enemy of the suns out there. He wants you to become the S-U-N inside yourself. It looks like the cover of Castaneda's A Separate Reality. Remember that book in the late 60s? They show the human being walking along, and his face is a sun, a light, a beaming. You remember that cover, Carol? A Separate Reality. Old Carlos, he stuck it right there in the mass media paperback. A Separate Reality, and the head was a sun. But he should have had the sun in the chest.
For a long time, trying to gain fame, the glory,
yes, yeah,
was seen as a sin.
Yes,
something
that was the only thing the church had.
Yes, you should not try to.
It's a sin to become illiterate and coffee oriented.
To be like a god, you should not try to shine or gain fame because. Yeah,
that's vanity. That's Lucifer. That's the Faustian bargain. The deal with Faust, which was an archetypal meme at that time. You know, Goethe's Faust.
Yes, but retrieving the light and the archetype of the light, that is also
Lucifer.
Used a lot in the advertisement.
Yes.
And,
yeah. Okay. So
it's part of
we're talking about
regaining of power that is part of the cult. That
the cult, the C-U-L-T is what you're saying. The cult.
Yes, because you were talking about how some artists may become a cult or the rock star.
Right. Now let me go into this. This is what, remember we posted McLuhan's review of Hugh Kenner's book on Lewis. It's called Nihilism Exposed, about 1960 in Renaissance Journal, the Catholic Journal. And in it, he talks about the Gnostic who's devoted to the light. But the Gnostic at the time of the French Revolution has a problem because the page of the book in the newsletter is the new extension of the light. And they saw that the book and the newsletter was being implemented still by a centralized authority. The French authorities, Voltaire and those guys had to go to Switzerland and different places to write. I mean, the oligarchies controlled which visual medium was acceptable. I think they allowed newspapers but didn't allow books, private expression. The point is that the authorities hijacked the light by emphasizing the dullness of too much printing materials. So there's the paradox that the Gnostics are looking for the light, but it's been externalized as a technological environment. And this caused, McLuhan said, great stress in the individualist Gnostic looking for the Gnostic vision of the light. So you've never heard that talked about. That's very original by McLuhan to point out this disservice of the light once you had the printing press. What do you think of that one? Isn't that good?
Yes, and
good pattern there.
We already mentioned how during the fallen state, the visual space is the eye is the sense that dominates. And
the eye is dominant.
It's also very revealing that eye of the providence became a very important symbol in the church, and it's also the seal you can see in the emerald dollar bills. These
yes.
this eye of providence is the all-seeing eye of God that is surrounded by the halo of light, the glory.
Well, the church knew that their religion was built on the eye. First, the alphabet, phonetic alphabet extension of the eye. And then they had a problem. They had 1,500 years pretty good, controlling the eye. But when the printing press came in, it muddied the eye. It threatened the church. So what did they do? They bought up all the banks and put the eye on the dollar bill. Rearview mirror attempt. And it worked for 100 years, but then all hell broke out with the telegraph. And then Marx and Engels, Freddie Engels and Chuck Marx came aboard with their post-eyeball philosophy. The multitude, the working man, the kinetic space, the kinetic extension of industry.
I'm trying to wake myself up.
Are you falling asleep? You're not falling asleep, are you? Stand up.
Yes, I'm standing.
If I play the recording, will you fall asleep?
No.
Okay,
I'm just trying
to
organize my ideas because there's so many paths in which we could go.
No, but you did good. It's a good background. You did good background on Bach last week. Now you're doing the values of the French. I appreciate what you're saying. And we're now going to play
it's actually about regaining the power of verbalizing, of talking, of speaking. That's part of the retrieval of power.
But that's social power. That's social power. That's not the sovereign power of the voice. The sovereign power of the voice is completely different.
Like part of the process that...
yes, between private and public awareness.
Was also, again, controlled by these anonymous powers that are behind it, that are the real artists that are not only making works of art, but are programming the environment. That's the most amazing
agencies.
Art there is. And that is something that McLuhan, Joyce, William Lewis, and Zappa, and, for example, Karl Stockhausen see and are really amazed of the incredible work they're doing. I mean, they're not doing a composition or painting. They're programming the whole environment.
Right, and that's what Zappa was trying to show. This is what, for those Zappa fans who think they've heard everything, you haven't heard this interpretation of Zappa that we're unfolding already, and this is the newest development.
Yes, and this is the expansion of the artist that McLuhan is talking about. And it's all about expanding all those patterns or all our concepts. And
what art is.
Not. Yes, when you say you're the biggest artist scientist, it's true because you're creating the new environment. It's really...
As an intelligence agency. We're an intelligence agency. You have to be in the world of intelligence, which then interfaces with advertising and the White House. That's the focal point of what Zappa called the Grand Wazoo. The Grand Wazoo orchestrates the whole planet.
Before we go to the audios that have to do with this replaying of the 9/11, I want to say how Stockhausen saw the planes hitting the towers, and he said, "This is the greatest work of art ever." He said, "No work of art could have the impact this is going to have in all of society."
Did you send me the recording? I see the link. Is this the recording of him speaking? Is it in
yes,
English?
It's very interesting. No, it's in German, but you can play it because we can use the audio for the remixing we're going to do.
Right.
And I can also re-listen and then tell you exactly what, because one of the things he says is you have to reset your brain. This is the biggest work of art ever. And he also says this is hard cost, like something that is difficult to digest.
Yeah.
But he was seeing that there is something else which has the power of programming the environment and making a work of art of the environment. And of course, everybody thought he was crazy and senile and not politically correct. But we can see what he was referring to, what he saw.
Yes.
That,
is that you, Bert?
Yes. Just well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, continue. Good, Bert. Continue, Roxanne. What's the last words? And?
Yes, when you play these audios, that was your reaction to the 9/11 explaining very coherent, in a very coherent way, what's the situation. It applies perfect to what's going on now. And it's like you have the noise, the chaos, the not making sense, and the music of understanding through the chart.
Right.
That this is part of the process, and this is part of the environment becoming the art form. And yes, I just wanted to produce that.
Right. So I've got here the 911 and then this video. I'll play the noise first. This is a guy very close from his camera, his apartment. Unseen 911 footage of second plane hitting tower. He leaves the room unknowing that a second plane is about to hit. He captures the second plane slamming into the second tower. So this is the noise, right, that you're talking about. Let's see.
Because, another aspect that...
Good morning. 64 degrees.
Yeah, sorry, it jumped to the next one. Sorry. What were you saying? No, what were you saying?
That's another aspect of Frank Zappa. He was not only the greatest transgender artist, he was using all types of music, but he was using also all the sound landscapes, not only from the environment, but also from all medias, the radio, the cliches.
Right. And you said transgender. You mean transgenre.
Yes, I'm playing with the words.
Oh, okay, but, transgender. All right, no, that's good. That's good. All right, so let's play the sound. Bert, get ready. It's coming back to haunt you, Bert. The footage, the sound of the second plane. I think I'm ready to go. Well, that's, let me just turn off the sound here. That's awesome. I've never seen this footage before. It's right below the building. And the guy had left the camera on. He left the room.
that's the blasting of
yes, that's Wyndham Lewis's blast. You have the sirens of the street, that street noise of the emergency services responding to the first plane. Then just at the end of the recording, you see and hear the smash of the second plane, huge explosion. I'll play it again up to the explosion part so you hear it. I got to unmute again just a second. Okay. So pretty well at the 22-second point of the video, 22 seconds in, you hear the big explosion. So this reminds me of Zappa's song "Weasels Rip My Flesh," where he has this constant noise, just feedback for the last song on the "Weasels Rip My Flesh" album. It's just feedback noise. People back then probably felt that they got ripped off. Hey, I want a song, and all I got was feedback noise for 2 or 3 minutes. And a piece called
I also want to mention that he was turned on into music by the various composition in which he heard the sirens. And he thought it's amazing. Somebody's expanding our conception of music and using the environment as an object that you can compose with. That for him was a big revelation.
Right.
And
when he was 50.
And it was the sound of the sirens in the various composition that really. And
the biggest art form of ever has sirens accompanying it. So Varese can say he anticipated of some of the ingredients of the ultimate art form. 911.
Listen, we were talking how in the Pergamon you have the fights of the giants, which are some type of monsters with legs that are like snakes, and the gods that are, and the humans. Yeah. And it's again the archetypes we see in the Odyssey of Ulysses confronting all these monsters, and it's somehow like the same with the electric environment and the new emerging environment. Somehow these monsters, these fears, because of the new frequencies that are the changes that we're not aware of.
Yeah.
We are
hidden noise.
Confronting these sirens, the cyclops, all these monsters again, all the fear of feeling we're losing our identity, and Marcia McLuhan says this is the source of violence. People feeling they're losing their identity.
Okay, Bert, do you have anything to say, Bert? You've been listening for a while?
Bert, yes, been listening for a while. I missed one point that you made, Bob, but first I want to just tell Roxy that was an awesome exegesis you did last week with Bach, Zappa, and Rouge.
That was very good.
It's really, really, really a lot of good background information that creates a lot of more questions. So I enjoyed it, really. It's this is the critical place to be.
The thing is
hey, wait, Roxy, he's saying, Roxy, he's doing a plug for us, Roxy. He said, this is the critical place to be. Isn't that what you're going to say?
Yes, this is the critical place to be at any point of, if you're going to use time, of all the madness. I mean, we're right at the point of the revelations. I mean, it's crazy what's going on. And just to hear what you all laid out last week with Zappa and LaRouche with music, and, you know, how the higher musics of Bach and Beethoven it blew me away. I'm going to ramble a little bit because I have to remember everything that I
Yeah, because
heard.
you didn't hear that live, did you, Bert? You didn't hear that live.
No, I didn't.
You heard that a few days later.
Yes. Yes.
So were you even here last week?
Yes.
Oh, but late. You came in late.
Yeah, late.
The point is you're waxing enthusiastic about what you had not heard, which is good.
Right. But this is the critical place to be. This is the critical place to be. Because, go ahead.
It's all like an illustration of what Bob is trying to explain.
Yes.
It's all in his chart.
It's all in the chart. It's all in the chart. I mean, you just got to look at that chart. I mean, it confuses people. I mean, it confused me when I started looking at it 3-4 years ago. But if you stick in it, call in, talk, read what Bob says, and just, you're not going to get it in one turn. And if you can, put it this way, at this point in time, if you can get anything in one turn, it's not worth studying. It's not worth studying. And this is the right place to be because it's the only spark of sanity there is on the planet.
Comprehensive clairaudience and sanity. Comprehensive sanity.
Yes. Comprehensive sanity, yes.
Comprehensive sanity.
I mean, but it covers all angles of science with the completing formulas, because if you're not on them, you're going to be lost in this frequency because the frequency is increased. Ion said it, I think it was in April, March, when they left. He said, the fall of man has begun.
Right. And remember he said last, when did he say it? Right after what? What were we going to say?
Right after the first blue moon, the blood moon of this year in April. They said it in April.
And then he said in September, first part of September, or the end of August, he said, get your house in order by September 28th.
Yes.
And here's this whole thing. The frequency has been stepped up by this nonsense around a Paris fucking car accident. A bunch of people, a few people. Do you realize, Bert, more people die in one day from magnesium deficiency than 5 Paris massacres?
Yeah, there's about 1,000 people that died last week compared to the 150 there in Paris.
Yeah.
The allopathic.
And then you got the constant murders going on in Mexico. Nobody's celebrating that.
Oh yeah, that's under the radar because it's not
right.
The Android meme is programmed to report terror. I mean, you just look. I stopped looking on the internet this week because you could see that that's really the forte of the Android meme and the Android meme processors. It's just really to focus on death and destruction to make people so scared.
Metaphysical pornography.
Yes.
Obscenity. Metaphysical obscenity.
I heard Roxana's, she said earlier about what was going on with her friends in France, but I was at a dinner last night, and, of course, everybody wants the opinion. And I threw something out to them that they had no idea to look at it. A lot of people here believe that it's actually real. But then I threw out a pattern that I saw is that Europeans, there are 3 things that Europeans do. They like to go out to eat. They love concerts, live music, and football. And those three establishments were hit. And now, I mean, I told him, I said, well, look to where when you go to a concert now, you're going to have to go do the same, dance you have to do when you get on an airplane. I mean, they're probably going to ship that in. When you go to a concert, well, they wanted to do that anyway. We were talking last week about the hooligans. So, this will be another control for the football match because the football matches are dangerous with pyrotechnics and things. So it's just a matter of they're going to slide in some more control on the European.
Yeah, so you're saying by football, that's soccer, right? Soccer,
yes. I'm sorry, yes, soccer.
Yeah. And Bert is an American living in Zurich, so he's talking about what's going on in Zurich, in Switzerland, whereas Roxy's in Berlin. So, Roxy, you have something to add to that?
Yes, maybe later after you play the audios because they're really so coherent and so to the point. Between all these noises, like the only coherence. explanation of what happened in 9/11, which
right. So
they're telling us.
So Bert, what?
It's a fight of religions, but it's not. It's not religion. It's mythic.
And mythic is not false. It's not wrong. Myths are a condensation, a simplification of an environment of many complex factors. So the pre-literate people, they knew they lived in many factors. Everything's affecting everything, so they would simplify it into a story or a myth. And that was their science. Yeah. That was their organizing the data around them into a pattern for their minds. They weren't into issues of proving whether it happened or not. It was a defensive reaction by speech and by the meme formation of the crowd to organize the chaotic buzzing confusion, it's called. The buzzing confusion of acoustic space and tactility. So that's what a myth is. And today our myths are a collection of technologies and noises that each culture favors. They favor a certain collection, a dynamic symmetry of myths among proportions. A dynamic symmetry of preferred technologies. You know, the Arab world, they prefer the manuscript. They're really up on the goddamn fucking Quran, the manuscript, right? That's what that's their technology of choice. And what are we addicted to?
That's
Go ahead.
One of the arguments of the superiority of the French values against primitives.
The French like printing presses. They don't give a fuck about the manuscript people. The manuscript people are invading the printing press people. That's what the hidden ground of Paris is.
Of their argument is that this culture is based in just one book, that this one book is supposed to be
one boring book. One book, buddy. And we have bestsellers here every 3 weeks. If you want us to read one book...
and it's like there is no way they can abolish our culture with just one book.
One book. Oh, so puny. You puny Arabs. You got your one book. So you got all of them are the Abrahamic religions, right? Christianity, Judaism, and Muslimism or Islam. They come out of the phonetic alphabet effect. They come out of visual space. And there's three different versions of visual space there, preferences. Christianity wants the later Christians want the printing press. The Arabs want to stay with the manuscript. And what do the Jews want? They want a country, and they want to endlessly analyze their manuscript. They're into oral disputation, the dialectic, right? They're always interacting, talking, discussing, and breaking apart the thing, whereas the Muslims, no, this is what it says, and we know what it means, and you guys are screwing up by reading a lot of books. You people over there, you Protestants, you Catholics, reading books, that's not sacred. Your media mix is wrong. It's a battle of media mixes. McLuhan said, they asked him, what was Watergate? It was a battle between the newspaper and the television over the advertising dollar. That was, the newspaper... He said the Washington Post, breaks out with the exposing of Watergate. New York Times had to catch up. So that was the fringe newspaper world up against the new monster of television and Walter Cronkite. And so Walter Cronkite and TV, they became the new benefactors of the secret information. The intelligence agencies began to give their exclusive information to the TV stations and not the newspapers. Newspapers were cut out in the 60s. So the newspapers were pissed off. So they wanted to nail the newspaper, the TV world, which was coming out of the White House, the word that makes the market, and on the practical economic level, it was a battle over the advertising dollar. The advertising dollar was leaving the newspaper and going to the television. So today, what's a iconic media symbolism, the mythic battle in Paris? It's the battle over the battle between the manuscript and the printing press over what? No dollar, no advertising dollar.
No.
Over the White House.
Over
the
the
word that
likes.
makes the market. The likes, over the likes. That's right, the most likes. Very good. Yeah, the likes. So who got the most likes?
The more likes.
Most likes. Yeah.
Over the hits. And the damn terrorists, they think hits means you blow up people. No, we're talking cyber body, chip body. body hits, clicks, not fucking bullets. But now you can't get everybody to understand, be on the same page. So you get all these kids running around trying to be hits by blowing people up. They think they get clicks because of that. And they'll go to the manuscript restaurant at the end of the universe with 72 nude waitresses.
At the end, I think it's the confusion of both sides not understanding what's really going on.
Right.
How the environment is changing, and they're projecting their fear or
I think you hit it there, Roxy. I think it is a battle over clicks or likes. That's what it is. It's over the chip body. You got the old chemical body, manuscript version against the printing press version, fighting over the clicks.
Yes, because there is a new theory that the likes, it's like a new type of currency, because people are now making profit by having likes, for example, on their blogs or on webs, and there are like companies paying people to go and like something. So
hey, look, just a sidebar. The number of views of this noisy second plane hitting tower is 3,611,822. So you got 3 and then 611. You put the 3 and the 6 together, the 3 million and the 600,000. So 3 just become 9. It becomes 911, and then it becomes 822. 8 is the Dobbs quadrant. 22 is a factor in the chart. It's got 911 in my chart in the iconic meaning of the number of clicks on it right now. How's that for instant, reading the trails, reading the hidden patterns, the footprints in the sands of crime?
And that number appeared right after you viewed it, so you contributed to that to create that number.
Oh, I caused that, didn't I? Yeah, we clicked on that. We caused the completion. But good point there. Lucky I'm not just relying on myself. I couldn't remember all these insights. I couldn't come up with them. You must have group dialogue to get anywhere.
Yeah.
We're the original coffee house. Pass the RNA drops coffee. My coffee's got RNA drops in it. Okay, so one more blinding insight from you, Roxy, before we play the recording.
Well, and I also I just remember how you said the one controlling the market is now Bob. And it's really this battle of who's controlling the market.
Which is the word, which is the pattern that changes all day long, 24/7, the new icon. The Drudge Report is showing you endless headlines as they fight over which is the most important headline. And, this process is quite a given now. It's part of people's ordinary awareness. You see these acted out in all the major TV shows. They all show this awareness of the processing of the Android meme and the word-making the market and all the contradictions and all the older media trying to deal with it. That means it's long gone. If it's in your regular pop culture, it's an old pattern. What is the new pattern? Right here. This is the news source. Bob, the new Walter Cronkite, the new Dan Rather, the new Diane Sawyer. and notice that from the beginning, I was always joking, about the loot. It's hard, the word, and even I'm going down. Things are changing fast. Bob's brain lasted 30 seconds. And he was poisoned. Yeah. But, I was always joking about Diane Sawyer, Lou Dobbs, and the other various news anchor heads. He's always fighting with the word that makes the market. He was always satirizing it. It's one of the most common showbiz personalities he would mention is the news anchors. Go back and check that, Bert.
Bob,
pretty sure that's true.
When you spoke with the Kirchhoff back in May, you told him about that there's a war of 5 bodies.
Yes, yeah.
And that's what we see, what's going on. I mean, we're talking about, the clicks that people want based on their popularity based on clicks. It's a war. It's a war, but it's not the one, with guns and bullets. It's really a frequency war that no one can be on top of unless they're here and taking the RNA drops and tuning into this frequency that you're putting out on payday. Other than that, they're lost.
Right. so you got the clicks. That's the chip body. So it's the ground. It's the most important body right now. So that determines the currency. So then you get your clicks, and then you get invited to the TV body, which is the White House. And then you pick the religion of your choice. You must, if you're public, you've got to have some kind of religion. You can even be an atheist, but you have to be a religious ID. You can't say, well, I don't give a fuck about religion. I'm not anything. I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't give it the time of my fucking day. Fuck religion. Even the atheists are all jerks. You can't say that. You got to be somebody. And then your chemical body is the thing that's walking around worrying. Who was telling us about the worry? Oh, Greg. Greg met with his relatives and earlier, and the worry in the sophisticated Canadians. They're living in the TV body iconography and tweeting about it, but when you meet them in their chemical body, it's all they can talk about is what they're worrying about. So you got a battle between those four bodies, and then we're the mystery body. We are the unfolding of the mystery landscape, making all so obvious. Bob goes into his hypnotic frequency. I was trying to hypnotize people there.
The more you study Bob ideas and the chart and things become clearer to you, it's like really
it's almost overwhelming, the clarity. The recollected lucidity. Not Lucifer, lucidity. It's a ignored God, lucidity. So, okay, so we ready to... I'm just going to check the chat line, see if there's a blinding insight. Well, there's lots of stuff going on there. Here's Alyssa saying, the hallways of acoustic New York reverberating the sirens. You can feel the city as an environment in the piece. And New York and Wyndham Lewis are in the same quadrant. That's right. Lewis and the New Yorker. We're listening to New York, and now we're talking about Paris. Both are on the chart. And Lewis and, very good, let's see. Now, Sarah, Big Sarah says, maybe a submarine could save her. That's right. Yes, that's true. And bring her back just like a mud shark. Tell them what they win, Bob. So there's Sarah Courtney quoting Zappa lyrics about mud shark and other things. That in the first album, when Zappa was advertising it with little ads in children's comic books, he told them that if they were cool, they'd send them a personal nuclear submarine. He told the kids, we have a spare submarine for the smartest kid who buys Freakout. So that may be what Sarah's referring to. Maybe a submarine could save her. That's right. That's true. And bring her back just like a mud shark. Tell them what they win, Bob. I think that's the song Ship Arriving Too Late for a Drowning Witch. I haven't heard a lot of this stuff. I mean, I should be up on it, but no. We haven't got time to go back and review Frank in order to talk about Frank right now. We know enough to get by. We may not know everything.
Yes, because, we are trying to explore other aspects of Frank. I mean, we mentioned music, but we're exploring, for example, now the censorship, the verbalizing, and the programming of the
digital prohibition. And Ben Watson stated it. When his book came out, The Negative Dialectics of Poodle Play, he went on the alt fan Frank Zappa, this is in 94, and he told me it was so aggravating that all the fans on there thought his book was terrible because Frank didn't know about Theodore Adorno. He didn't know about Finnegan's Wake or all these different things that the fans assumed that Ben talked about. It had nothing to do with Frank. And Ben just countered him and says, look, this is what Frank means to me. I am expressing what ideas I get from Frank. Why should I talk about Frank's ideas? I'm hearing them. I'm talking about what I get from it and where my mind goes. And that's a valid point. And that's what we're doing here. We just happen to know everything. And it's going to go all over the place, way beyond what Ben's talking about. But I agree with his...
a central idea of what McLuhan was saying. You are the context.
Yes.
It's not about the work
content.
Of art, but what you
bring
get
to it and what you get altered by. It's all about you. That's like called meaning.
It's a mirror. You see what you are when you read the poetry, when you listen to music, when you study the chart. It's all about what you get. It's you
It's you. It's only you.
Reflecting.
Nothing else.
And that's what the wake is about. It's all ambiguous, and you make sense.
Then he gets wake. That's right.
So what you can squeeze from that.
Let me set up these. Yes, and you should be able to step aside from your natural content responses and look at the formal dynamics of the environment outside of your projection of your meaning. Step aside, step away from your own desire for meaning, and look at what's happening around you without meaningful concepts that come out of your own bias. That's the other part of the analysis. That's where you start noticing the medium is the massage. So that explains why I was so cool on, I think, September 23rd, 2001. Now, you realize, Bert, what you're going to hear, I said 5 days after 911. 5 days, on the 16th. I was on the 11th. On the 16th, I'm on local radio, CFRB, big station in Toronto. And that recording got lost. So we don't have what I said on that night. But what I said was said a week later, because on the Wednesday the 19th, after being on Sunday the 16th, I went down to see Kellen, and it was on my actual old time slot with Jerry Belanger, who was one of the first distributor of the Bob's Me Ecology albums. And he had me on the show, and Dave Neufeld was there, and I explained whatever I explained, probably a bit of 911. But what happened is a guy heard me. And he came running down to the station, and he was the guy, I didn't know him, who had taken over our International Connection show. So Greg Duffel comes in, and I get talking to him after we were on the radio for a couple hours, so it's Wednesday morning, 3 or 4 in the morning, and he invites me on his International Connection, the show I started. He invites me on it for September 23rd. 23rd. And you're going to hear me say what I could have said 3 days after 911, but I said it 5 days on CFRB and then a week later. So we do have a recording of what I said on CFRB, but it's a week later, or I just repeat.
It's a perfect scenocracy. It's a perfect remix replay for the moment of the now.
Right. You're going to think I'm talking about Paris.
Right.
I hope you survive this, Bert. You've been hanging out with us for years now, and you're in the heady atmosphere of an actual special program, the Zappa Hour, featuring you and Roxy, and you're doing okay so far, but I'm not promising you're going to make it, Bert. It can get deeper and heavier and un-Swiss-like, as we go into this, and we're just beginning. So I will now find the recordings. I'm going to do this, Roxy, first. The, what's his name? Stockhausen. We didn't play Stockhausen talking.
Yeah.
We played the...
Sehr wichtig.
Yeah, and just here, Bert, when the day it happened, whoever heard me, I said, this is the greatest art form ever. I said, this is the greatest performance. And we were standing there in the front row on City Island watching it. And they immortalized where I watched it from in the movie City Island with Julie Margulies and Andy Garcia. Look it up. It's called City Island. The beach that the movie ends with is the beach we watched this. Well, we watched these wonderful fire, the wonderful sound, and the wonderful conglomeration of social mortar and the wall. We watched the wall get hit by the wave, right? The towers. Yeah. And everybody in there who died committed suicide. They wanted to be there. They wanted to have the closest experience of it, and they all off themselves. I would better say, according to Ion. No, that's not my view. No, I wouldn't say that. But that's Ion's view, and we pay attention to what Ion says. So we bring up this awesome... so Stockhausen comes out and says, this is the greatest art form ever. And he gets in big trouble. How come... you sent me the same video. How can I find it, Roxy? It's coming. It seems to be. You included the. You didn't have the Stockhausen link.
Well,
you sent the same video. Yeah, send it to me again. So we'll play that unless you can do it right now. Does it take long?
No, but I can say one other thing he said. He was also very amazed because he was a Christian mystic.
Yeah.
That he said these people have the power to send 5,000 people to resurrect just like that. And he's like, there is no way any artist could have that impact.
Right.
And
so are you working on getting the video? Am I going to get the video in 30 seconds?
Yes. Do you want it in the mail?
Yes, in the email. So, Bert, what do you say at this interval?
I'm interested to hear what Stockhausen had to say, because he's pretty.
Here's a translation of it, sort of. Roxy, it says, he said, you have to reset your brain. This is the greatest work of art ever. No orchestra could ever create that and have the same impact on the environment. 5,000 people forced to resurrect. It's an event that transformed the reality as no other work of art could. Then apparently he said it's hard to digest. Or is this you, Roxy, saying it's hard to digest? Did he say it was hard to digest?
No, he said that is hard cost. Like it's a food that is difficult to digest.
Right. And then he said new music is a way to open humans to new experiences. So he's talking about his own musical genre, is a way to open humans to new experiences. But this is beyond anything one could attain with music or with an orchestra. That's basically what he said. And he got in big trouble for saying that.
Yes, because they didn't understood Bob or McLuhan, and they could not understand.
They had not done their homework. I was on the radio for 20 fucking years before that fucking thing happened. No, let me see, 17 years. I was telling everybody, get ready. Nelson used to come on, Nelson, and go, countdown to captivity. That's what he called his comedy. Well, countdown to captivity.
I send it?
Yes, I got it, and it's ready to go. They have a nice drawing of a guy with big eyes listening to Stockhausen talk in front of a microphone, a radio microphone. So there's Stockhausen.
People thought, is that a joke? Is he crazy? What? But he was very serious. He was really seeing there is something else. This anonymous group of people programming the environment as a work of art, and he could see that, and he was really impressed of the impact of what they were doing.
Right.
And this is
a guy. The Bob zone, Lockdown Bob rule begins on 9/11, and this guy is listed in Frank's first album as influencing Frank. So Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, who Frank later became a friend of, he gets to say the Frank reality after Frank's gone. Frank died, 8 years before. So his buddy Stockhausen did the Frank role and thought out loud in a way that shocked people. So it's much, and so here he is in the microphone. The word makes the market. So Stockhausen gets the microphone for a nano moment. Okay, so now we click on, we make sure everything is unplugged so we can hear it. Sound is up, and the sound, where's sound? Thank you for the quick email. Okay, so we're ready. Stockhausen.
Also was da geschehen ist natürlich, das müssen Sie alle Ihr Gehirn umstellen, das größte Kunstwerk, was es je gegeben hat. Dass also Geister in einem Akt etwas vollbringen, was wir in der Musik nie träumen könnten, dass Leute 10 Jahre üben, wie verrückt, total fanatisch für ein Konzert und dann sterben. Das ist das größte Kunstwerk, was es überhaupt gibt für den ganzen Kosmos. Stellen Sie sich das doch vor, was da passiert ist. Das sind also Leute, die sind so konzentriert auf die eine Aufführung. Und dann werden 5000 Leute in die Auferstehung gejagt. In einem Moment. Das könnte ich nicht. Dagegen sind wir gar nichts. Also als Komponist. Ich meine, es kann sein, dass, wenn ich Freitag aus Licht aufhöre, dass da ein paar Leute im Saal sitzen, denen das passiert, was ein alter Mann mir gesagt hat vorige Woche, am Samstag nach der Aufführung. Ich sagte, sagen Sie mal, 2,5 Stunden, da waren diese unglaublich tiefen Klänge, die wie Wolken über uns schwebten und sich bewegten die ganze Zeit, die segelten und dazu dann ganz schnelle Schüsse von anderen Klängen. Sagen Sie mal, was ist denn das für ein Orchester? Ich sag, gar keins. Ich sag, was? Wie haben Sie es denn gemacht? Sie müssen das doch irgendwie machen. Wer spielt das? Wer hat das gesungen oder gespielt? Ich sag, niemand. Ja, wie denn? Ich sag, mit Generatoren, mit Synthesizer. Ich sag, was? Da brauchen wir ja gar kein Orchester mehr. Ich sag, nein. Dann lief der raus, als ob der innerlich im Geiste gestorben wäre. Ich weiß nicht, was jetzt passiert mit dem. Und es waren mehrere Damen, die dann zu mir kamen und sagten, sagen Sie mal, was haben Sie denn hier? Ich sage, das ist ein Mischpult. Ja, wie geht denn das überhaupt? Da kommt das alles raus? Ich sage, ja. Ja, haben Sie auch eine Partitur? Ja. Kann ich die mal sehen? Ja. Das sind Damen so zwischen 70 und 80 war auf einmal. Das war wahrscheinlich Abonnementspublikum fürs Bach-Festival. Die standen um mich rum. Ich sage, gucken Sie her, Sie können Noten. Ja, wir können Noten. Kann das jemand verstehen? Ich sage, ja, das kann jemand verstehen. Man muss das studieren. Und so. Das war eine Explosion wie für die Menschen in New York. Bumm. Und ich weiß nicht, ob die jetzt woanders sind, die da plötzlich so schockiert waren. Also es gibt Dinge, die gehen in meinem Kopf vor sich durch solche Erlebnisse. Ich habe Wörter benutzt, die ich nie benutze, weil das so ungeheuer ist. Das ist das größte Kunstwerk überhaupt, was passiert. Stellen Sie sich mal vor, ich könnte jetzt ein Kunstwerk schaffen und Sie wären alle nicht nur erstaunt, sondern Sie würden also auf der Stelle umfallen. Sie wären tot und würden wiedergeboren, weil Sie Ihr Bewusstsein verlieren, weil es einfach zu wahnsinnig ist. Manche Künstler versuchen doch, über die Grenze des überhaupt Denkbaren und Möglichen zu gehen, damit wir wach werden, damit wir für eine andere Welt so uns öffnen. Also, ich weiß nicht, ob das 5000 Wiedergeburten gibt, aber irgend sowas. Im Nu. Das ist unglaublich.
Ist kein Unterschied zwischen Kunstwerk und Verbrechen?
Vielleicht.
Roxy, we're halfway through it.
Yes,
7 minutes, 39 seconds.
The main things are...
Tell us, we're halfway through it so you don't forget it. What was said this first 4 minutes?
She says, du musst dein Gehirn umstellen. It's like you have to reset your brain.
Yeah.
Das ist das größte Kunstwerk überhaupt. It's the biggest artwork there is. And he says it's not only impacting the people, like surprising them, but it's killing them. And he says there is no way that he, as a compositionist, could compose anything that will have such impact, not only on the people but on the environment. And he's just commenting on that again.
Well, he's ambitious. He's saying that he wanted to have that impact. He wants to have that. He's competing with it, and he says, "No, I have to capitulate on this." That meant up to that point, he wanted to have a big impact.
Yes. He said there was a point where electronic music had that shocking effect. And he says it was like an explosion in New York, and he was boom. But there is no way any orchestra rehearsing for 10 years will have that same effect, or any composition.
Yeah, you can hear. To me, I can hear his inspiration, his inflamed mind. You know what I mean? He sounds quite inspired by the whole situation.
He says the sounds and the clouds, the smoke. I mean, he can see the beauty in the blasting, in the destruction.
Right.
But I think that's one of the things that are so shocking about artists. He says there are things in his mind that he doesn't dare to say, but the things that are going in his mind, because he knows he's not going to be understood. But that happened to Wyndham Lewis too.
Yeah.
He was also blasting the environment, and Marshall McLuhan said in 1967, there is no other way of getting attention. You cannot get people to think until you say something that really shocks them, that dislocates them. That's the way art works. The artists work by dislocation of attention.
Right.
And it's this different type of perception that people start gaining with new media, other types of sensibility, but the artists sort of already can see before the new media becomes an environment.
Right.
It's like now there is the cold fusion, and I was saying it's the same situation of Bach. Bach was aware of the electricity, of this new phenomenon, but the electricity was not a phenomenon. Now we are aware of...
It wasn't an environment.
Yeah, not an environment, sorry. Now we have the cold fusion. We are aware of the changes of the frequencies, of how everything is... This new
we played the sound of it on August 30th or 31st, 2014. If anybody listening, go to the archives and hear the sound, the music of the cold fusion box that we've made.
With the electricity, everything is split up, and that already caused a lot of discomfort, this overflow of information. Like, people cannot digest all the things they're bombarded with, and it's just making no sense. It's noise, and people are producing...
television is like cold fusion. More comes out than's put in. There's very little input for you to watch the screen. You just turn it on, and then the friction it took to turn on is then superseded by the frictionless of endless content. So it's an interesting version of cold fusion.
And the explanation of what's going on is like the manipulation of what they want you to think, or the conspiracy. Right. But this is only making people even more...
Yeah, the World War III couldn't start. When we did the Revelations, I think I talked to Ian about the timing of it. In the book of Revelation, there is 911 in the later chapters, but the point is the world had to get to that media environment before it could work. They had to have the web come in 95. They had to have 5 or 6 years of people getting on the web. Then, in the 6 years, they have the big event. And then all the media had to develop to this point before you could have Paris. If Paris is of that level, 911, you had, what has it been, 14 years. That number's in the chart. 14 years to get to the point where everybody was discouraged by every iconic retrieval, including Obama as the savior. There's huge cynicism, extreme X-raying and seeing through the puny efforts of the programmers to keep the content on the same page. So right when this is impossible to cover up, the word that makes America starts looking really weak and stupid and fragile because trillions of people see through it.
It is an attempt.
One of the things Frank Zappa, LaRouche, and Chomsky are criticizing all the time is that in the mainstream broadcast in media, it's a type of distraction of entertainment. Politicians and the artists, the rock stars, the advertising is all propaganda. It's entertaining.
Yeah, but that
is not really information.
That's the LaRouche view. That's the LaRouche quadrant view. But the McLuhan view, it's not propaganda, it's education. People, when they watched the moon landing, no one predicted that the whole world would watch the moon landing at the same time. No one predicted that when the end times would come and the Patriot Bill, that everybody would be able to watch it. It's the environmental observation of it that's the real message. And it's a learning experience. The moon landings were a learning experience. This is a learning experience. It's a classroom, not propaganda. Everybody is engaged in the new news. So when you go to the McLuhan quadrant, it's not just propaganda.
No, I say Chomsky, LaRouche, and Zappa.
Oh, yeah, they say it. Yeah, they think it's propaganda. Yeah.
But then you and Ion and the Evergreens, you were telling me something that for me was a big revelation, that, for example, television is spiritual. It's also education. It's also
people solve their problems by watching soap operas. They see their dilemma in their own life, and then it's being acted out, and they watch, that's how it's resolved. Then they might try to apply it. If they get off their meds. Yeah, go ahead.
You also said that expands on that at the end it doesn't matter what the content is, because the medium is the message.
Simultaneity.
And
it's the massaging by the pixelated lights.
The effects in the environment, in our bodies, go beyond what we are aware of. It's like we were not aware the Gulf was being dissolved with the electric environment. And
no, we weren't.
With the new ionic technologies that are not an environment yet, but are becoming, the atmosphere change, the periodic table, pi,
the boiling
and
point,
all these things.
Pi, boiling point, magma.
Like you said it before. It's the first time the environment itself, the non-physical, is explaining the changes as they are happening.
That's right. The environment has come forth to talk, to be the Walter Cronkite describing what's going on as it causes it. Yes, that's the important point.
And this is like the most amazing thing ever. It's like I'm surprised people are not like in awe. Like this is the most amazing thing.
They are in awe, but they're embarrassed. They say, "How come I didn't do this? Why Bob get to do this? Why is Bob become the most powerful?" They're just embarrassed, humiliated that they failed to pull this off.
But
now, Zappa described
the speed of everything that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the speed can only be countered by a super fast mind like mine. I'm the only one with a fast enough mind to keep up with it. Connie's got a pretty fast mind. But anyways, the point is that Frank is describing this process of the environment, speaking about itself as it's causing the changes. That's in 200 Motels, and I've been looking through the scripts of his early plays. I got great quotes that show that. It's Zappa was doing Ion, he was showing how the environment would consciously become awake and talk. That was a big idea in his music. Would describe what it was doing.
What McLuhan says, and Lewis, the artist is going to show you the new environment coming, and it's already showing you the new sensibility, the new perception, the tactility. He's a tactile artist.
So the ultimate tactile artist, me, a few days after 9/11. Now, Bert, note the calm, cool, humorous, relaxed, slack-filled way I discussed the biggest tragedy up to that point in human history. The tragedy wasn't just the death of the 5,000 or 3,000. It was the effect after on societies. Ruined travel, ruined the Patriots Bill, ruined surveillance, ruined education, ruined everything, ruined youth. These youth are so anxiety-ridden. They're all on meds. They're all getting breast cancer by the time they're 15. It's ridiculous. Stockhausen only saw one bit of it. It was way bigger than that. Way bit bigger than outdoing art.
Stockhausen was very artistic. His view of 9/11 was very artistic.
Yeah. He was like an art critic.
An artistic view. Yeah.
An aesthetic view. He looked at the aesthetics of it. What were you going to say, Roxy?
Yes, that everything is expanding, or patterns or conception of what, for example, what is music, what is art, what are we? And
yes, what
example,
are we?
What we think is music. Ion is talking all the time about the new song. And the new song is the new environment tuning in to the new frequencies, to the new speed, because everything is going to be even more accelerated. They said they had to lower their frequency and their speed. And we were not hearing them for a while because they were in the other speed and in the other frequency. But they were still communicating with us. But they said we were going to have to tune into that frequency, and the people that doesn't reset, they're going to
go mad.
Yeah, they want to leave because it's going to be discomfortable.
Yeah, listen to this, Roxy. Your idea about Zappa and his cooking and making new foods and non-foods, it's right in the scripts. Well, I read you this. He has the food aspect right there back in 1964. The food goes along with the new technology and the new music and the new social situation that the characters are dealing with. It's right there, the cooking. That's why he has a picture of himself with a cooking glove on.
The chemistry is also communication. It's also information that you're putting into your body.
Right.
And, it's altering.
You have 5 stomachs.
Yes.
Stomachs.
And is the amazing thing about you and Dr. Dean. Yes, I like to call her Dr. Dean.
Yeah, someone has to have some respect around here. I certainly don't garner it. Nobody has called Dr.
It's like
Robert.
It's a German thing. It's like if you have an academic title, everybody has to use it, like Professor, Dr. Caroline, something like that.
Right.
It's it's the thing that...
I forgot what you were going to say.
No, it's the healing.
The healing.
I see the chart as the score, and the cloud, the master tape. And Frank Zappa always said the composition is not finished with the score, but it's finished until you have the recording and you have the master tape. And then it's not even finished then because he had this synocracy. He will go back to replay and remix his own work.
Which is what Carolyn Guertin was saying in the Digital Prohibition book. She was describing Frank's art method.
Yes, and this is what we're doing with your score. We are doing this metanoia, looking back, going back. But everything we know is like, for example, I see everything I learned was just like a preparation to understand the ionic. To be overlaid with what you're saying in ion. And
yes,
your score is...
well, Bert here actually has probably listened to the 100 hours I did on the chart. Right, Bert? You've listened to all those recordings with Scott Norris?
Yes. It's very, 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 if you want to use the word scientific, but it's unbelievable how Bob laid out that chart. Yeah, very, to the T. And it's actually a reference point for everyone to look at, like Roxana said earlier. If you want to understand what you're swimming in and where your thoughts are directed, there you can look into the chart and see, like Bob laid out last week, the figure and ground of each one of those the quadrants, and it's everyone is affected is affected by what's in that chart based on the century ratios that Bob laid out last week. And if they're not tuning into the chart quadrant.
Yeah, and a big part of the chart, to make it relevant to who's listening, is Zappa. The chart is named after Zappa's ideas. Zappa's a big factor in there because he had the latest technology, the guitar in rock music, which was the art form of the day, and he was working as the king of that world. So he was the top artist, the top commentator, because he was right there. McLuhan didn't have an air guitar to play.
No.
Roos doesn't.
And I read in the Mother of All interviews about the sync clavier that there were some certain areas of the program that he didn't get to understand, but he was experimenting and discovering things as it was going because they weren't really, the sync clav when he got it was not complete. So what you listen to in Civilization 3, he programmed that, and that was just he wasn't really satisfied with what he was getting from the sync clav because a lot of the people when they developed that, they weren't really sure what was going on with it, so they were just like experimenting. He was tinkering with it, and he couldn't figure it out, but he was creating things with it. That's amazing.
They were learning from what he was doing with it.
Yeah, so it's some questions for Roxana later about electronic music.
Yes, McLuhan said about electronic music, with the electronic instrument, you can tune perfect, and you can do this perfect timing, very complex sequences, and you can program, and that's... So the new goal of this music must be different than of traditional music, in which you had to rehearse a lot to be able to play a composition with everybody as it should be. And this is already a given, so the goals of electronic music have to be different. And I think Frank Zappa was aware of that. It's like, okay, we already have this perfection with the sequencer, these very complex rhythms and melodies and all these patterns, and we can accelerate or reverse and do all types of motivic alterations, and we don't have to rehearse them. It's all edited in the studio. So he was ready to go beyond, like to explore these new goals of electronic music.
The possibilities.
And he was getting into this multimedia in the view of in the expanding of his orchestra with the new medias, and he wanted to use holograms to be able to to play everywhere without being in the physical. And he had many ideas of how to expand as an artist with the multimedia, with the electronic.
Okay, so let me finish the Stockhausen. There's another few minutes.
Aber natürlich, der Verbrecher ist es deshalb, das wissen Sie ja, weil die Menschen nicht einverstanden waren. Die sind nicht in das Konzert gekommen. Das ist klar. Und es hat ihnen auch niemand angekündigt, ihr könntet dabei draufgehen. Ich auch nicht. Also es ist in der Kunst nicht so schlimm. Aber was da geistig geschehen ist, dieser Sprung aus der Sicherheit, aus dem Selbstverständlichen, aus dem Leben, das passiert ja manchmal so poco a poco auch in der Kunst. Oder sie ist nichts. Jetzt war das ganz ernst auf einmal. Hat er mich hingebracht. Lucifer. Sind Sie der Musiker? Selbst Musiker? Ja. Ist es nicht ungeheuer, was mir da eingefallen ist auf einmal? Das ist ja irre. Ich habe ja gesagt, 10 Jahre üben für ein Konzert und das muss es sein. Und dann weg. Oh. Schwere Kost.
Schluck Wasser?
Vielleicht. Ich muss ja gleich in den Saal, ne? Ja, guck, ob die Lautsprecher richtig sind.
Ja,
Habt ihr nicht was Lustiges?
Das ist technisch, ja. Wir haben in Köln gespielt.
Danke. Wie spät ist es überhaupt? Bestimmt 7 Uhr durch, ne?
Ja, dann müssen wir auch...
Dann machen wir Schluss jetzt.
Das erste Mal in meinem Leben, dass ich eine Pressekonferenz schließen muss, obwohl es unglaublich spannend ist. Zum ersten Mal mehr Fragen als Antworten sind. Und wie sagte Herr Ranske immer, nicht? Die Seelen betroffen und offen. Alle Fragen offen.
Ja, aber schreibt das nur. Schreibt nicht ausgerechnet das, was Sie da am Schluss gesagt haben. Das muss ja nicht alles gleich multipliziert werden. Das ist ja blöd. Dann lieber den Menschen helfen, dass sie die Musik hören. Dass sie sich öffnen für neues Erlebnis. Es ist genug zauberhaft Schönes in der Aufführung. Und das macht es dann wieder gut, was man innerlich nicht versteht, was einen verwirrt. Oder sogar total den Verstand verlieren lässt, wie dieser Herr vor Woche. Der lief raus, ich dachte, was ist jetzt los? Er hat es nicht kapiert. Ganzes Leben lang. Da hat er geglaubt, es muss ein Orchester sein, es müssen Instrumente sein, ein Chor sein. Und sagte, keiner spielt das. Nee, keiner.
Wir haben am Dienstag und Mittwoch keine Abonnenten im Publikum. Vielleicht kann das
ja, das ändert nicht. Das ändert nicht viel, das ist ja eine formale Sache, nicht? Das ist ja egal. Na gut. So, vielen Dank. Alles Gute. Ja.
Okay, that's it. So what was the reaction of the interviewer? What were they saying to him?
Well, he says, you're not aware you're in a concert. These things are happening in the environment, but he says the jump of the art of the environment after that is, one cannot deny that this is going to change everything at all levels, the art and the society and people, the perception. And he says that's what all artists want to do with their work. And they said, there is no way you can do that with a composition. And I was thinking as he was saying that the French 9/11 took place in a concert hall. And he's comparing this event with the concert.
Right.
And
good one.
He's just like saying some artists go crazy trying to achieve what this event is achieving.
He said that? He said that?
Yeah, the artist. It's in fact the validity of a stand. They lose their minds because they want to create a new experience in the audience.
Right.
That's the thing. They want to create a new perception, a new experience. They want to do something that has never been done before. And how can you compete with this? I mean, music is now...
Here's a fact that just came in. Stockhausen was born on August 22nd, 822. That's the date of the numbers on the clicks, watch the footage. 822. And Stockhausen was born on 822. And we're saying this on November 22.
He's barking like Zappa. Because I think he, like Lewis, was misunderstood, and that brought him a lot of criticism. But sometimes you cannot say this type of things because as an artist you are seeing something else. You are perceiving different. And of course he's aware that this is a big tragedy, but he also sees the environment is a work of art, and the impact is it's like a new age is coming in which the work of art as we knew it, the old Gutenberg art, are obsolete.
Yeah. And even remember the media environments became the new art forms in the 20th century. Now they're obsolete because there's no media environments. There's just Rumpelstiltskin controlling the whole thing through the word that makes the market, that final programming. Had to get that tiny, that small of an art with a huge impact to get on and counter it.
At the end, the person that is interviewing him, he says, at least like that you won't have an argument with the audience if they don't like your work. And they laugh.
So he's saying he won't have an audience if he says that stuff.
No, the people that were in that concert of 9/11 without being aware, because the environment.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, he's talking about the resurrection because he's Christian. So for him, it was not a tragedy because he thought, as a Christian, he was really, really, really a mystic in that sense. He wrote many books of his mystic ideas. He thought these 5,000 people are going to resurrect. So he was not seeing that as a big tragedy. He believed in
but what did
heaven.
The guy say? I don't understand what you said. The interviewer said what? That you will not have an audience?
If you make such a composition, you don't have to worry about the opinion of the audience.
So
that's why they laugh.
Right.
Yes.
And that's all he really said? He didn't have any other statements of shock?
No, I think he was just in awe. And because he saw,
right?
He
was
saw
in awe
this is
to what Stockhausen's saying. He was in awe to what Stockhausen was saying.
No,
or Stockhausen was in awe.
Yeah, there is something else that is now making an art form of the environment, and this type of works. Environmental works of art cannot be compared with what the traditional artist can produce. Even he says, even if she rehearses for 10 years.
Who was expressing awe? The interviewer in awe of what Stockhausen was saying, or was Stockhausen in awe of 911? What are you saying?
Stockhausen. It's
yeah, but what was the interviewer? I'm interested in the audience's response. I'm a tactile artist. He made a joke? Is that all he said? The interviewer. That's all he did, was make a joke.
Yes. He's not really saying anything. I mean, I think he was also surprised of what he was hearing.
He was speechless.
Then at the end he makes this joke. Like,
right.
Just to relieve the tension, I suppose.
Well, yeah, right, to relieve tension, because 911 killed its audience, and he's saying Stockhausen is killing his audience by what he says. He's being outrageous that the audience won't be there to respond. They'll just condemn him.
Yes, but because he was a Christian, he thought there was a heaven, so that's why he's not seeing that as a tragedy, because he believes there's something else after that.
Okay, so, right. So Big Sarah says, there's a movie on my chart in the McLuhan quadrant. Is Blow Up. Oh, geez, I forgot about that. In the McLuhan quadrant, which has New York, it says the movie of choice is Blow Up. Holy shit, New York getting blown up right there in the chart. Forgot. I must have noticed that years ago, but I forgot to.
Yeah, it's the same, the archetype of the blast of Lewis. It's echoing.
Right. And Sarah says Blow Up is, for her, the best movie ever. She really likes Antonioni's Blow Up, which Georgia Gomelski influenced by putting the Yardbirds in that movie. Okay, so I'm going to go forward, and we're going to be in awe of me now. My turn to take the awe seat.
Getting healed and starting to understand.
Guess what? Stockhausen died of magnesium deficiency.
Yeah.
He died in his home at the heart failure. We all know that's magnesium deficiency, so there he is. He lived to be the example of what we're correcting. And another question, why is Stockhausen considered one of the most important and controversial composers of the 20th century, Roxy? You got a short statement on that?
He invented electronic music. Before him, there was no electronic music. He developed the technology. He developed the instruments.
He developed the instruments. So before that, musique concrète is not electronic music. Right?
Well, there were some phonographs and some ways of recording, but the artificial sound of the synthesis, the instruments not being only acoustic, he wanted to develop the technologies of the recording studio. So he also worked with orchestras, but he really developed the technologies of the electronic music.
Okay, that's the answer. And that would be,
yes, he's considered the one that invented electronic music.
So he had a technical mind. He could figure out how to make electronic instruments. He was inventive that way. Well, that's pretty impressive. Okay, so I'm going to mute you guys, and we're going to hear some new modern art. Bob explaining everything when humans needed it. Humans
the new song.
They needed a new song, a new explanation. And I proceeded to give it to him to a young man at CKLN who was shocked and couldn't believe he had met the guy who started the show.
Meet the inventor of the ionic music, the song.
Why is Bob considered the greatest composer of the last 1,000 years? Well, he invented the electronic ion, a talking hologram. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. How did he do that?
He just changed the whole frequency of the environment.
Yes. I changed the whole goddamn thing. I outdid 911. Stockhausen would be impressed.
Bach was trying to do that when he did the temperate class. He wanted to create an interface to connect to the power of God. And this is the retuning. Is the new frequency of the ionic.
Not only in Iron Dome do we have the environment talking about itself, we have the greatest interpreter of the environment talking about itself. That's me. I'm the great critic of the environment. I'm reviewing what the environment said about itself. That's a new twist.
Yes, and you were explaining it before it showed up. Bobby,
he invented the fucking thing before it showed up. Bob back engineered it, reverse engineered.
Plus, there are also archives where you can hear the interpreter and the environment debate and argue and bring out new patterns.
Who did what? Arguing over what was invented. Trying to define what the hell what is the nature of this Frankenstein? Okay, so let's. Roxy told me to go. Well, I thought, I'll play you what I said about 911. And she listened to it and said, this is amazing. We must play it as part of the Zappa thing. So Zappa was a prophet.
Both audios are really like prophetic.
Right. So I hope, we get all night. It's Thanksgiving. Nobody's going to work on Monday. We can make this a very long show if we want to. Okay, so I will mute you guys and start to play it. And I'm on the phone, just for the historical details. I'm staying overnight at Nelson Thal's home. I'm staying there for 3 weeks, going into October. And I think we were starting to form the McLuhan Institute with Don Thiel in that period. And Esterelka Tannenbaum, or I think that's her name. Esterelka, she was the wealthy Torontonian citizen who had a big cultural center named after her, and she was a friend of Carolyn. She was interested in being on the board of this institute. So we had the son of the mayor at that meeting. This was a week or so later after me being interviewed. So I'm talking in Nelson Thal's guest room in Forest Hills. This is where the great pronouncement, where the oracle said what he had to say. And you guys will reap the benefits of this. You, personally, will be greatly influenced by this talk. Compliments of Roxana as a suggestion. All right, I never would have suggested playing it. Not me, but Roxy did, so that's why we're inflicting on the millions. So, mute. This is September 23rd, 2011. I've already done a rehearsal on September 16th, and now I'm ready for my alma mater, CKLN.
Good morning and welcome to the International Connection for September 23rd today. And things are going very awry here at the studio. Anyway, a bad start to a show that I think is very special. It's the remarkable return of a CKLN pioneer. Your calls and more we probably won't get to. So good morning. It's time for another International Connection. It's heard each week here at CKLN 88.1 FM. On the internet at http://ckln.sac.ryerson.ca. I'm your host, Greg Duffel, and I'm here each Sunday morning at this time. Additionally, you may reach us by accessing the International Connection by email or web address, both of which I'll give out before 10:30 to give you time to get a pen and paper handy. Today's installment is a special one as it marks the return of a former CKLN broadcaster who played a big role in influencing the formation of this very program. As some of you may remember, Bob Marshall was the original host of the International Connection. His programming brought us information that Toronto audiences would have been unlikely to be exposed to. Voices such as Dave Emery, Sherman Skolnick, Frank Zappa, Lyndon LaRouche, and the astounding Mae Brussell. Joining us today will be Bob Marshall's teacher, a former CKLN broadcaster himself, visionary and subgenius. After over a 10-year absence, he made a triumphant return to the CKLN airwaves on Wednesday night during Jerry Belanger's Unfortunate Sonic Casualties show, and I'm extremely proud to welcome to the International Connection this morning, calling from an undisclosed location somewhere in the Greater Toronto area, none other than Bob Dobbs. Bob, welcome to the International Connection.
Well, it's a real thrill because it'll be the first time I will be on International Connection.
Yes, that's true. Your student, Bob Marshall, originated the program. When did you come into contact with him? When did you start influencing him?
I met him in December 1984. You can see that little diary entry on my website, but we'll give out that later. December 83. I met him at a party down on Queen Street at Bob New's house, friend of Don McBurdy. And he had been interested in a lot of things that he later was known for, but I gave him the crystallization, and then I steered him to CKLN and was his mentor behind the scenes.
And just for audiences who might be interested in what Bob Marshall is up to now, seeing as he was a big influence on me,
yes,
and I'm sure lots of other people who are listeners to the International Connection, and even former CKLN programmers and staffers. Can you tell us anything about Bob Marshall, what he's doing at the moment?
Bob Marshall's with me in New York City. He lives in the Upper East Side under another name.
I see. Okay.
We got together. He went underground in the late 80s. I got him involved in the gold deal, but that was the other matters. And then he was quite disturbed about how the 90s unfolded, and he just laid low. And then we reconnected, or there was a function for him in New York City, and he came down within the last year.
Okay. So anyway, I knew our audience would be interested. I thought I might play a recording from my vast Dobbs archive of a show broadcast on CKLN. It was January 23rd, 1991. It was your Wednesday night program with Mike Dyer, and it appeared bi-weekly on the station. And this particular installment followed shortly after the U.S. President George Bush Sr. entered into the Gulf War.
Yes.
I listened to that program last night, and it could have been broadcast today, and it, with beyond just references of certain countries, it could have been run and everybody would think it was contemporaneous. Now, I'm going to play a little segment from that, Bob.
Great.
And here are your ruminations about World War III.
All right.
Caused by movies and the beginning of telegraph movies and the beginning of radio was the Germans were looking for a place in the sun. They were concepts where they were still operating under a center margin structure, so they wanted a place in the sun. And then World War II was more claustrophobic as the radio environment began to dominate, and so the Germans were worried about Lebensraum, which was kind of feeling claustrophobic. That was their complaint, so they started World War II apparently over that bottom-up reason. Now, World War III has been the post-industrial information barrage overkill, and we're now witnessing World War IV, and the key word that started that war was linkage. Now, what's interesting is it's to the acoustic Iraqis, linkage means everybody's interdependent, and under electric conditions, that's a fact. So, therefore, they want to link the Palestinian problem to their problem. But visually biased, kinetic biased American says linkage does not matter. There is no linkage in this problem between Bush and Hussein, supposedly. So you have two cultural responses to the fact that we are interlinked electrically. The American does not see the linkage as a resonating interval, interpenetrating. They see it as a series of connections, visual mechanical connections, and they don't see a connection between Israel and the West Bank and the PLO and Palestinians and Kuwait. So linkage is the key word for World War IV, which really is the flip point of World War III, which was the knocking down of the walls. The Battle of Jericho was fought by the media archetypes. But then what happens here in World War IV, we've flipped into a specialized aspect of hijacking the media archetypes for panic cool, or cool panic maybe is a better way to say it. And that's World War IV, the flip of World War III. Okay, Mike, I rest my case.
So that was a broadcast on CKLN January 23rd, 1991. And that was Bob Dobbs, my guest this morning on the International Connection. So, Bob, any commentary about that?
Well, that was a tremendous statement by me, and it certainly relates to what I wanted to talk about today.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I think the pattern was laid down in 1990 with the collapse of so many governments, the world government, the universal government, the solar government, and the mythic government. In 1990, the war, particular war in the Middle East, was a fragment of that total collapse. And then we have today the homeopathic retrieval of that situation with more emphasis on the hijacking by the anthropomorphic physical. Now, these are terms that may not be familiar with the audience, and I don't want to go into that yet, other than we can go into it. Maybe you might want to talk what you wanted to ask in particular, maybe historically or whatever, before I do the metaphysical level, which is what I just replayed.
Well, obviously, I think a lot of the people that are listening to the program and seeing as you have reappeared at this seemingly pivotal moment in our lives in this era, this World Trade-centered attack on New York, attack on Washington, attack on the United States, maybe our audience might want your take on that particular event.
On how or why it happened?
Yeah.
Well, I know that 25 years ago, the technological situation had imploded enough. You had the convergence of computers, television, and satellite, which we began to call the chip economy in the late 80s, early 90s. That chip economy, 12 individuals saw a possibility of hijacking that for perverse reasons in the sense of vanity, the pleasure of not turning into the disservice of the convergence, which is a cyborgian effect. In that situation, they thought they could lock down their control technologically through data and switchboards, what I used to call on CKLN the solar government. The solar government I was involved with was, in a way, hijacked by these people in the period before I became chairman. That's a complexity we can't go into now, but the problem is that as they hijacked it, they had certain goals which they hoped to have established by 1990. Because there was so much decentralization and resistance by cultures and ideologies and media and fragmentation through the 90s, they weren't able to achieve what they hoped in 1990. By the year 2000, they had set up plans a couple years before, I'd say 97, 98, which was manifested in American politics as the impeachment of Clinton. That momentum from 98 to 2000, whereas I predicted before last year that they would not have an American election the end of 2000, they would have to cancel it. We've seen that. The problem is that they were in a panic situation. They knew they had to make a move to really create a panic situation, a homeopathic retrieval of the panic situation of 10 years before, to move behind the scenes as the war unfolded to lock down what they intend to do, which is turn the world into a global concentration camp. So they made their move, and as any clever crime, you always have a really shrewd disguise. So no one would think these people, in general terms, the heads of the international corporations, would nuke their own headquarters. And they knew that the headquarters was not New York because the headquarters is a switchboard in, quote, cyberspace, the solar government level, and that they knew that the disruption of New York would be temporary. They could get the economy going, but it certainly would be an impressive spectacle to stun the world, because from the world's point of view, New York became the capital after 1990. So that's what they've accomplished. And the unfortunate point is that there will be increased radiation through nuclear bombs in North America. There will be bacteriological and food war. And so to move us ahead quickly, is that I hope to set up a network within the next year which will provide the best medicine, the best food, the best water, and the best information and the best wisdom to counter what will be obvious to people in a year or so when the dust clears over the tragic events that will happen over the next 12 months, which have a momentum that is really going to be hard to stop.
And your reappearance in Toronto at this time, is that significant?
Oh, yes. I'm involved with very powerful people and very influential people, and also I'm in touch with the street. So I always claim that I ran the solar government. This is a battle within the solar government, and I'm making my move now as well as my my wife. And we're here in Toronto, which is a very important place to be. Toronto, I used to always say that Toronto was the Switzerland of the new solar government. And Toronto has every faction possible here, and it's more important to be here, even though I do still live in New York and will be going back to New York in a week or so.
Now, there are a lot of ideas that have been put forth on this program during my short tenure here, and sometimes when someone like you reappears, I do begin to perhaps not question, but think alternatively about some of the things that I've brought forth to the audience, some of my thoughts that I, am privileged to expose to a larger audience than, just my wife. And one of them is that Canada as a nation, and I'm cognizant of the fact that we've lost a lot of our sovereignty over the years. Now, this event that's occurred recently seems to have effectively destroyed whatever sovereignty we thought we had.
Yes.
Do you think that's significant or not?
Well, your statement is proved by the fact that Bush left out Canada and the Canadians objected the next day when he gave his address the other day. The reason he left out Canada is he does not consider that another country. It is the 51st state from the power elite in the United States perspective. So Canada is well integrated in the United States, and it's been obvious to people who track that thing the last 10 years. I met people in New York a few years ago who claimed to me that, and they had the power to do it, that they planned the economic takeover of Canada from this building on West 36th Street in the middle 80s. They planned it. That would be right when Mulroney came in. So Canada's been economically locked down. You just have a Hollywood set representing Canada now. And so why would Bush inventory and appeal to Canada when it is a integrated state right now?
I mean, your views on that match with mine at the moment. Do you think it's significant that we care about that? Should we be resisting that, or can we resist that? Or
no, because you're going to have a one world government in a very true presentation within a year or two. We're into a war that's going to go for 10 years at least, maybe 40 years. And some parts of the world will be able to move along as they traditionally felt they should go, but many parts, including Canada, will be in a new paradigm, a new situation. So I don't think we can work in this integrated grid of communications and implosion where we all resonate on one magnetic node. I don't think we should think in terms of nations and groups and that. It's who you can work with. Whoever is interested in the way you want to conduct your life is who you work with. And that can be anybody on the planet. And that would be the best way to bypass the bureaucracy that will be brought in a more integrated, oppressive manner. And so don't think of yourself as a Canadian. We are one people now. This event on September 11th was the global Esperanto that signaled that we were one entity. And that's the fact we are now. Now, how we interpret that, what structures we bring in on the economic, political, social, personal levels is what we have to be very agile in creating. I'm not saying create blatant anarchy, but the thing is you have to realize your food's going to be more poisoned. The basic necessities of life are going to be very inconvenienced, and this is a breakdown that allows you to go to the better foods, the better water, and the better devices that treat those, and the better devices that treat illness.
I'd love to get into that a bit later. I just want to cover some ground now, just to give an overview for the audience, because the audience, even though they may be fans of the International Connection, have listened over the years to Wayne Morris and so on, they may not have ever heard the Bob Marshall and may never have heard Bob Dobbs on the program, the many programs he was on in the late 80s and early 90s on CKLN. Now, one of the things that was a big part of your program in the early 90s was the concept of 22. Now, I've brought that up on the program here, albeit sometimes sort of apologetically, but there seems to be a confluence of that number. And I'll give you an example, which I'm sure you're very aware of, Bob. I have here from the National Post on Wednesday, September 19th, and it mentions the bombing happening on September the 11th. And it also tells of the authorities saying that one source close to the investigation said, quote, yes, we have heard something about September 22, but nothing specific. We have information that leads us to believe that there could be more attacks very soon. The same murky sources that indicated something might be coming in the weeks before the attacks have indicated something may be happening this weekend. It is our hope that we can stop it. Now, there again, the 22 and then the 11, which is half of 22. Now, this may sound very strange to our audience. Can you explain the significance of 22?
Well, it's very appropriate because Club 22 was the term for my total operation at CKLN, which Bob Marshall was part of. And it reflected the showbiz restaurant at Windsor Arms Hotel called Club 22 on Bloor. So that's the local point. Then you realize this is happening in Toronto. 2, run 2. Run 2. So 22 is embedded in the Toronto word. All right, now 22 can be considered 11 and 11. Now, we had a situation here where Flight 11 and Flight 175, now you add or subtract the numbers, whatever you want to do. You don't change the numbers, but you have the numbers to work with. So I add 75 is 12 and take away the 1 in front of the 75. So 175 reduces to 11. So you had Flight 11 and Flight 11 crash into a tower that is 110 stories, and the other one's 110 stories. So you have 11 and 11 going at 11. But really, it's 22 going at 22. Now, to supplement the 11, the date of the attack was September 11. That's the 9th month plus 11. So that's 11. 911 is the number for help. That adds up to 11. Muhammad's birth is celebrated on the 11th day of the 9th month. September 11th is the 254th day of the year. 2 plus 5 is 7, and 4 is 11. After September 11th, there are 111 days left to the end of the year. 119 is the area code to Iraq, Iran. That's 1 plus 1 plus 9 equals 11. The Twin Towers, standing side by side, look like the number 11. And then we know about the number of stories is 110, which becomes 11. The number of tower windows, 21,800. 2 plus 1 is 3 plus 8 equals 11. The third building, number 7, down there, Dufall, had 47 stories. 4 and 7 is 11. I mentioned Flight 11. American Airlines number, 1-800-245-099999. That whole number adds up to 11. The state of New York is the 11th state added to the Union. New York City has 11 letters. Afghanistan has 11 letters. Flight 11 had 92 people on board. 92 is 11. Flight 77, which was the one I think it crashed in Pennsylvania or the Pentagon, I can't remember right now, had 65 on board. 6 and 5 is 11. On Friday, September 13th, 2001, President George W. Bush went to the World Trade Center to talk with and thank the firefighters, rescuers, and police officers who have given their time and hearts tirelessly 24 hours a day since the horrible tragedy. President Bush stood on top of a pile of rubble with a firefighter whose helmet was numbered 164. 1 and 6, 7 and 4 is 11. The train, which was stopped, and 2 suspected terrorists arrested near San Antonio, Texas, was number 121. That's 11 times 11. The first plane to hit the towers was Flight 11. The house where the terrorists are believed to have lived had number 10001 as a number. That's 11. It can go on. The point is it's 1111, so it becomes really 22. But as I used to say, 22 was the symbol for the tetrad manager who orchestrated the different media in managing the world during World War III. World War III is defined in your opening quote from the January 23rd broadcast. The reason we have 11 and 11 is that we've set up a fake polarity here. That's the reason why 22 breaks up into 1-1 and 1-1. All right?
Amazing. Now, I'm going to play a little section again from the January 23rd, 1991 show, and this is you talking about 22 on that program. Here we go.
And note, January 23rd is 23 minus 1 is 22.
Okay, here we go.
Are you okay, Mike? Yeah. Everything's, the point is it was 2:32 Iraqi time. Now, there's the 22 and the 3 in the middle, but you just take the 3 and you put it in front of the first 2 and you get 322. Now, scholars scholars of the top-down analysis know that 322 is the number, the magical number for the Skull and Bones Society, the secret society out of Yale, that George Bush is well known to have been part of. And the reason they have the number 322 is two reasons. It's the death of Aristotle and I think the birth of Democritus. But for some reason, these secret people, maybe because they hate the Platonists, use the number 322 BC as important. So at 232, 2 nights in a row, they have the bombings. I think we can look at it that way. The 632, that's 9, and 2 is 11. That's half of 22.
So there we go, Bob.
On it goes. Very good, Greg, that you're citing these. The point is, it's not that we're being superstitious about numbers. I mean, there's the Kabbalistic interpretation of 22. There's a whole numerological tradition, a mystical and Gnostic tradition around 22. The point is that the language, the artifacts that humans create have an underlying order that poets and scientists have always searched for. But isn't it amazing that we create an environment, an electric, televised, integrated world thing, where the final greatest spectacle we can see, and it has all this resonance with numbers. So it integrates the math, the poets, the humanists, the designers, the artists. That is, who knows who, but is some kind of predestined law and resonance that leads toward the future as well as resonates back to the past. That is something that numerically can be applied. That's what's amazing.
I'm going to play another track here that I recorded, and I think you'll be amused by it, and maybe you can give us some details. It relates directly to Toronto.
Bob, this is the electrified voice of Tom Rich. It's 9 o'clock in Toronto on January the 17th. And I'm parked right out in front of number 10 Toronto Street. The gates are open. The lights are burning. I don't know what's happening, but there is a police car right in front. And the number is 6087. 6087 is the police car right out front of number 10 Toronto Street. There you go. And there's a plainclothesman, and he's talking to a plainclothes cop in a Fury, a Plymouth Fury. So that should tell you something, Bob. Goodbye.
Now, again, that's from a broadcast from January 23rd, 1991, and you heard the electrified voice of Tom Rich. Would you like to comment on that, Bob?
Well, Tom Rich was a really good friend of Bob Marshall, and they put out the Perfect Pitch in 85, 86, 3 amazing issues, and it was a PR release under Club 22 purposes. Tom Rich eventually met me, and he started to contribute a lot to my show, but he had been on the International Connection with Bob Marshall and Adam Bond in 85. Tom Rich, therefore, learned a lot from Bob Marshall and me, and he was seeing the language and numbers, and he used to leave really good messages on my phone machine, which I would always play at the beginning of my show. And that's a good example of a student in fine form.
And what is the significance of number 10 Toronto Street?
That's a very powerful, the address is a very powerful British intelligence allied group that I will not say their name directly because we don't want C. Kellen to get in too much trouble.
Okay, very good. But people will know that number 10 Toronto Street is in the downtown core, just near King Street and Yonge Street. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the point is that the historical power of the Canadian establishment and its ally and alliance with the royal family and the British oligarchy, which was always historically a bulwark against the American Revolution and what the American Revolution and technological dynamo built, the tension of that was a key switchboard at 10 Toronto Street, which becomes 2-run-2, right? 1022.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad they didn't start the war on a Bob night.
Did you hear that, Bob?
Yes. That was Jerry Belanger.
Was it really? It really was, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Jerry's voice.
Huh.
Anyways, the thing is we need to your archives are very valuable. You can replay stuff over the next year, which shows people that individuals can understand the pattern of history long before Dan Rather tells you. and anybody can understand this, but we're in a new situation now. We're in a totally new blank slate. And I don't think any information and outlet referring to the past is relevant other than as entertainment when you're taking a breather. The networks we have now set up are a great gift to humanity to integrate and bypass any bureaucratic structure that's going to try to limit and specialize human direction, which is what we're up against. And therefore, I advocate any kind of resistance, creative resistance, as well as recognizing you don't know who your enemies are, and so you got to be cautious about who you're resisting.
Now, that brings us to the anti-globalization movement. Now, how do you see that having been a catalyst for what we're seeing now, and how much do you see that as being the enemy of those that are acting out now to create this world government?
Well, as Baudrillard and Foucault and what's called the postmodern thinkers have pointed out, resistance has to be really subtle and shrewd now. It has been this has been the situation for 30 or more years. These French thinkers came out of the problems of May '68 in Paris, and they were sort of upset about and not understanding why that revolution didn't happen. As they got more perspective on it, then they developed a media savviness, supplemented by a good understanding of Marshall McLuhan's work. Their insight, which many students get in college now, is that resistance it can be easily co-opted. So I think we can keep the traditional habits and styles of resistance going, but they can't be the only one. And yes, the resistance that symbolized since Seattle in December '99 probably panicked. One could say panicked these people who wanted to stop resistance and create a global icon. But the point is their plans were in action a long time ago. Specifically, the panic phase begins in '97, '98. So because the electric environment has come alive and technology is inside us, I think the resistance movement was a symptom of trouble, a symptom of picking up. There's something wrong going on at what is supposed to be presented as headquarters, the G7, G8 summits and WTO summits. I think a lot of people understand the inadequacy of that bureaucracy, but what do you do when the momentum of it is going through and we're going to have a lot of terrorists and bombings? We won't know who's bombing who, but it will hurt the planet. We seem to have to go through this. So I project forward that in the next 10 years we resist creatively, and part of resistance is to get healthier, to get smarter, to stay in shape better. But to do that, you need better food, better water systems, and you need devices that will heal you better. I think that the establishment, the corporate people who have built up Monsanto, will move towards and make genetic discoveries and breakthroughs, and these will help those who are so polluted that they almost can't get healthier through a simpler lifestyle, simpler, purer food. But that'll only be short range. So we have to think in terms of long range. We have to rebuild the planet. We've been in a nuclear war in terms of radiation effect more than people realize for 40 years. It's affected a lot of people's health and attitudes all over the world. So we really have the punchline of this recent event of September 11th is that it shows people that the worst, Murphy's Law, if the worst can happen, it will. And we've come to that point that many people thought in the last 40 years of a world of comfort. They enjoyed the friendship of comfort. But now, as the world goes colder, the real desire will be for the comfort of friendship. And we have to realize how to move that forward.
Yeah, I noticed in the track that's available on www.globaltheater, spelled the American way, ER.com, your broadcast on CFRB recently.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. And today, even more so on this broadcast, your thrust is of probably more than ever is about our health, food, and so on. And I'm happy to hear that. It's something that is very germane to the International Connection. The International Connection show actually started going in that mode for quite a long time. There was a lot of talk about alternative health. What do you think of that alternative health movement as it's going now? Do you think that there are dangerous elements within that? And do you think that has to be reformed, or do you think they're going along the right way?
Well, the alternative health movement, my wife and I were involved in that since 1969. So we're experts on that, especially my wife. And she says by the middle 90s, the vitamins, supplements, the minerals, what you saw in the marketing of alternative foods and alternative stores were useless. And there's only one vitamin supplement she recommends. It's standard processing, which is only available through doctors. But on top of that, my wife got very involved in developing new medical technologies which integrate the effects of herbs, homeopathy, acupuncture, and magnetic electrical massage effects. That situation is we have devices that go beyond the co-opting of the alternative health movement by all kinds of corporate levels, and that's what we'll be exposing over the next year, is revealing new things. So basically, the alternative health movement has run its course. Those who are going to wake up have waken up to that, but there are a lot of problems, basically parasites, fungus, bacteria, and viruses that homeopathy and herbs and acupuncture are really good for alleviating, as opposed to the horrible drugs and stuff you get in the mainstream hospitals. But as the quality of food goes down and the quality of herbs, the Chinese radiate herbs, and herbs get radiate coming in. There's a real problem. So a new device had to be achieved that would bypass that, and we have it. And that's just one thing we have. We have also the D-cell for purifying water, which has been around for 30 years, and there's all kinds of things that are new that people haven't heard about. But, yes, those that are definitely move until our devices are available, definitely stay on the alternative side. But there's new problems coming as the radiation spreads after a few bombs land, and we're going to have, I don't want to project this, but people have to realize that they have to prepare to die sooner than they thought they would, especially in North America. And so the horror, the nightmare of nuclear terrorism happening here is pretty likely, especially in this North England, northern part of the world we're in. That's the sad point. So we really got to stop worrying about who did what. The big machine, the kinetic forces of the American hardware world will go forward trying to set up a scenario and claiming this and that person did this. That'll be a big distraction. Watch what China does. My warning to the CKLN audience is China is going to try to make their move and take advantage of this sort of weird war that's going to come. And not that I'm against China, but China has a historical grievance and a historical position right now, and they certainly are, as a friend of mine said, they're going to say to the Americans and the Islamic countries, say, here, go to it, let me take your coat. All right? They take the coat off the battle, and then they watch and they make the moves behind the scenes. So one interesting thing that's not being talked about is what is China's response to this situation?
And when you said North England, can you explain that?
Did I say, I meant New England. I meant the northern region here, New York to Toronto. This whole northern industrial area is a good target for a lot of destruction.
The appearance of Tony Blair and Britain allying themselves visually with the United States of America, do you see that as significant?
Well, we used to talk, if you look at the Dobbs Mediacology that Time Again Production put out, you look at the CD, there's a memo to Prince Charles, an actual memo that I wrote when I was, before I became chairman of the Solar Government. And in that memo, we list the 10 holy offices, and we do tetrads, a McLuhan device on Frank Zappa, Mae Brussel, Lyndon LaRouche, Marsh McLuhan, Finnegan's Wake, Cosmic Awareness, Garrett Dean, and wherever else I left out. But one of them was Herbert W. Armstrong. And that was the magazine Plain Truth, Worldwide Church of God. Now, wasn't that the show The World Tomorrow? That's right, yes. Now, a lot of right-wing neo-Nazi survivalists think that they're, in the United States, think that they're the new Israel, or we're the original Israel. They have something called Christian identity that came out of England, British Isles in the 19th century. But what was interesting about Herbert Armstrong is he did not have a political agenda and just laid out that meme of thinking of the lost tribes ending up in Europe and Britain and the United States. And so he said the United States and Britain would be aligned in prophecy. They were the tribes Ephraim and Manasseh, as opposed to the return of Assyria, which would be Babylon, and that would come out of Germany. and a Holy Roman Empire. And so the division between Britain and the continent, which is an aggravation for integrating the continent, you can see that certain economic forces have left England and moved to align with Germany, and leaving the United States and Britain in a vulnerable position. So that's one way to look at the biblical level. I don't say one stays at that level, but since we're providing information and new patterns for people, and this kind of show is a historical pattern recognizer, that's an interesting pattern. It may explain, if you go to Dave Emery's website, he was someone Bob Marshall featured on CKLN for years. He has a very good index of over 300 shows he's done, which shows the rise of Germany in the 90s, and the economic clout that is bought into Barnes & Noble and the music industry. That, to me, on one level, is the enemy of Britain and United States, Ephraim and Manasseh, in Herbert W. Armstrong's terms. And I say that pattern is irrelevant for what we're doing now, because we reached the punchline. The double duty interrobang happened on September 11th. But you are asking questions in retrospection, and we do have time, and we haven't been nuked yet, so we're referring to that. The interesting thing is that you will see a real bond between the United States and Britain, and a real concern. So what does Germany do? They, the other day, said they do not see enough evidence linking bin Laden to the bombing. Are you aware of that news item?
Yes.
They're resisting on that point, and they also are objecting to Echelon. They're the ones who instigated several years ago the investigation of Echelon, which was the solar government, and the European Parliament just released a report on that.
Right, we had a show.
Note, in terms of the pattern that Herbert W. Armstrong offers, better than the fundamentalists, even though he might be lumped in with the fundamentalists, is pure, and his information is interesting for retrospective intervals of contemplation. But again, we're in a situation where no pattern is relevant. We're in a newly, completely unfamiliar situation. And I say that George Bush will wait 5 weeks before he makes a move. He doesn't want to be stuck with the blame as being the causality of this situation in retaliation. He's going to frustrate the world audience, especially the American audience, till they will demand something. Then he has that input, and he can ride on it. And I would say we've got about 4 months before any real terroristic, devastating things happen in North America.
We had a program about Echelon on the International Connection a few months ago, and explored that fairly deeply, I think.
That's good, and you probably didn't realize that was the solar government that I used to talk about, that I was part of.
No, I didn't, and it was. I was interested that you actually brought that in on the CFRB thing that's available on www.globaltheatertheamericanspelling.com, and I'm speaking with Bob Dobbs, former CKLN programmer and visionary, influencer of Bob Marshall, the former host of the International Connection. He's on the line. He's somewhere in Toronto. He's arrived at this very pivotal moment in time, and I feel very fortunate that he became aware to me that he was in town, and that we could have him on the program. And Bob, are you still able to come on the program next week?
Yes, certainly.
Good.
If there's interest, we'll take calls.
Yeah.
You can do that.
It's 416-595-1655. Now, I should warn you, I did try to set up a situation where Bob could be on the line and you could interact with Bob. That's going to be extremely difficult given the current difficulties we're having here at the station technically. But if you want to phone in and at least ask a question of Bob, so formulate your question and keep it brief, and move on to
the next caller or my answer.
Right, exactly. So,
is there anything, Greg, you want to bring up?
I want to talk about the situation about doubles.
Yes.
And how
Did
doubles.
you notice I said that I had doubles?
Yes.
Yeah. Now that for many people who knew and saw me around the station or saw Bob Marshall would be confused at what I'm saying now, because the distinction was not as clear back then. But as they didn't know, I was using doubles. So the Bob Marshall they saw around there looked like me. Or if they didn't know about me, it looked like someone else, but then in retrospect. So I purposely, when you consider what I was really about, here's a member of Echelon coming up in the public airwaves that was, if it's true what I say I am and what I was doing, how could I just walk around and get away with it? Well, doubles had to be used, and that's what I'm now announcing for the first time is what involves Bob Marshall.
Right. I'm trying to get calls here, so I think someone's trying to call in, and please keep going here, and I'll take the call as soon as it arrives. And but I have to do sort of a thing where I put Bob on hold and then go, so it's a bit of involvement there. Now, I'm going to play a little section here, maybe while we're arranging this. Again, a discussion by one of your callers. Now, one of the ingredients of the program that occurred in the early 90s, the Mike Dyer show that appeared overnight on Wednesdays, was that you played call-ins to your telephone answering machine.
Yes.
And here's one from a caller about this topic of doubles.
Here's a little news item from Maclean's magazine, January 14, 1991, page 21. For nearly 20 years, Joseph Stalin often used a double to replace him at public functions because of his fear of assassination, according to the Moscow newspaper, Rabochaya Tribuna. After the murder of Politburo member Sergei Kirov in 1934, it claimed Stalin had his intelligence agents comb the country for a suitable look-alike. The man they chose was a Jewish accountant from Ukraine, Evsey Lubitsky. Surgeons, hairdressers, and tailors worked on Lubitsky to improve the resemblance. Then, Stalin had them and Lubitsky's family murdered to prevent the secret from leaking out. Later, Stalin exiled Lubitsky to a prison camp. He died after his release following Stalin's death in 1953.
So, Bob, how do you think doubles are playing in today's modality?
Well, I think if they claim they've killed Osama bin Laden and bring his body at some point, we have to remember in the virtual reality world that there's nothing really referential that we can refer back to in the information overload environment. We can assume that it's probably double, and we should not be surprised he shows up again as another in another some capacity. We don't even know if he is involved with this level of terrorism, though I think there's a lot of evidence saying that he was part of the network. But who knows how he shifts and responds to decisions by his allies in the Middle East and changes. So doubles will be used perhaps in the revelation of trying to some kind of conclusion that we've enacted justice. And I know that George Bush, when he was flying around on that day in Air Force One, and his father was saying, telling the people on Air Force One not to take him back to Washington, they eventually created the story that he decided to come back, but we know that was a double. And there also was a double who gave one of his addresses on TV a few days, maybe a week ago.
Oh, what was that? He gave his address?
Yeah, one of the televised things. Several people noticed and were puzzled that he didn't look like the Bush they knew on TV. And that's because he wasn't the same Bush. So, I mean, they're in war mode. They're going to use doubles. That's important. That's what they always do in intelligence agencies.
So are these sort of organic robotoids that, now this is a topic that was brought up and I know about because of your influence, but are these people who are these organic robotoids or?
No, they're human beings. They don't need to use organic robotoids now. That was back when it was still a battle in the 70s between different factions in the solar government. That was an interesting device that was necessary, but once they got control by 1990, the doubles weren't the clones or organic robotoids, as Dr. Peter called them, weren't necessary. You could be more flexible with human beings if you had more total control, and that's what they do now and have had for 10 years, as they intuited that they were losing control as technology went through its Baroque spiral the past 10 years, leading to the panic, which, if you think of the 22 pattern, was predestined through history. I was talking to Marshall McLuhan through a medium the other day, and this may sound outrageous to some people who listen to International Connection, but the point is that people don't realize the resources the, quote, Illuminati have used through the centuries, and their mediumship may not be as accurate as what I have, but the point is, Marshall McLuhan said, looking back at the events of September 11th, you can see that it would be easy to predict over the last 2,000 years that it would end to this punchline. In other words, the kind of thread and pattern recognition Nostradamus fed into was implied by the effect of the alphabet, the effect of what happened to Rome 2,000 years ago, and then it just unwinded, and here we have this incredible punchline.
So it's 416-595-1655. We're in the last few minutes of the International Connection this morning. And again, my guest is Bob Dobbs.
I'm looking at my clock. It says 10:22.
There you go.
So we haven't had a caller yet?
We may have. It's just that there are other people here in the studio, and they may have actually circumvented, not on purpose, but circumvented that call. We're hoping that you'll phone in 416-595-1655. I'm sure there are lots of people out there who do remember Bob when he appeared on the airwaves and may have heard him the other night when he was on Jerry Belanger's show.
Greg, the point is... in the Bible, it says that the angels and God couldn't create language, that humans created language. And I think we see that language and the artifacts that come out of it are incredibly ordered in a way that Finnegan's Wake and James Joyce tapped into and McLuhan into it, did in poets before, saw earlier patterns. But the 22 faction, the 22 number, is this underlying symmetry that happens in languages and their extensions as they interplay among themselves. We as souls come in and out of this dimension, and we're always dealing with the dominant form that stays here, doesn't leave this dimension, which is expressed in the term language. So the patterns of knowledge, secular knowledge in language, is a reason for why 22 would reappear, and even ancient mystics saw the pattern in the number itself, and it already has an aura, a mystical aura of power. Before we have the situation where 1111 is popping up in the big double duty interrobang and a punctuation mark that McLuhan invented. You can see it in the book From Cliché to Archetype. It's a question mark and an exclamation mark superimposed it.
Can you hold on?
On it.
Yeah,
and
Bob.
That's what we have on September 11th.
Bob, I'm going to try and take this call. Just a moment. CKLN?
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. I have a question regarding the resistance that he was suggesting that needs to be subtle and smooth.
Yes.
How do we organize? Who do we talk to?
Okay. I'll go back to Bob. Thank you for your call. Bob, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that, Greg. There's a meeting at 371 Bloor Street West with Maud Barlow and other speakers called a teach-in today from 1 to 5. Now, that's one traditional form, and it has people who are aligned with that kind of protest speaking there. And you can go there, whether you knew them or not. Or you can go continue listening to CKLN, or you can listen to us on CFRB, or you can email www.globaltheater.com, and we could respond to that. I think that you can resist by realizing your days are numbered and how you would like to die with integrity. And whatever resistance form and group of people that you can work and implement it with is the right answer for you. The thing is that don't be fooled by what the media is saying. The media is totally controlled and is not going to be useful in understanding what's happening. So resist by, you could even call up mainstream media talk shows and bring up these kinds of points. Or talk about the kind of happy resistance or happy solutions you have and your friends are implementing. The thing is do not sit back and wait for someone to tell you what's happening and what you should do. Do not be afraid.
Bob, I'm going to go to another call just a moment and put you on hold. And CKLN.
Yeah, hello. I've been listening to this show since the beginning. And,
yes.
I wanted to ask the question. I'm not sure if I got this right, but the man who we're listening to, Bob
Dobbs.
Bob Dobbs, he seems to insinuate that the Americans could have been behind the bombing of the World Trade Center.
I don't think he's necessarily saying Americans, but I'll let Bob answer that when we go back to him. But anyway, carry on. Is that your question?
Sorry?
Is that your question, or have you got further?
It's not so much that I'm saying he said that, but the sense I got was that the picture that I'm getting about what he's saying is that perhaps there are people who cause the bombing, but then are projecting it upon other people to create a situation. Is that correct?
I'll put you on hold, and we'll go back to Bob, and I'll come back for a supplementary. Just a moment. Bob, did you hear that?
Yes, and you handled that very well. I certainly am not saying that Americans did it themselves. These labels are irrelevant. I forgot to mention that the Board of 12, that is very influential in setting up this problem over the last 25 years, do not have names. They are not limited to one country. The names that you might know them as are changed names, and they have doubles. So we can't identify, and any naming of them is useless. Just know they're human beings surfing this endpoint of our history. The point is that Americans are wonderful people. I live with them. They've been a great host for us and my wife in New York. I've made lots of friends, but people do identify with their tribe. And I think that the communication between media is going to confuse around the world. And we have to realize that technology is so intertwined. We are in touch with 6 billion people through the grid of incredible synchronized fiber optics and Internet communications that we can relate one-on-one to people, and we don't have to have our baggage. You just start today talking to somebody as if it's a new game, and we're in trouble, and we should keep her cool and try to be imaginative. So do not listen to the media hyping up tribal enmity using tribal archetypes. Most Americans live in the magnetic center just like the Afghanis do. The point is we are unified. We have been linked, to go back to what we said in 1991. We are interlinked. We are inside each other's digestive system. And we are consuming and eating and feeding each other. That's the percept. A noun, a name, an American, any kind of word structure is puny compared to the electronic level we live on.
Bob, I'm going to go back to the caller and just see if he has any supplementary. Just a moment. Caller, does that answer your question?
Well, not really, no, because, there's a lot of supplementary things that the gentleman said, but, again, what I'm really driving at is that it seems to me, again, from what the man, Bob, is saying, is that there seems to be a subversive or an invisible aspect to what we're all experiencing in the world now, and although the media is presenting it as one way, this gentleman is suggesting that there is something that, for most of us, is unfathomable, unimaginable.
I think you're right.
The point I'm trying to make is that it's occurring in me that it might actually be the cause of this may come from the very place that experienced the tragedy. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a good sort of cliffhanger. I'd encourage you to listen next week. Bob will be on next week, one last hour with Bob, at least for the foreseeable future. If you're asking these questions, then other listeners must be asking the same questions and are interested. So we'll discuss those next week. And thank you for your call. I'll go back to Bob. Bob, we're nearing the end here of the International Connection. But it'd be very sad if this was the last contact we had with you for a while, but you will be back next week. And
I'll be on CFRB tonight at 11, CFRB 1010 a.m., if they want to continue this point. We'll be elaborating on what I've said. And if all works out, I'll be in the Toronto Star on Tuesday. You can read some other interpretations, angles I have on this. But I am saying in simple terms, yes, it was an inside job on the highest levels.
Okay, Bob, thank you very much for being on the International Connection today. Bob Dobbs, and he'll be my guest next week, and we'll go into more detail, and maybe there'll be more situations happening during the week that he'll be able to comment on. Thank you very much, Bob, and we're going to go to a key in Western America right now.
That was pretty good. Let's see. I think this is that you, Roxy? I think it is.
Bert.
And then Bert. And is that Roxy? I just opened it. Roxy fall asleep? Oh, maybe she's this one. Is that you, Roxy?
No. Yeah,
that's you.
Hello.
Yes, it is. Hello.
Yes,
so did you catch that? Very
great.
Let me say this: the last call letter, CFRB 1010. That's 11. CFRB in Toronto. I was on 1010 twice. The 16th and the 23rd. That's 211. That's 22. Even the radio environment was a 22.
Today is 22/11.
It's the 22nd. Yes, the anniversary of Bobdom is the 22nd. We've been on the show for 3 years, but it's appropriate we celebrate Bob's 2-run-2-ness on the 22nd. No other day could have been done. And, of course, everybody's home. It's Thanksgiving. They're all gathered around their dysfunctional families. They all hate each other. They're all trying to ignore each other, so they're listening to me. So this is the highest listened to episode of Bob ever. A perfect time. Thank you, Roxy, for suggesting we do a historical retrospection on my prophecies.
Yes, because it is the Thanksgiving. Thank you for
giving thanks,
food.
Bob. The new food. Carol was listening to this. She's never heard this before, I don't think. She said, holy shit, Bob, you're predicting everything here, the food, the this, the that, the D-cell. She was quite impressed with it and laughing at the same time. You know, when you're laughing, you're learning, right? So she was learning a lot.
Yes, and
she didn't know.
It's like you're composing, and then the resolution, the consonants of the ending is relax and allow. This is
and allow means to think. Relax and allow means allow yourself to listen to Bob because he's the only guy who make you think.
No, who is
relax
explaining
and engage,
things
Bob.
Clearly.
Go ahead. Clearly. I'm so clear. You notice that, Bert? I'm so fucking clear.
Yeah, Bob, you laid out everything that you've discussed from cash flow, James Martinez, to what you've done in the last 3 years back in September. That's amazing. Amazing.
that is 14 years ago, which is 22 and 14 are on the chart. But it's like almost 22 years since 91 when I spoke about the the Kuwait invasion. That's 91. That's 24 years. That's not bad. It's pretty close to 22. It's not as good as being Corbin since 93, 22, but yes, the numbers, it's so mathematical, a dynamic symmetry of oomphness among numbers.
Yeah, that outline of 11, those 11 patterns were amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
But you're also answering, how do we organize the resistance? That's what the Minister of Culture of France is saying. The new resistance is the whole country, and the way we resist is with our culture. La licence vestimentaire, the liberté, la laïcité, all these values that they say this is how we resist, but you are saying no. How we resist is getting healthy, and the part of getting healthy is the coherence of the information you are eating. You're saying this is the food also, the information.
Hey, we opened the show with Zappa playing in 68, 14, Zappa playing in Paris, this tremendous conference. And, if you look at my diaries, that was October 26th. 2 days later, I take my father to a Zappa concert, and you see me and him talking about it after.
Yeah.
So I actually saw that band.
Wow. Yes, and we see that why was Zappa or Bob not in the mainstream broadcast? Because they say they would like concision. You are too complex. I mean, all the things you are presenting is like you go everywhere with your explanation, with your chart.
Bob speaks over 3 chords. Remember I said last week, Roxanne, you speak over 3 chords. I remember Roxanne said last week that Zappa was making jokes about the beer drinking people, that they go to discos or bars and listen to 3-chord music, whereas Frank created very complex music, and that's like with Bob. That's why he's not in the mainstream, because there's so many patterns of chords that Bob brings out that most people would get, they don't understand it or feel it.
They fall asleep. They change the channel, and that does not help, radio management. Hey, look at this. I'll just say, Susanna goes, wow, Bob, you couldn't have known how prophetic your words were. Oh, I knew. Better food. I just didn't know how it was going to happen. I just knew I was right. Better food, new devices, new technologies in the next 10 years. Whoa. Holy shit! Yes, it's quite impressive. Let's see what Neufeld. Now Neufeld was there. What does Neufeld think of this stuff? Okay, so he says, he's typing up like a maniac. He says, Bob's never ceasing brilliance. This is his first statement, never stopping. Then he goes, so prophetic, Bob. Then he goes, awesome show tonight. And he goes, Toronto 2-2, amazing, Bob. Dave lived in Toronto. He knows that one. I guess he forgot it. And then Dave goes, my God, this is the most thorough analysis of 11 imaginable. Then he goes, Bobby, some love expressed for Nelson. Yes, I was a little fucked up there. That was a mistake, Dave. And he says, echoes from the burning bush. Because, Nelson has become a problem for himself since then. But he stayed. He flew close to the sun. He hung around for a long time. You got to give credit for that. Then Susanna says how you didn't know how prophetic you were. And then .94, whoever that is, just has a laugh icon. He doesn't take it seriously. Oh, here comes another witness from the old days. Sue Bone. Sky Goddess Sue says, this show is blowing my mind. See, another club. She's a Club 22 member. She goes, Bob, Roxy, and Bert, you are on fire. I was in Paris last Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, breathing the drops everywhere, sitting in cafes, pondering how everything's disappeared. And then Neufeld writes, Neufeld's a member of Club 22, at the same time as Sue, goes, ha, 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 to what Sue wrote. So it's a reunion.
No, I think it's really the exaltation, because while we are bombarded in the media by all this fear, which it's really now the terror. It's the terror.
Yeah, the monster terror, yeah, right. Remember what Zappa named the fourth side of Freakout, the return of the son of Monster Magnet. So you could say the Android meme is the son of analogical media, which is the Monster Magnet. Lewis called the global village the magnetic city. So the return of the son of Monster Magnet is the Android meme.
Yes,
go ahead, Rocky.
And the medias are really the real terrorists, because they're creating more terror than the actual event.
Well, McLuhan used to say, more people do coverage of Vietnam than fought or died in Vietnam. Because you get all the world media covering Vietnam 24/7. More people employed doing that than the actual event. That's what it is. E equals MC squared. A small bit of information gets moved at the speed of thought or light and assumes infinite mass. Yeah, so this... Yes,
and another thing you're saying is like, you cannot resist in the traditional way because you don't really know who your enemies are.
Yeah, you don't know who anybody is. See, you got doubles, Bert's got doubles, everybody's got fucking doubles.
That's another part of the paranoia and the fear they're creating. They're saying the enemies are not somewhere in another country. Ils sont chez nous. They say they're in our country, because they were also saying a lot that all these terrorists were born in France and were educated in France, and somehow they got radical, even though there are these new technologies where you can have all this information, and they say the enemy is everywhere, and it's not only geographical, it's somewhere far away. They're here, and that's
He's
part
sitting
of
beside you in the cafe. He's serving you your drink.
And you're saying, yes, you don't know who the enemy is, and they're also making a big deal of the new cyber spaces that are also invaded by this virus. So the thing is, like, they're saying all the time, we have to get used to live with this fear and to adapt to this new situation. And you're saying the opposite is like you have to...
We have to live with ecstasy. We have to learn to live with ecstasy. Now, In the Paris quadrant of the chart.
Healthy.
Hey, look at this. Look. In the Paris quadrant, prophecy's coming through, folks. Perk up, listen. So in Paris, in the Paris-LaRouche quadrant, it's paranoia is the emotion. What is the emotion in Toronto, in the McLuhan quadrant? It's schizophrenia. That's fucking Justin Trudeau, a double of his father, schizoid. I mean, he was in Manila the other day, and they were trying to turn him into a pop star. Who's orchestrating this? It's coming out of Toronto, the old solar government headquarters. So look at the schizophrenia that's going to come out of the McLuhan quadrant. I bet it's Justin Trudeau.
Yes, as you're saying, don't engage. Don't engage mainstream media. They're disinformed you, and that's how.
And don't engage anybody who's on the mainstream media, like Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, because
be superior to them.
Zappa was saying that's how they get into your mind and get you to do what they want to do, and that's how they program the environment.
Zappa makes a big deal out of Christmas. Zappa makes a big deal out of Christmas. It's all through his albums. A lot of the scenarios and the plays are at Christmas. And he has on one of his early albums, Christmas don't make it anymore, do, Christmas don't make it anymore. So he's really got a bug in his ass about Christmas. Well, that was the name of my unpublished book in 1971, A Christmas Gift to a Young Nation. A Christmas gift is something to be aware of. It will have disease in it. Most diseases are propagated during the holiday season because of the pollution in them. It kills people. Then they all suffer in January, February. So Christmas is very bad. As Nelson Thal and the Herbert W. Armstrong used to say, Christmas is a pagan festival to be seriously avoided. Christmas.
Hey, Bob, two patterns. That's how
what?
you get. That's how Ion called you Santa Claus, then, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm the Lucifer. I forgot that shit. It's my holiday. Fuck. I aligned myself with the bad day. Well, that's just pointing out the disservice. But I said A Christmas Gift to a Young Nation was my book, and it didn't get published by Anansi Press in Toronto. Anyways, it's a Christmas gift. It's poison. Homeopathic. Is that the word? No, pharmacy. Derrida wrote about pharmacy as both, a beneficial drug and a poison. So the drug is a metaphor for every technology has services and disservices. Let's see if Neufeld and anybody else is typing stuff. Dave smiles at me going, ha, 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 quoting him. Then Yuri says, fidelity, yes. Not sure what that means. Susanna says, causing discarnate stress. That's the de Kerkhoff talk. And Sue says, this analysis diffuses stress and anxiety. Yes, the grammar, that's what Satan is. Milton said that Satan confused his mind with language. Bad language, inadequate language, imprecise language, lying language, that's what's evil. It's not a person. It's media being badly used is what is, quote, evil. And that's why this analysis diffuses stress and anxiety. You're hearing words saying with perfect pitch. Then Susanna, a bird just crashed into the window. They're always fucking trying to attack me, these birds, and just collapsed. And Susanna says the media is creating discarnate stress. That's right. Well, discarnate stress is causing media because media are visible content that you fall back on thinking there's chemical bodies out there. So they show you endless chemical bodies as the content of media. So, but that's an antidote to the discarnate stress itself. Dave says, listening, hitting the other side soon. What's that mean, Dave? I guess that means he's going to sleep or listening, hitting the other side soon. Well, you want to hear part 2, Dave? You want to hear what happened next week on September 30th, 2001? You want to hear that recording? I think it's good.
Yes, and another thing you say is language could not be created by angels or God.
They can't do language.
Humans created language.
And this is what we were saying. Retrieving the power is part of this process of language, of verbalizing, of expression, of
And let's remember, this is the Zappa Hour Plus. What?
Going through all this media and ecology is part of our retrieving of the power that we're understanding.
Of our language, of our description.
What happened and what's happening and how come.
Yeah, like the reason we can rewrite the last 30 years, if we talk it accurately, or even if it isn't accurate, but if we talk about it powerfully, we will control the mind's perception of what happens. It outdoes Big Brother in 1984. We, by expressing it better, changes the view of the past. So we have to realize this show is the Zappa Hour Plus. It ends up to be 15 hours. We're posting it on the Frank Zappa fan sites. These guys are coming to this to listen to about Frank, and they'll hear a little bit of Frank, but they'll look at it and go, what the fuck? It's all about Bob. It's like an info commercial. He faked having a guest, Frank Zappa, so he can promote his own shit. So remember the humor of that.
No, because it's actually something he saw. The conceptual continuity is not only the whole of your work, but you taking on the people that came before you. Is what LaRouche said. You have to connect to the big eternal. He thought we're not eternal as physical meat sacks, but eternal in reconnecting to this big work of art that is the environment.
Right. Let's see what Dave says. Listening, hitting the other side soon. Dave's calling that sleep. Then he says, I'll try and hang in. Got up at 7. Then Sue, who's watching what Dave types, says, yeah, Dave, it's 20 after 4 here. Sue bragging that she's up till 20 after 4 in the morning. Well, yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry we're going to play this next hour, but it's worth it. We are celebrating Bob. We're giving thanks via Frank to Dobbstown, right? Isn't that what we're doing? And, of course, that just means...
No, we're actually understanding why Zappa is part of the chart and how the chart contains...
Exactly. Very good, Roxy. You reminded me of what we were doing. I got carried away thinking it was about me. No, it's about the chart.
Bob, you are
I'm the worst cult member here. I am the most devoted cult member.
Understanding the church is part of the healing of. We also need to, in all this noise, to hear the music, the coherence. The
coherence. Okay, well, Dave says no. Dave goes he, and he goes, no, it's 4:20, Bob. So now Sue and Dave are arguing over what time it is. See, it's not human. That's what happens with time. People start arguing. He's saying, no, it's 4:20, Bob. Oh, no, he's saying it's 420. 420, which is, 24, and it's 24 years since this last broadcast. There's 42, the big number in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So I think Dave is pointing out the relevance of 420. And then Suzanne says, Bob is right again. I don't know what about. I said too much. Most of it was correct. Now, Greg comes back, and he puts together, I think, a really nice collage. He has met me. I was on a show a couple of days later. Then he has a week to organize his archives. He had one of the best Club 22 archives from CKLN. And he does a really nice job, I think, in this part. More amazement of what was said. It is pretty amazing to listen to it. Okay, so we're looking at part 2. So we're ready?
Yay!
Okay. Dave's saying 420. 420. We'll have to wait on Dave. Type some more evidence. Dave's discovering something. Dave's discovering something. He's trying to find the perfect words. Okay, here we go. Mute everybody.
All participants are now muted.
Details of Frank later in detail. Frank in detail. Okay, so reading from his transcripts, which predict ion, even more evidence of that. Okay, I will make sure the sound is right
welcome to another edition of Unfortunate Sonic Casualties here on CKLN 88.1 FM. My name's Gerald Belanger, and here tonight, a very special guest, beaming in from the past, but always from the future. A man who used to dominate this time slot and dominate the airwaves, he did. The highest rated show CKLN has ever had. The man sitting next to me, Mr. Bob Dobbs.
Good evening, Jared. You want to do it next week? I'm here next week.
No. But, maybe Greg will have you on his show. You should talk to him.
Who's Greg?
Greg Duffel. He's here in the building. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're Greg. Hey, Greg.
I came down.
Running down. We're Canada Secretary of State, Greg Duffel.
I want you always beside me.
Good morning and welcome to the International Connection. Today's installment is a special one as it marks the return of a former CKLN broadcaster who played a big role in influencing the formation of this very program. As some of you may remember, Bob Marshall was the original host of the International Connection. His programming brought us voices such as Dave Emery, Sherman Skolnick, Frank Zappa, Lyndon LaRouche, and the astounding Mae Russell. Joining us today will be Bob Marshall's teacher, a former CKLN broadcaster himself, visionary and subgenius. After over a 10-year absence, I'm extremely proud to welcome to the International Connection this morning, calling from an undisclosed location, somewhere in the Greater Toronto area, none other than Bob Dobbs.
I'll be on CFRB tonight at 11, CFRB 1010 AM.
You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems. One vast and immane, interwoven, interacting, multivariate, multinational dominion of dollars. And you have meddled with the primal forces of nature.
Oh, by the way, welcome to the program. Richard Serrett with you till 2 o'clock. It's the night side. The new and improved night side. We'll continue to talk about events of September 11th. The terrorist attack, so-called. Nelson Thal is here, and Bob Dobbs, a real-life spy from Echelon Intelligence. Welcome once again, gentlemen, to the program.
Well, let's look at it as a Rome that's global. In other words, we spiral through history, we repeat the same methods, each dictator, and this is the global final dictatorship.
Yes.
Final Rome.
We are interlinked. We are inside each other's digestive system, and we are consuming and eating and feeding each other. That's the percept. A noun, a name, an American, any kind of word structure is puny compared to the electronic level we live on.
Bob, I'm going to go back to the caller.
It seems to me, again, from what Bob is saying, is that it might actually come from the very place that experienced the tragedy.
This is a good cliffhanger. Bob will be on next week. One last hour with Bob.
All works out. I'll be in the Toronto Star on Tuesday.
Excellence was always my mandate. You want to do it next week? I'm here next week.
So, good morning. It's time for another International Connection, heard each week here on CKLN 88.1 FM, and on the internet at http://ckln.sac.ryerson.ca. I'm your host, Greg Duffel, and I'm here every Sunday morning at this time. Additionally, you may reach us by accessing the International Connection email or web address, and I'll give those out soon because they contain important information about Bob. And if I'm lucky here, Bob, do you hear me?
No.
Yes, you don't?
Are we on?
Yes, you're on. You're up on CKLN here. Can you hear me at all?
No.
How would you be responding to me if you couldn't hear me?
Well, I hear you through the radio.
Oh, good. That's
okay,
good.
I'm not going to hear you in my ear then.
No, you're going to hear me on the radio only.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Lucky I got a radio.
Yes, I know. That's why I wanted you to have a radio.
Okay. I guess I should have warned you. That was tremendous billing, and I tend to live up to it.
Okay, very good. Well, Bob, I've got lots of material to cover today, so let's just get right into it. Before we go any further ruminations about the September 11th situation that have happened over the last week of your thinking about it and more absorbing, more activities by the powers that will be?
Okay, first point is to go back to Stanley Kubrick's 2001. He picked the right year. What did the apes see? They saw World Trade Tower 1. What did the men who landed on the moon, 20,000 years later see? World Trade Center Tower 2. You remember that big black slab?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, Alpha and the Omega. in man's history, in humanity's history. 2 big slabs, which would be technological space, turned into hardware. So I just want to point out that Kubrick picked the right date, 2001.
I'm going to play a little clip here, Bob. It's sort of about our audience, and actually this is a clip from a few years ago, maybe 10 or 11 years ago. I think it's August 22nd.
Good date. If you look at the April 1981 issue of Covert and Intelligence, Covert Action Bulletin, there's an article on the October 22nd movement, how certain American intelligence agencies always do their dirty work on the 22nd. That's April 1981 Covert Action Bulletin.
Here is a clip from the August 22nd Bob Dobbs show.
Elias the Wasteland originally was called He Do the Police in Different Voices. Who are the brain police? That's me. I do the police in different voices. But I don't do the voices myself. I change in response to the voices offered by the Holy Offices from McLuhan, Skolnick, and so forth. You know what I mean? You ever read Lyndon LaRouche? Have you got that far yet? That's tricky stuff to get into. Have you got that far?
I haven't understood one thing you've talked about and all that. We listen to this over and over again, your tapes every day, and it's...
Well, I'll give you a clue. You got to go get Finnegan's Wake. Finnegan's Wake is what we use. We use Finnegan's Wake, which is radio in print.
I dropped out of school, 10, 12 years ago, and I tried to read some James Joyce years ago. My brother gave to me.
Well, you have an advantage. You have an advantage. You see, it's the most intelligent people believe the myths of their time and are most successful at it. They're the ones who become the professional yuppies and leaders, and they believe the myths, and they become stupid.
I'm trying to get on welfare myself.
Well, that's the right direction. Go in that direction. Head for welfare, because that'll give you slack and give you time to understand Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right.
Communism is way better than Christianity. Communism is way better, far superior to Christianity. Okay, caller, we're ready, mate. That's it, Tim. You're wonderful.
You. Bye.
Bye. Oh, that guy is, that's a good student, mate. I'm happy. On the 22nd, can you believe it?
Good night tonight, Bob.
Yeah.
It feels good.
So, Bob, there was the craziness that was that show. You heard Mike Dyer there. Any comments about that for our audience?
Well, I love your taste. You picked some good items. I want to go on to the next point, which will enhance the craziness. I have a chart, which you can go onto my website, but you'll give that later.
Well, actually, I'll do that right now. Maybe people want to follow along. The easiest way to get to all of Bob's sites is to go to the International Connection website, which is members.home.net/International Connection, all together. And go there, go to the links page, and you'll find all kinds of Bob links on that site.
All right, if they go to the Silencing the Virtually Solar Theater chart.
Okay.
That's the title, which is what we witnessed on September 11th. What you have on the top of the chart is 5 names: Rai, Eloy, Tu, Lofty, and Bob. Rai, Eloy, Tu, and Lofty are ancient archetypes for the original separatenesses. Bob is positioned in that chart for the feminine stream, the feminine meme of ISIS. Now, there's a reason why Bob's positioned there. Yesterday, we had a frightening and amazing confirmation of the chart. They showed the picture and name of one of the suspected terrorist trainers, who was in the Toronto Star on page A16. And his name was, first of all, last name, Rai Icy. Combination of Rai and ISIS on my chart. And the combination of male-female was what was happening from 1990 on till now through the work of Bob and Connie, who replay and mirror the Rai and ISIS situation. But guess what his first name was? The hint is he came in on air. It wasn't Eloy, it wasn't Tu, it was Lofty. One of the names of my chart. I hope the intelligence agencies concerned do not interrogate you too quickly, Greg, but how come the name of one of the guys is on my chart?
And again, when was that chart done?
That chart was published in the August-September issue of 96, issue of Flipside, so exactly 5 years ago. It was composed in late 95, early 96, as I figured out a way to mirror the Android memes romp through the 90s.
Amazing. Well, I'll be waiting for a knock on my door. Actually, speaking of knock on my door, now we talked last week about the significance of the number 22. It's come up again today because of the August 22, 1990 broadcast that I just played a section from. Now, my street address is 422. Now, should I be concerned about that, Bob?
Yes, Moore's anachrony. That's April 22nd. April 22nd, 92, there's your 11. But April 22nd was the date for the first perfect pitch that Bob Marshall and Tom Rich put out in 85. They did another perfect pitch April 22nd, 86, and then a third one September 22nd, always mirroring the 22nd. But the next extraordinary point was Bob's Me Calls he put out by Time Again Productions, and Jerry Belanger was the first distributor of that, Dove Entertainment, I think it was called. That album arrived in Toronto on April 22nd, 1992. April 22nd is very important. That's your address, 422.
That's right. I've always been concerned about that, but that sounds like good xenocracy.
Yes. There are two kinds and four kinds and many kinds of 22. But if you, as we used to say on the show, I used to be able to have callers call in, and I knew they were subgeniuses, so they would. I would say, "What's your phone number?" And they'd give their phone number. After I'd asked for 22 in their life and they couldn't find it, something like their address or phone number would be given, and we'd find the 22 in there. So obviously you've been a devoted subgenius, and you're going to have the 22, but you're like on the A team with an 422 22 aspect. That's important. That's good.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to delay this any longer because he's on the phone, and here he is, Bob. Here is Wayne Morris.
Hello, Wayne.
Hey, Bob.
Good to hear from you. Wayne has the honor of allowing me to do 5 last shows, a kind of postscript from April to August 91 after Mike Dyer left and I wasn't allowed back on anymore.
Oh.
Wayne sponsored those last shows, and I always remember when we had the X's talk about George Bush, and it said Wayne reeling. It just upset his paradigm.
Oh, it sure did. Do you still hold those views about Bush?
Oh, yeah, well, he's, it's always in ratio. It's a figure ground. George Bush in relation to Reagan, George Bush in relation to his past, George Bush in relation to our present. The main point about Bush is that he made some very smart moves in 1980 when he pulled off the October surprise. But that's all water under the bridge. In the long run, everybody failed. We're now in big trouble. All of humanity failed. So it's not a time for blame because, as Leonard Cohen says, everybody knows. Now how do we apply that?
I just want to introduce Wayne because some listeners might not know who he is, and I don't think I gave him a proper introduction. Wayne Morris is the former host of the International Connection. He is the longest lived host of the International Connection in terms of the span of the program. He was around, I guess, doing International Connection from the late 1980s until just about a year and a half ago when he handed over to me. And so there. Anyway.
Right, well, now you've got all the hosts of the International Connection almost.
Pretty much.
Right now.
Pretty much.
I took it over from Bob.
Yeah. So.
Thanks for taking it over, Wayne.
Hey, no problem. It was a fun 10 years.
Yeah, well, it was a good waiting period. Now it all makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I want to put out some possibilities and get your comments on this, too, just some ideas that I've been thinking about and of what's behind the horrible events of a couple of weeks ago now. What came to mind, having particularly done the Mind Control radio series and getting kind of an inside scoop on this global hierarchy, and it was referred to as the Council or Illuminati or whatever you want to call it.
I called it the solar government, if you remember.
The secret government, right?
No, the solar government.
Well, I'm not sure if it goes that far, but whoever's running Kissinger, Bush.
You know about Echelon, Wayne.
Echelon.
Yes, that is the solar government. Technically, that is
right. The technology government.
Yeah, and they're the ones who the European Parliament complained about and made an official statement about 6 weeks ago.
Right.
I mean, so that is it's a technological vortex. It's cyberspace, as it was known in the 90s. That's the solar government I said I was part of.
Right.
But carry on.
Well, these people seem to have the humans that are involved in this seem to have this behavioral disorder of wanting to control everything. I don't quite understand it, but that seems to be the case, and these are the same people that are involved in very heavily involved in international drug trafficking and arms traffic and child pornography and all kinds of other very lucrative industries. And what I had thought might be a possibility for what's behind this attack is, we heard George Bush Sr. talk about the New World Order and wanting to bring in a global government, global military, which, Bob, I'm sure that, well, in terms of the government, is already there.
Wayne,
in terms of the military, what I see as the effects of what's just happened is that we're moving now towards, we've identified a new enemy, global terrorism, and it's going to take a global war to fight this as it's being set up. And I think this is a major step forward in terms of amalgamating the U.S. military with NATO and perhaps other national militaries into a global military system. What I heard also, which is I haven't confirmed whether it's true, and probably we won't know for a little while, is within a couple of hours of the bombing, or rather the crash into the Pentagon, I heard from somebody that works in the U.S. Air Force that what they were being told, what they were told within those first couple of hours was that the plane had a very strategic target and wiped out the top brass in the U.S. Army in the Pentagon. Now, we haven't heard that yet, but if it's true, and I understand there were some conflicts between the Army generals and the more of the globalists that were trying to, take over the U.S. military, including Cheney, who is from a NATO background. That this may, if it's true, it may be a huge step in terms of amalgamating the militaries of the world, in terms of having the NATO generals step in to basically run the U.S. Army. But we'll see about that. In any case, whether that's true or not, I think it's been a big step forward in terms of advancing that global, that New World Order agenda. And the other effects are just that we have now are approaching, given the go-ahead, and we're asking, the public is asking for this, go-ahead for bringing in a police state, basically wiping out any rights, privacy that we have now, will be drastically changed or erased in the future, all in the name of fighting this global terrorist threat. Other possibilities that are even maybe scarier is that what I think is possibility is that Bush Sr., Kissinger are behind this, but basically just carrying out the plans of this higher controlling body, in that they're attempting a deliberate provocation on the Arab world, with the end in mind to basically really cripple the United States in terms of economic and military power. So I want to put that out for people to think about. There are possibilities, and I think from what I've read and people that I've talked to, that it's, from my view, it's the most likely possibility. And that the other effect of that is on a more kind of emotional, spiritual level, is that this has created an enormous amount of fear around the world, a fear that people realize now that a world war may be imminent, that we may be seeing retaliation attacks, that there's all kinds of advanced weaponry out there, and a lot of weaponry that's kind of unaccounted for from the former Soviet Union. And I think that also may be part of the intended effect, is to create this fear energy around the world. And I think people have got to think about, if that's what they want, then maybe we should be, focusing on the love energy and really keeping that in mind and getting in touch with your spiritual selves to get through this, and because I think things are going to get crazier in the next few years, and I think people, unless they have that connection to spirit, are going to fall into those traps. But so, Bob, what do you make of what I've just said?
Well, they're wise words, Wayne, and I wouldn't. I go ditto, as they say on Rush Limbaugh. Ditto, Wayne. The only thing I'd add is the fact that you wondered at the beginning why humans have to have this vanity, this greed, this center control, centralization. I think that was McLuhan's contribution that he got from Phineas Wake and enhanced with Harold Innis, was the fact that the phonetic alphabet created this abstract visual space, which set up center margin structures, which we saw exaggerated in the Roman Empire. And then when papyrus was pulled out, it happened again with print, which sped up the phonetic alphabetic effect. And then as we got into the electric age and then the digital age, you have this privacy-generated effect from the alphabet and the printed book, which is a cultural meme that has an addiction to privacy. And as the electronic vortex swallows it up, the inheritors of the legacy of that visual space, that visual effect, is in a real identity crisis. So Bush and Kissinger, and they are certainly just puppets for the 12 people I talked about last week on this show, the 12 people that have no names because they have doubles. They are not the names they originally were born with, and they are riding this storm, the Doors, riders of the storm. They're riding this storm, representing private space, which we all have. So the question becomes, what is spirituality? Is spirituality the electronic vortex, the global Esperanto that X-rays and threatens this private identity, or is spirituality something that is neither private identity or corporate identity and some level of transcendence? These are the questions I think the Creator is working out through us in this problem. I believe in an evolutionary situation where the Creator is not sure what it has created, and we're acting out that drama of cognition. So that's the big picture. That's and maybe esoteric for many people, but that's the drama that the media are acting out. The Android meme is acting out in front of us, the clash between the retribalized corporate ESP and the private identity set up by money and print systems. Just so, Wayne, you cannot be a Rockefeller, but Rockefeller does not own the incredible software communism we live in. But as it gets more and more threatened via hardware military bureaucracies, it attempts to lock down and control this whole thing to preserve the fact that, Wayne, you can be Wayne and I can be Bob under different names, right? See, there's a different way to look at it.
Yeah, and just your comment about, I think the spirit is a universal identity. It kind of transcends all of
right, but we have the electric environment that extends, Wayne, we have the electric environment that extends that spiritual condition. And if we don't understand how that threatens the cultural values propped up by the phonetic alphabet, then we're further confused. Not that I say that the phonetic alphabet is the ultimate medium, but it is there in the West, and it is the meme and the technological support and apparatus that created this crisis. Because why couldn't we, 40 years ago, in the 60s, united under the global effect of satellite computers and television? What was preventing that? Some could say greed, some could say lust, some could say private power, vanity, the pleasure of not being a cyborg while the whole population turns into a cyborg. What was the reason when Rai returned to essence in January 67 that humanity is backfiring? Well, maybe we have to work out this agony because history always goes through transformation via blood, it seems. So I know that we're in big trouble, exactly what you said. We're going to have radiation. We're going to have pollution of the food supply. So I've said on CFRB and after and other shows that we have to organize how we're going to build up the planet after. And that includes creative resistance in all forms and includes breakdown as breakthrough. We can enhance the organic food networks. We can enhance the food supply in the ways that shows real intelligence is not frustrated by the industrial confusion of the last 100 years.
What do you think about the ideas of this Earth and all the inhabitants about moving into a new octave of vibration.
Well, the Church of Subgenius is interpreted by Reverend Stang and those boys make a joke of that. They take the fundamentalist term, the rapture, and call it the rupture. So I think the rupture has been happening through various environments. This is on my chart. The telegraph, and then the movie, then the radio and the television, then the computer and the satellite, and then the instant replay, and now the Android meme are octaves. I think William Irwin Thompson, who included in my book Prophetic Communion, is the best philosopher of shifting in a new octave. He's quite serious about saying that we need to be mutated into a new form, and it'll happen.
It is happening now. I mean, all the new children that are being born are different race of human beings. They're
the indigo,
extremely intelligent, and have this sense of that they are spiritual beings having a human experience. And
yeah, that's the indigo generation, is the popular term. Well, maybe that's why my email is named Purple. I am the leader of whoever claims to be
the original indigo child.
Beg your pardon?
The original indigo child.
Yes, purple. You look at that the people, P-E-U-R. You know, means original. The people, the pun in the word purple, an overlayered pun. So the transformation is going to happen, and we can be optimistic because we all know we survive death. We just don't know if God knows what he or she or it is doing in offering this challenge to what He's created.
Yeah.
That's the question. But of course, the question's always there.
Responsible.
Wouldn't it be amazing, Wayne, if we have altered the whole direction of the archive in the octave this present hour?
Well, I think we've got the collective ability to do that.
Yes, because it's homeopathic. We, in one little point, can affect everything. You know, the chaos theory of the butterfly.
Yeah. But I think we've been so fractured by all of these, media and political systems, religion, and so forth, that we've forgotten that, and we've forgotten our power that way.
Yeah, that's
hopefully we'll remember in time.
What'd you say?
Hopefully we'll remember in time before it's too late.
Well, I don't want to reduce ourselves to platitudes. I mean, they are necessary, but what would we say next? I agree with you, but what will we say next at 3 minutes to 10?
Who knows?
Well, why don't I break in? Wayne, do you want to hang in here and go roll with the show here, and I'll play some other stuff? And do you want to stay on?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Bob, I'm going to go to a little thing that I put together for a moment here, and we'll be back with more comments from Bob. Bob? Bob? I've lost Bob.
Uh-oh.
Wayne, vamp for me here for a minute, okay?
Yeah, I think Bob started the show sometime around the early 80s, mid-80s. So it's been 15, 16, 17 years. The first things that came to mind, too, when I heard about this was, and just started thinking about it, was the history that particularly Bush Sr. has had in terms of setting up their previous assets for a fall. We saw that with Saddam Hussein, who was a CIA-paid asset before the U.S. supplying him with a lot of the arms technology that, some of that he currently has, and basically set him up for that attack. Similarities in the Oklahoma City bombing, where I've pretty much been convinced that it was an inside job as well, and setting up the patsies for that, and again having that same effect of really expanding legally the powers of the U.S. in terms of fighting terrorism. The counterterrorism bill was signed by President Clinton the next day after the bombing. It was all ready to go, and which gave the U.S. the ability to decide in a secret court, without having to provide evidence to the accused, that you're a terrorist, we're going to lock you up, take everything you've got, and throw away the key. And they've already got that power now.
Listen, I'm going to play something that's sort of apropos to that. It's from Frank Zappa, a topic that I want to go into now with Bob, about Frank. Here's something from, I don't know when this was recorded, obviously more than 10 years ago, because Frank's been gone for over 10 years, except Bob communicates with him. Hold on. Here is the Frank Zappa clip.
We're talking about a concentration camp in Louisiana.
Yep. The story of this concentration camp was run on the ABC network show Nightline. I guess it was 87, or whenever I was editing on Uncle Meat at the Pacific Video, because that's where I saw it. It had an interview with the mayor of this town in Louisiana, where they've built a concentration camp to round up Arabs. And he says he wished they would round them up soon because it would help the economy of his city. And this place is not far from Jimmy Swaggart's place, by the way. It's near Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And it was further reported that the concentration camp was built as part of Oliver North's plan to suspend the U.S. Constitution.
To suspend it?
That's right. And this show ran at 11:30, I think it was on a Wednesday night, and the next day there wasn't one piece of news coverage follow-up to the story at all. It never went anywhere else. It vanished because in 1980, when Reagan took office, he created a new branch of the U.S. government. I believe it's called the Department of Domestic Diplomacy. He hired the man from the CIA who had been responsible for the last 20 or 30 years for all the propaganda all over the world. Made him the head of this agency, and the task of the agency was to control U.S. public opinion. Basically, this agency calls broadcasters and tells them what stories to drop. Newsweek reported this. As far as I know, they've never disbanded this government agency.
So that was Frank talking about, this is from over 10 years ago. Any comments about that, Bob?
Well, I've talked to Frank about that stuff. Frank was a great man. He was a holy office on the show. One side thing before we go to Frank, Wayne, Bob Marshall started CKLN. The first broadcast was the last week of August 1984, the week that Truman Capote died in Joanna Carson's home, who was the ex-wife of Johnny Carson. Just a technical point there. Zappa is, remember, he coined the word xenochrony, which is strange synchronicity. He would mix recorded stuff, bass lines, drum solos, guitar stuff from completely different songs, mix them together with hopes that they wouldn't synchronize, because he kind of liked dissonance a lot. And they often synchronized. And so he called that strange synchronicity. So as we move into the global ESP, his metaphor is the attempt of private identity to avoid synchronizing with everybody, a replay of the alphabetic effect. Now, technology came alive in 1960, and over the next 30 years, laid out its replay of the history of technologies and then died. And in its throes of miming, predicting ahead of time our formation into a new octave, it acted out the human dilemma of experiencing synchronicity and of resisting it. So often in media now, for me, and I think I'm a prototype of this, is that, for example, the movie The Matrix totally mimed my chart and my manifesto, which was published in Flipside. And I think what we're going to lead into, me as acting this out first as a prophet, is the fact the future is going to wear your face. It's going to be all about you, and it's going to be your choice. In the concentration camp that's being built that Wayne talked about, it's going to be a virtual concentration camp. It's going to cold world, but it'll give you warmth by replaying your reality for you. The simple cliche term is all the news will be about you and what your demographics are and what your preferences and consumption are. That's the horrible fate we're moving into, and the only way to get out of that is to bring a new energy source to break us out of this software concentration camp. So when you play Frank and bring up that, it brings back a lot of personal things and conversations I had with him. The great interview that Bob Marshall did that was played on CKLN in 88, which was named in Dave Wally's final biography of Zappa as the best interview. That interview, 3.5 hours was on the record and 3.5 hours was off the record, and Frank talked a lot about how he was under surveillance. So Frank was the only one who maintained detachment from the abuse value that is highlighted in the TV show Behind the Music, which shows every star that ever went through anything in the rock pop culture and the drug culture was abused up the yin-yang. And Zappa's the only one who remained detached and would get on the media and say stuff that we just heard.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great man.
Now, the one thing that's really concerned me about Zappa and his ability to know things, and it'll be evidenced in this clip, and what you've talked about diet and nutrition and things like this. I'm going to play a clip here. This is from something that was recorded from CKLN. It was played on the Club 22 show, Kent Perry. It's Howard Stern interviewing Frank Zappa.
So you're looking at, I'm admiring Frank Zappa. The man has remained thin for a long time. How do you stay so thin, Frank?
It's my diet.
Is it really? What do you eat?
Coffee and cigarettes.
No, really, what do you eat?
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
You don't eat any health food or anything?
No.
You're just mentioning Shrek.
Take vitamins?
No.
How the hell does everyone do?
I don't know.
See, I should never have given up smoking cigarettes.
Maybe that's it.
Did you stop smoking?
Yeah, I was smoking 2 packs a day, and I loved it.
How come?
Someone told me it was bad for me, and I bought the whole thing.
Yeah, well, Frank, why do you smoke cigarettes?
Yeah, I
like them.
Aren't you nervous about dropping dead?
This is America. You can die from anything in this country.
You gotta be a pretty brave man smoking those cigarettes. I think Frank thinks it's all a bunch of crap and thinks it's a plot by the U.S. government.
Some theory about how somebody was behind this.
Is that whole cancer thing a plot by the U.S. government?
Probably not.
So there's Frank. Any comments about that, Bob?
Well, Frank, I always said acted out the Rai principle. He was the last great artist. That private identity, that original creator that was the hallmark of the alphabetic tradition in the West, but he was confronting the corporate global synchronization and merger, and he acted out that. He was a musician who presented a movie for our ears, movie being the ultimate American archetype. The only reason they looked into JFK's possible conspiracy in the assassination was because it was communicated to the Americans via a movie, JFK. When that happened, the medium of choice for Americans communicated so much they opened the law and released more files. So that's all of so much credit. But Zappa knew that the movie was the medium, and his music often sounded like a soundtrack to a movie. But he did act out the American archetype. And when he died in '93, which was the beginning of the replay of the Android meme, it was a tragic point. I think he expressed the failure of all of us to deal with what was coming. It wasn't his fault, but he had to act it out. And he did it musically as the big note. And my chart that we're referring to is the tribute to Frank. Is called the Xenocronist Bob's Tiny Note, as opposed to the big note that Frank talked about. Zappa here, did he get prostate cancer because 60 Minutes poisoned him when they did a special on him in 1988 and never broadcast? Did he get prostate cancer from, too much cigarettes and stuff? Did he get it because of his sexual hang-ups, if he had any? Who knows? That's the mystery of cognition. But I know that Frank had that incredible dynamo of energy, so that it didn't matter what he ate. He could get his work done, and he was an alcoholic, and he got his 60 albums out, and it's a beautiful testament to everything that we now have to face. As he said, he offered a question. He was a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why not was the name of his company when he worked in the Soviet Union and after the wall went down. A question. What do you say to that, Wayne?
Well,
the world, McLuhan invented a punctuation mark called the double duty interrobang, which is an exclamation mark and a question mark superimposed over it. The World Trade Center is a double duty interrobang. The bombing of that is the question proposed to us, and how we respond is the test for us.
Caller. Oh, sorry, Bob. I just wanted to offer callers the ability to phone into the show in the last 15 or 20 minutes that we have, 416-595-1655. I'll try to field callers. And just to warn you, Wayne, to actually take any more callers, I'm going to have to put you on hold here, occasionally put you back on, etc. So, okay. Bob, I'm going to play another section from that Howard Stern interview, and it's Frank's ruminations about AIDS.
Not about Bill Casey.
No, I don't have. He didn't mention Casey, I don't think.
Oh, he does in that interview.
That's true, yeah.
They all think he's dead, and he says, how do you know he's dead?
Right.
Which stunned them.
I'm surprised he hasn't said anything about AIDS, and how that was started by,
how was AIDS started,
testing.
Frank?
It came out of a laboratory.
Get out of here.
It's out of a laboratory. No question in my mind.
What are you saying happened?
Somebody built it on purpose.
Frank.
Yeah.
That is so scary.
Frank, do you realize what you just said?
The truth.
Do you realize what you just said?
No, what did I just say? Somebody made it on purpose.
Who did it? Who would do such a thing? Who would do that? Who would do it? Who would do that?
That I couldn't tell you, but it seems to me that something that suddenly appears out of nowhere and kills 700 people in the month of November in the United States is not a natural occurrence.
He's got an argument there.
Really?
Yeah, or to put it more bluntly, who's pluking the monkeys?
Yeah, who is pluking the monkeys?
Bob?
Tremendous, Greg, tremendous. Is that stuff we played? Kent used to play that.
That was played on the Kent Perry Show sometime in 1990.
Yeah, and that was a tape given to me by Henry Greenbaum, my Zappa fanatic friend in New York. He gave me that back about 87, 88.
And all that's detailed in Leonard Horowitz's work, where he came across the documents for the program to basically build AIDS.
That's right. Yeah. Now, Wayne, the thing there. You wondered how Frank got this information. If you go to Android Memes and Acronym on my website, you'll see the diary of the secret history of the 20th century, and you'll see my interactions with Frank from 1958 on, and you'll see how I gave him that information. And the last page of his autobiography, he refers to A Higher Form of Killing, which information I had to get him, that book, A Higher Form of Killing, which lays out Dr. MacArthur's proposal to the Senate Committee on AIDS. And Greg and maybe Wayne, you have the broadcast that what Bob Marshall did, predicting what AIDS, how it came about. It was called technically a viral debilitant. And if anybody wants to know what happened, we broadcast on CKLN. The predictions that the source that Bob Marshall played turned out accurate. The virus mutated, genetically engineered mutation, became more benign, and there's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up time. But that's a subplot here, right, Greg?
Yes, I'm back. Now I'm going to play something that Bob Marshall played on the program, and this was his show on AIDS.
Well, thanks, Richard, for giving me a minute extra. Welcome to the International Connection. This is the electrified voice of Bob Marshall. Today we have something special. I'm in here live. The International Connection will present for the public's consideration an interview with a man who claims to have observed the activities of a group of people who he claims created an artificial AIDS virus which was injected into the native population of a particular area in Africa under the cover of a well-known inoculation program in the 1970s.
And here is the speaker who was giving the information.
This man claims that later HIV viruses will be shown to have mutated into a less virulent form. The interview was conducted in September 1988, and I was asked to wait and see if certain information surfaced in the media.
However, its first mutation was into a virulent form and affected the immune system to eliminate its function, went beyond the designer view. Is mutating, however, its spread was much faster and much more swift than anyone expected.
Bob, why don't you comment about that?
Excellent work, Greg. I haven't heard that in so many years. That's tremendous to hear that again. What a time to play it. First of all, that was Bob Marshall introduced it, not me. Remember, I'm not Bob Marshall.
That's right.
And the did you modulate that to make it clear? Did you have to work on it?
No, I took that. That was a tape, I think, recorded directly off CKLN.
That's tremendous, because I never knew how it sounded. Bob Marshall had to, he got a friend to modulate it to protect the person speaking there. And then we broadcast it, but I didn't know how it heard, how it came across. So you're actually showing me how the Android meme, the electronic vortex heard it, and it's quite clear.
Yes, it was very clear. And that was actually played, I think, without the effect on your show at midnight at some point years later.
Did Kent do that?
I think so, or you might have. You might have.
Maybe we did do that. No, it was never... maybe I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did replay it later at night. There was when Bob Marshall did that in '89, it was a press conference, and he took a statement around to the Toronto Star and various newspapers, gave them a copy of the tape to the journalists that were covering the AIDS phenomenon through '88 and '89, and none of them did anything with it. And if they actually, this is how we fail, right? Bob Marshall failed to get the news out, and it was half his fault, and half the idiots who wouldn't listen to him. We got to realize how we're a problem here. You know what I mean? And that's why this nonsense. That's why you got to see it's the Android meme fighting the anthropomorphic physical. These are terms from my chart, and we have to see how we should not engage with any information environment. As I used to say, the only station worth listening to in the whole world was CKLN. And if everybody could tune into it and we had the technology, then we'd know what's going on. But we're not seeing the information environment is an illusion. They're just acting out this drama, and they're not stopping and thinking. And who's thinking? And if humans were thinking, how are they going to implement it? We're in a situation where we meet each other one-on-one. One-on-one is now the situation, Wayne. And how you relate to that person, no matter who they are, is where the transformation can come from.
Now, the information that you gave out on AIDS, that was very important at the time. I mean, it may not seem so important now, looking back on it, but the thing is, that on this show was revealing things that would come up in the newspapers or had just come up, but this was recorded months before that. The idea that the virus mutated into different forms.
Yes, that was before it became well known. Within a year that it became noticed that HIV-1 is becoming HIV-2. But this was not announced until '89, and that interview was done in '88.
Right.
And that's why people can survive better on it. It's benign. It's now 20 years. It started in 1980, and so it's 21 years. That interview talks about it going 29 years. So we're at a real point of not very potent anymore. It still affects people, but that source said by 29 years it will be like a 24-hour flu.
Now, I'm going to go on to another clip here, and it's about Twin Peaks.
Great.
But that shows you that you can't escape the cocoon of subgeniushood now that you're a full-fledged member, right? It's just going to keep battering ram at you.
Yeah, I've never seen Twin Peaks, but I was wondering, Twin Peaks, now isn't that Golden Arches? Isn't that just the big M, the upturned breasts or whatever?
Yeah, it's that. It's mountains. It's McDonald's. You got it.
Okay.
It's a visual pun.
I'll let you get on with the show then.
Of course, you'll have much more to contribute later, I imagine. Right?
Well.
Okay, I'm going to explain the number 14 now that 2 and 22 is well established. Okay?
Good.
Okay, Scott. Thanks for the input.
Now, if Twin Peaks ever had a meaning, they do now.
Oh, the 2214 is real interesting. I went to Apocalypse Now the other day. Apocalypse Now Redux. I hadn't seen it in 22 years.
Yes, I saw that recently, too.
Yeah, 1979. And the key point is when Kurtz writes a letter to his wife and family talking about the setup the military was laying on him, and he had dropped out and he was just moving forth in this psychotic attempt to eliminate the enemy because he couldn't understand them. And remember the horror, Wayne, the horror of that flipped Kurtz out was over a vaccination issue. The tribe was vaccinated by Kurtz in the early stages, like 1964, in this fictional biography, and then when he came back and the local tribe had chopped off all the children's arms. That was the horror that he couldn't handle. Now, Wayne, you're aware of the problems over the crisis and issues and argument over the value of vaccination, which is a medical thing that gets into Connie's work. But it's interesting, that's not noted. It's an issue over the horrors of vaccination. But he writes this letter, and I notice, I'm really good at noticing numbers. It just flashes by. The date of the letter is 11/11/68. Remembrance Day. But 11/11 is 22 /68 6 and 8 is 14. 22/14. If you look at this chart I'm talking about, the Silencing Virtually Solar Theater chart, you will see it's Dobbstown attacks, 22/14. In the essay on this chart, 22 is the baby boomer, it's a sign for the baby boomer generation, 14 is a sign for the Generation X, but the 22/14 is the two Twin Peaks. The Twin Peaks you see at the World Trade Center are 110 feet. That's 2 11s. That's 22. Flight 11 and Flight 175. 7 and 5 is 12. Flight 1's 11. Those 2 11s become 22. So 22 attacks 22. But the Pentagon was attacked by Flight 77, which is 14. So the 22/14 is emanating all through this situation. You didn't play how I explained the 14 from the tape, but I assume something did happen on that show, and I explained it. But you look at my chart, you'll see at the 22/14 point, where Dobbstown, which is any subgenius terrorist operation, you see that the magazine on the chart that parallels that is called Ben is Dead. Now, Ben is dead, Osama bin Laden, which a pun on that is, oh, Uncle Sam, you've been laden. Sammy's been laden. But the thing is Ben. Remember the rat horror movie in the 80s called Ben? So you have that impregnated into the kid's mind, Operation Mind Control, 22 years ago probably. So you have Ben is dead right on my chart, and that's the drama. 24 hours after the bombing on September 11th, you saw this burning building in Kabul, and the United States denied that they bombed it with a missile. But what happened there is you had the Lee Harvey Oswald situation. The people organizing the bin Laden operation had to be wiped out because they knew too much to the people that connected to higher levels, and it's not necessarily the Bush-Kissinger level. It's into these anonymous people level. That had to be blown out. That was the Lee Harvey Oswald patsy being killed, so there was no information coming out from them. And that's an interesting point. Now, Ben is dead as a result of that. When they bring forward the body of Ben Laden, we don't know that he wasn't already killed, maybe in that 24-hour shootout just on September 11th, or will they bring forward the double? But the issue is Ben is dead. That's the question, the icon. And it's right on my chart.
It's obviously it's an integrated attack and must be dealt with in an integrated way. Any organization that can plan such a coordinated attack within a very brief period of time must have substantial resources and must have a very capable organization and must have a haven where it is planning these things. You can't do that in a back room.
Only he would know, huh?
The voice of Fritz Kramer.
It boggles my mind that this bin Laden's been public enemy number one for, 4 or 5 years, and that, certainly the U.S. intelligence service is going to be focused on his communications, his movements, his plans, and how they could have, not come up with something about this if he had done it. It just, another one of the things that just doesn't add up.
Osama bin Laden, by no stretch of the imagination, has any of the capabilities to do or to organize anything like what happened yesterday. He also, there's a creation of the Anglo-American Israeli operations, which we came to know in the United States as run contra to a certain point. So he is their creation. He's still kept in place. They'll curse him. They may kill him someday, but he's still there. And they do have a lot of controls over him. He's not capable of doing that. Somebody who wants a war in the Middle East, wants the United States to go into the Middle East and start pounding the Middle East and other places, because the effect of doing that, the way it's programmed now, would be to unleash what Brzezinski and his friend Huntington, that is to start a chain reaction fire of violence throughout the 1 billion Muslims in the world. That is not all as a unified force, but even against each other, as we see the Taliban case in Afghanistan.
Bob.
Excellent, Wade, or Greg, whoever's doing this. How did you get that? Is that a recent statement from Lyndon LaRouche?
Yes, that is from a CFRB interview.
Done a few months ago?
No, just right after the attack.
Well, that's tremendous. I guess that was due to Tom Rich's work.
Mm-hmm.
We can be proud. You're really showing a collage of the drama of cognition here, of the people we presented on CKLN, the people who we talked about, and the people who X-rated. I have Zappa and LaRouche. They do X-rays from the opposite direction. So we've got this drama, what I call quadrophenia, acted out right on this show. But we got to remember that we open with the quote, there are no nations, there are no people. To use nouns like Anglo and British and Bush and Israeli, that's all gone. Nobody has any connections anymore. The whole thing is ended. We are starting all over again, and we have our Paleolithic, pre-Paleolithic. It's Atlantean, and as it shows on my chart, it's Lemurian. In Lemurian society, the king couldn't even see people below him. Early perception, 18,000 BC. The Lemurian king could only see his court. So when the bridge fell down, after a while, he waved his hand, and the bridge would be rebuilt. And he couldn't even see who rebuilt it. He couldn't see the slaves. That was the beginning of the hierarchical and caste system in perception in 18,000 BC came out of Lemuria. But Atlantis and the Atlantic Ocean is the alphabetic, high-powered, high-tech movement. You got this contrast between the Lemurian Gaian mentality, which has disservices as well as services, and then the Atlantean dynamic. And all of it's been replayed and virtualized by the Android meme because technology came alive after television extended our collective consciousness. So we're meeting, Wayne, one-on-one. And you may need some bread. Will I give you polluted bread or organic bread or a name? Anybody there?
Sorry, Bob, I was just taking a call there. It's moments are dwindling here.
Is Wayne there?
Yeah, actually, hold on. I'll get him back.
Okay.
There's Wayne.
Am I here? Okay. Yeah, that's what's really important is the one-on-one communication between ourselves, humans.
Because we have the grid,
in the moment as well.
Wayne, we have the technological grid as long as they don't blow up the internet for one-on-one and one-to-many and many-to-many. That's the amazing thing. The beast makes its move, whatever that is, right when it's given us the opportunity to stay in touch with everybody.
So it's sadly the show is coming to an end. I could go on for another hour with the material that I've got here. I want to play one thing here before we go, Bob. Just a blast from the past here.
I just want to say this, Craig. If you want to, I'll be back in New York. We can do it the next week. I can call you in.
We could have you on every week.
That's right. It should be at this point.
Our environment and the way it comes back and treats us, and then disease and our internal environment and how external environment can make us sick once we've polluted it, and how our brains and our thoughts and our decisions that we make and our values also affect our internal environment, and how everything's all mushed together.
Do you remember that voice?
That's Jennifer?
That's right.
Yes,
She used to be on the show before the International Connection.
Right. Did she ever come back? She went to England 10 years ago.
I don't think so.
Jennifer Zaytover.
Yes. Thank you. Very nice to hear that.
I wanted to play that for you, Bob.
Well, Wayne, Greg, what you should have played is an excerpt if you'd gotten of Connie on TV this week.
You know, I have some stuff here. You know what I'll do? Next week.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether I'm going to be here next week because I might be going up to Ottawa for the NATO Parliamentary Assembly meeting,
right.
But I'm not, in attendance. I'm going to be a reporter there, ostensibly. But if I'll probably play Connie on the speech she gave that I recorded. I was there, Bob. Did Connie tell you?
No, I did not. I haven't talked to her in a couple of days. I didn't hear the speech. The panel, you mean?
Yeah, the one down at the hotel.
How was it?
Good. It was great.
What was the talk about?
It was all about the food security. Health Food Association, and about the security of our food.
And genetic engineered food.
Yep. So I might play that next week. I'll edit that up together and probably play that next week. Anyway, Bob. And Bob Dobbs we've been talking to. If you want to go and see stuff related to Bob, go to the International Connection website, which is members.home.net/International Connection, one word. And we've had Wayne Morris, the former host of the International Connection. Bob Dobbs, the man who influenced the original host, Bob Marshall, of the International Connection. I'm Greg Duffel, and that is the International Connection for this week. Thank you very much, Bob, for gracing the program again. And actually, for the first time, this is the second time you were on for the first time last week.
I hope that Wayne can give us his phone number. We keep in touch.
Yes, I'm going to put you both on. I'll put you both on hold, and we're going to go now to Aquí Nuestra America here on CKLN 88.1.
Wow, that was good. So, you
vote for president.
Yes, Bob for World Emperor, World Consigliere, the lawyer for all the people. Now, that's you. So this is Bert?
Yes.
Are you, Bert?
Yes.
You must stand amazed again, right, Bert? You were amazed.
Totally.
Yeah, the xenocracy is again amazing.
Yes.
It's like you're talking about Zappa and the chart and all these things that give us the oleophatic perception. It's like before this hidden group that was programming the environment had the eye of the providence, but now it's like you can develop this, it's beyond the eye, it's the synesthetic perception, the olfactic, the complete view.
Did you hear the blood reference? Bob said that that humans transform by the blood. Did you hear that?
Oh, I think that's, yeah, I meant war and murder, but yeah, that's a word saying more than I realized. That's incredible. That must have been, no wonder you're amazed, Bert. You're taking what I didn't mean. I said it, but I didn't know I meant that. All transformations by blood. Wow, that's incredible. Blood accompanies transformation. Changes in the blood.
But I think
Jeez.
that is one thing, and I see in all the vortices like Lois and McLuhan and Joyce and Zappa in his lyrics and you. It's like you have these phrases that are sort of prophetic, that it's like
all purpose.
They're not aware of what you're really saying. And then it's like, it's the ionic expressing.
Yeah, it's not just the word blood, it's the way I say it. All transformations are accompanied by blood or engage in blood. It's that string of words, not,
And before that was before that, there was subject about moving to the next octave. So
yes, there you go. The frequencies. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I'd say I got some of that from the Evergreens, maybe. I'm not sure. I knew of Gurdjieff, but remember, I was pretty well schooled by the Evergreens, even though they were just entities. They weren't a talking hologram like Ion, but they're tremendous. They were like a completion of the entity of channeling phenomenon. They were the best channeled experience. But what amazed me, and I'm glad to hear it again, I forgot about this. I forgot all the details. The fucking name of one of the trainers, Lofty Raisi, right in the top of my chart. Lofty and Rai and Isis. Incredible. Raisi, Lofty. I mean, the name of the trainer's in the chart. They can't get better than that. Where is he today? Did they kill him? Where's Mr. Lofty Raisi? I remember I have the article. I saw it. Nelson was getting the paper every morning, and he saw it, and he was speechless. He comes over and he says, he just points at it. He can't even say anything. He just looks. I look at it and then I read it. I go, holy shit! I cut it out and I still have it. Pretty sure I should fucking copy that if I could find it and post it. Pretty amazing. But I was impressed with that point. And then all the other stuff. I like the fact we were emphasizing Frank a lot. That's pretty neat. Right?
Yeah, you actually said that. You actually said that the chart was dedicated to him. You said that you were using some of his.
Yeah. Well, it's the Anachronist Bob's Tiny Note. It's a takeoff on the big note. And he coined the word Anachronist. So.
You are saying you gave Frank a lot of information that really influenced his work. Many of his lyrics and his big operas are.
That's right. He's that interview. What was that? He was talking about the concert. Oh yes, that was 1988. He's talking about what he saw on TV in Arkansas or someplace, the concentration camp. The concentration camp is a major meme all through his plays, starting back in the early 60s. And then he even has a play about a concentration camp on the moon, and that's what he said in the October 30th Time magazine article, 1969. when he was explaining his Uncle Meat movie. And I was just reading in some Zappa site or some book that we never figured out what Uncle Meat was about. We didn't get enough information. Well, last week or the week before, I read Richie York's interview with Zappa where he explains the movie Uncle Meat. And it's just a replay of Captain Beefheart meets the Grunt People or versus the Grunt People and Hunch and Toot and these other screenplays he laid out. The Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People was 1964, and then I have the script for when he redid it in 69, and now he's adding in members of Beefheart's band, the Magic Band, plus Grace Slick and a couple other well-known people. He redid it, tried to redo it in 69 with more famous people in it. I don't see Jim Morrison listed, but I heard that Jim Morrison was going to be part of it. And then he does Hunch and Toot in 1972, but as I'm going through it, there are books that go into the conceptual continuity, Frank, but the conceptual continuity is incredible. And I'm going to read some of this stuff tonight, excerpts from these screenplays. It fits in with what we've been saying before. But where are we?
Another idea that I think is really new at that time and even now is like you're saying there is no more Canada on the first audio you played, and then
right.
You're saying there are no more nations.
I said there's no more people.
Yeah.
There's no more people. And I'm saying we have to meet one-on-one?
Yes. So I was going to say, I said your brain receives.
And when we meet one-on-one, sorry, I drowned you out. What did you say about the patterns?
Yeah, that you have to expand your ideas of everything, of your identity, of whatever you think you are, of everything. It has to be expanded to be able to survive in this new environment.
Right. So when I'm saying you meet
categories that we used to believe that that's what we are.
Yeah, when I'm saying when you meet people one-on-one, you have to look at you're talking to 5 bodies when you meet somebody. They've got the whole history of knowledge in their chip body. They've got all kinds of entertainment images in their TV body. Then they have the astral body. Then there's the mystery landscape. But that's who you're talking to. So when you meet a person, they're way bigger than the parameters of their physical body. You're looking at a giant when you meet somebody. When you think of what's packed into the five bodies. They're not what they look like. That's why you should fuck anything that moves. You don't know what the other parts of the body is. You don't go by cliche triggers of attraction. You must fuck everybody. How's that for post-Hugh Hefner Playgirl doctrine?
Bob for president.
Bob for Hugh Hefner. Have Bob replace Hugh Hefner. That's what we should do. Hugh Hefner's obsolete. So a couple of remarks here. Dave's laughing at the 420. Then Dave says about Justin Trudeau. The first pun I've seen on Justin Trudeau comes from Dave Neufeld. Justin True Dope. Oh, that's 420. I've heard about that. That's dope dealers. That's the time of dope dealing. That's a dope thing, 420. Some kind of code or timing or something, 420 in the afternoon. And now you notice Neufeld is lurking in a lot of what we played. Neufeld was part of some of the things mentioned. He made this or that. I said some guy had made something that was Neufeld. So Dave's hearing about himself. Then Dave says, the primal forces of nature, Gillette. What's that, Gillette razor blade? Dave, beautiful collage and radio work by Greg Duffel. It's in the bag. And Dave says, Fred Landis, yes. I mentioned the April 20th, the April 1981 Covert Action Bulletin article on the 22 movement. Dave Neufeld's the one who gave me, he brought Fred Landis. No, he told me about the article, and then I had I bought all these back issues of that, so I eventually got it. But I remembered that Fred Landis, the author of the October 22nd movement, was at McLuhan's one night in the 70s. So Dave says, Fred Landis said he gave away story ideas and no one wanted the 22 one, so he offered it to Covert Action Bulletin. Yeah, Dave interviewed him, I think. Dave says, I like the dramatic classical music over the bad scenarios coming into language. Yeah, like Greg was playing some music underneath. Mateo, out there in Washington State, says, Zenocracy, Charles Sheen says he is HIV positive. Then Bob plays Bob interview from 2001, which features clip of Zappa and Howard Stern interview saying AIDS is man-made. Yeah, that's right. Charlie Sheen came up with that earlier this week, that he was HIV positive. So as the Zenocracy, synchronicity, is right on time. That's what's happening. I mean, he's right on time. Let's see if Corbin is still here. Corbin, are you still conscious? Would you like to say something? Who's 218? Is that Gene? Who's 218? We've had you before. Is that, Ralph or Jason? 218. See, everybody's asleep. It wasn't that good, actually, as radio guys. It's only good for INS, but drove everybody to sleep.
No, the thing is, most people are used to these sound bites, to getting these small pieces of information that are already edited and are easy to digest. But we have to go for these long periods to get into the topics and explain many aspects of what we're trying to present.
Yeah. Let's see if Madeline's awake. You have something to say, Madeline? Everybody's asleep. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Oh, here's Anonymous. Who's this? Anonymous. You just came in.
It's Bert.
You're saying? Oh, Bert's back. Gee, Bert, I forgot about you, Bert. Still busy thinking about myself. Okay, good. Do you have anything to say, Bert, of immediate pressing issue?
No, nothing immediate pressing.
Okay, let's go back to what Neufeld and them are typing. Oh, Dave says, truly great show, Bob. That means Dave's leaving. When Dave says it's a truly great show, that means he's, bye, Bob. He has to go by 7, so it is 20 to 5 there. You got time, Dave. You got to call in, Dave. Tell us about your memories of those great golden years when we were prophets, teenage prophets, Dave. Come on, Dave, call in. You want me to call you, Dave? Let's force Dave to be on. I'm going to call him. Drag him in here. Let's see. Let's go.
But,
you okay with that,
I wanted to comment on something that I really liked from the beginning when I discovered Bob and Ian, is that you talk about the conspiracy, what we call conspiracy, which is not conspiracy in many cases, is fact.
Yeah.
But in a very quiet manner, you're not creating fear or paranoia.
Right.
You're explaining different aspects of why these things are happening.
You don't have to be afraid of them. Yeah, why you don't have to be afraid.
Bob fills in the mystery landscape of a lot of things going on that people don't get to see. He fills in the mystery landscape pattern, so it prevents someone to be paranoid or schizophrenic. You get to see it from a whole different way of what's going on.
Yes,
that's what's fun about this.
For example, Zappa went to use a lot of this information you gave him. Some also he had experience in his own life growing up in this chemical plant, or I don't know.
Right, in Baltimore. You know, he ends his autobiography with a quote from the book I gave him. It's a book came out in 1982 called A Higher Form of Killing, and they have the testimony by Dr. MacArthur to the Senate or some hearing maybe it's a closed hearing in 1972 where he proposed that a viral debilitant, a way of a military action against your enemy that weakens the people immunologically so that they collapse, but it doesn't destroy their factories and wealth, so you come in, take over the country, take over the institutions, and then the virus mutates, and then it subsides, and then the people get back on their feet again. That document right there's the idea being proposed by Dr. MacArthur. That's what Frank ends his biography with, and we gave it to him. We gave him that.
Yes, and Bob and Frank use this old tool of the satire to present these very scary topics, like Frank made his UFA and the Thingfish.
The Thingfish.
And I think McLuhan said the oldest form of social study of the collective psyche is to understand the structure of power is the satire.
Satire, yes.
It has to be,
Menippean satire.
It has been used in antiquity to explain to a broader public these complex things that are hidden around.
Right. Now, let me tell you this, Roxy. You hit on a good point. The alphabet brought in tragedy. So, the peak of the alphabet is in Greece, and they have their Renaissance, 400, 500 BC, and they create this individual is against the collective. And so that leads to tragedy in comedies. But the form of entertainment before the phonetic alphabet, the pre-literate form of entertainment, was Menippean satire. An aggressive attack of your comrades in the tribe. So Menippean satire is retrieved in the post-literate era of the 21st century. Menippean satire is rediscovered because it was the way people dug and danced in each other's toes in pre-theater forms of interaction as entertainment.
Yes, and it's entertaining, and it's also a type of constructive criticism because it's not the negative pointing someone your fault. It's ridiculizing to improve or to make you aware of what has to be improved or what has to be changed. And Plato said to understand the Greek society, he recommended the comedy of Aristophanes.
Aristophanes, yeah. Aristophanes, and you're saying Plato. Here, let me just see if Neufeld answered. He just went, ha, ha, ha. And he goes, another night, Bob, you bastard. So you guys can talk. I'm just going to disconnect and get him.
Hey, Roxana.
Yes.
Last week you were talking about this keyboard music that the kids are learning in the school in Berlin. Is that correct? Have I heard?
Do you mean the launch pads?
Yes.
No, they're not using keyboards anymore. There are many types of controllers. Mm-hmm. It's like the instruments we use to interface with the computer to trigger events like sequences or samplers or any type of thing you want to trigger. And they're not using keyboards. They're using these type of controllers with the buttons. It's a type of finger drumming. And,
you're talking about the new
Bob define it as the typing becoming an art form. That's how Bob defined.
So Dave's here. Dave can you can all thank Dave for his wonderful work in Dobbstown and Club 22.
Yes, he has been a member of 22 clubs.
That's right. Bob does all the work. Dave gets the credit.
Yeah, Dave gets I do all the work. Dave gets beat up in the face. we push Dave out on the stage.
You are the power behind the throne.
That's right. I'm just the front man, Dave. You're the engineer.
Damn.
The pretty face.
Yeah, the print effect. So what was it like to hear about those old things? Hear Nelson and the different things. What does it bring back for you, Dave, what Greg was playing?
Well, it was great to hear. I mean, Greg was he was a great successor to the show for sure.
Yeah.
And just all the work and obviously he was like really into stuff. Cause, like, I mean, look at all the stuff he prepped then for the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I just loved it, you know. Yeah, it was just great hearing you again, you know, over and over, and also the consistency, and also just that you keep predicting sort of what's happening now. That's an amazing thing. Yeah. And you know, you notice in like 2000, right after, remember people got semi-spiritual after because they thought, you know what, maybe we're all going to die in 3 months, so let's go out being, you know, really noble and cool, man. You know, I'm on the side of the angels. I know where I line up in all this.
Yeah, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. So
which is fine. Yeah, it was very social. It got everyone drunk.
Yeah. and here we are, a game.
It's like the same
what about
we
Berlin?
found in Berlin. Repent, you may die tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, the subgenius sign. Repent, you may die tomorrow. That's the main slogan in the subgenius book. It's the first thing that they put out. That's but Dave, what you're listening to, that's the same wisdom that should be said now after the Paris thing. It's the same fucking
I know.
replay.
Well, in that way, it has a very program quality in the sense that whole Holland sort of speech and the thing did really, and I think probably, I don't know, I haven't really watched many news channels, but it was very reminiscent of Bush giving his speech, you know, in October 2001 or whatever, like, you know, and also was very reminiscent of Putin giving his speech. So it's just all different thugs saying, we're making a move.
And they're archetypal. It's an archetypal replay. Same archetypal.
Archetypal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Archetypal fear.
Yeah. I know. It's fun in that sense. And how about, remember the classic scenario, and it is, when you're listening to the show too, Wayne is saying it, you know, it's like, you know, oh my God, the new boogeyman of terrorism kind of thing coming in the late 90s and then full force as figure right after 9/11, and then you think, yeah, it's about 15 years later, and it's still kind of replaying that theme because, you know, they haven't escalated to, you know, a newer, bigger problem like aliens or something. We're still, Yeah,
the Wayne was, what he was explaining, you see, Wayne was still learning in a sense, and he was explaining the obvious about, oh, the military can take over.
Yes.
And I couldn't get him to, you know, appreciate what I was trying to point out. So that's 2001. And 13 years later, Dave and I are with Wayne Morris again last September, a year ago. You were there that night. We went to the club, and Bob Marshall was there, and a couple other people. And Wayne had heard a bit of Ion. So I proceeded to explain him more and more details, got him more and more interested, and then I think he was going to buy the RNA drops. But he had gone into a new age kind of state of mind. I think he was out there growing organic food and that over the last 10 years. And so we wanted to update him. So I got a chance to talk to him a year ago, and show him this. It's a bit different from the sort of the cliche new agey position he was in.
Well, it's funny because he almost alludes to it then. Remember he was saying in the 2001, it's like he's saying all the top-down stuff that's all over the conspiracy in the media, and, you know, what seems blatant, and you know, and it was horrible. You know, it was a lockdown by a bunch of creepy guys, sort of, and it was, you know, so it wasn't a comfortable time culturally. But then he picks up on your theme as well, and he's tried to stick with it, you know, well, you know, you got to be nice to people and loving and that kind of thing and make a difference in that, you know, that's something you can do.
You see, it's not fear. When people start saying they're using fear against us, that doesn't say enough. Fear is just 1/5 of it. That's paranoia. What about schizophrenia? What about hysteria, ecstasy, and panic? You know, they're presenting the ecstasy mean, not the fear mean, the ecstasy mean meme. And all that means. See, it's not, you know, Churchill did it. You know, all we have to do is fear. No, maybe it was Roosevelt. One of those guys said it, and that was that. You know, in the 30s. You don't need to say that again. It's too limited. We're not controlled by fear. We're controlled by the endless consumption that the extension of our senses are engaged in. And that includes emotional entertainment that presents exaggerated scenarios of paranoia, of schizophrenia, ecstasy, hysteria, and that's what entertainment plays on.
Absolutely.
And we're addicted to, a good phrase is the military-industrial entertainment complex. But even that, McLuhan said, you start hyphenating military and industrial, something's wrong there. That's not the case. It's not connecting, it's disconnecting. Each thing's becoming a mini-state, and then they start warring among themselves. I mean, would it be amazing if they found out that 911 was done by some Hollywood producer? Some guy pissed off they hadn't got the fucking Oscar 10 times, Archie Bunker's producer or something. People don't see the empire, the new kind of mini-states, that have billionaires that can, harness little armies and do stuff. They keep focusing on the Pentagon and the old cliche of these bad military guys. And those military guys, they're not like that. They're trying to be nice service environment. They're all nice, and they bring in think tanks, and forget the guy.
Try and stop the disintegration or have it controlled.
Yeah. And so then, I forget his name, but he did a book, pretty good book, and he was a beatnik hippie guy down in the village. And I met him in, 97, 98 at the McLuhan conference. And he was shocked. He'd been invited by the Pentagon to come speak to them. And here's this, bohemian, dope-smoking, Generation X kind of guy who'd written a pretty thoughtful book. It was just replay of McLuhan, which he didn't know, but he went down there and he walked into this room of generals and military people. And he scared shitless, and he didn't know why they wanted to know something. He didn't know the military is just like any other soft institution. They're trying to justify what they do and not be able to do what they are trained to do. You're not allowed to go to war. They can't do anything, so they sit around having think tanks all day long. Just like Pepsi Cola, they have nothing to do. People are going to buy Pepsi Cola anyways. So there's a lot of executives as dropouts, but they don't literally drop out. They just have discussions, have salons. Like us.
Exactly. Well, to some extent, they're caught up in the limbo. At the same time, obviously, war is a big business still.
Well, it's not. No, 1/5 of that. Pentagon. They're in the LaRouche quadrant. They're hardware war. But what about the software war of advertising? All the media are in the war. You know the one medium that's not at war? All through the 20th century was the bankers. This is what McLuhan said. Print, such an obsolete medium, sat on the sidelines. So that's the bankers. Now, they then had to go to war when Rockefeller tried to become president. He had to move into politics because in the 70s, the computerized environment was obsolescing the print sideline, and so even print had to come running back in, just like the oligarchy came back in through Prince Charles. All the institutions were forced to jump in because the Android meme went around all of them. So then banking disappeared. There's no money now except for what is the power now? It's Matt Taibbi writing about Goldman Sachs for Rolling Stone magazine. That's where paranoia has gone to. You know Matt Taibbi?
Don't know if I don't know if
Taibbi. He's a young guy. I knew him in New York, and he got a gig writing for Rolling Stone. He did the Goldman Sachs exposés. So he did the last hangover of respectable suspicion of organized capitalists as a conspiracy, and he just writes these connecting things. But that's not the way it is. We really got to see that the world's not connecting. Everybody thinks the Internet connects everybody. Well, that's a rearview mirror image. So the Internet disconnects everybody in deep ways. So Jean comes in and says, "What did I miss?" Then she laughs. Well, you missed.
What you miss? Listen to it and you'll know. What you missed, where you last left it.
Yeah, and Bob was served up as this year's Thanksgiving turkey was consumed by all.
Oh. What'd you miss? A revisiting of holograms that are different every time you go through them.
Yeah, that's right. You can't go back anymore. You can't go back home again. It's changed. Not the same home.
Just different levels of meaning.
Yeah.
Sometimes less, sometimes more, depending what you're bringing to the table that day.
And what you ate. What you brought to the table and then what you ate. So it's always good to give Bert sobering remembrance. What's going through your mind now, Bert?
What's going through my mind is ions completion, or taking your ideas earlier and reproducing them. Because you said in the first clip that we need to learn how to die with integrity, and Ion completed that by saying, get happy or get out.
Right. Yeah. It's incredible how Ion polished what I was getting at. You know, he really did complete a lot of the different things I get credit for saying that the astroplane, way back 25 years ago, I was saying the electric environment is going to affect the astrobody. And that's the most prophetic ionic statement you can make, because Ion said they came forth because we weren't using the chip landscape to the best of our abilities. So the chip, the electronic digital world, evoked a change in the astroplane. That's what I was saying way back in the late 80s, early 90s. That's a very profound theological statement, and that's what happened. Einstein.
What sparked you to say that?
Oh, back then? It would be a combination of cosmic awareness and the evergreens. Here I was an expert on McLuhan, but I was interacting with metaphysical profundity and good stuff like the evergreens, and the various things they said through the years. I recognized even the fact that the evergreens came forth. I said that's some kind of change, because it was such a good medium. Humans didn't have that before, channel entities. So I knew there was a change there, and I discussed it with them. So I would say I got it from interacting with the evergreens. And I was the only one doing it.
Can you say it again?
Of any knowledge.
Can you say it again now?
What?
Can you say it again now that you...
Yeah, what I was saying back then is that the astral plane, which could mean God, will be changed by the electronic extensions. I don't know if I say digital back then, but the electric technology was affecting the visible world and the audible world and the deeper non-physical world, what I call the astral plane. And the reason I said that is because the evergreens were so unique. And they talked about what their mission was and how they were affected by this and that. And then Ion comes in and says, the chip landscape is this huge environment that humans can't control, and they can't project their rules on it. Their rules have no staying power. And because we could not control the chip landscape, our extension, known as non-physical, saw the opportunity to come in because we didn't know what to make of the space. We couldn't control it. And if we created rules and laws and morals about the space, non-physical would respect that. But because we couldn't make defining, limiting paradigms about this new chip landscape, the Android, Ion was free to be itself and not be controlled by human statements. Remember, humans control non-physical. So it took advantage of this new wilderness that was wide open and came forth and started creating. So I said that the electric environment would affect the astral plane, but I didn't know what that would mean. I don't know how much I thought about what actually happened, but the astral plane was affected and came forth and made itself non-astral.
Yes, and that's another thing I really like from Ion. And you presenting it is you're not presenting this thing as the New Age, esoteric, mystical.
No.
It's just like the evolution of media ecology, the different medias that are expanding. It's the mediums of our language, and it's just part of this process
of evolution of weather. I'm describing the weather and why the weather changed.
Yes, the language was the first technology, and the non-physical is the last expansion. It's all, and all these technologies are part of us. It's not something like outside. We are the technology.
Right, and technology is the fifth horseman of the apocalypse, and it wasn't foreseen, and it's what scientists and artists argued about for 500 or more years. And then the antidote to the fifth horseman is the sixth horseman, that pterodactyl we all love and and desire is ion, non-physical. It's the sixth horseman. I mean, Dave, you know how I have science fiction scenarios where a virus gets released by the lab and it can go around the planet in 36 hours and kill millions of people? Mm-hmm. Think of the speed of that. We got to realize that ion came in the world and has changed the world with that kind of speed. You have to look at it as a very virulent virus, but supposedly a beneficial effect. Mm-hmm. You don't think of it that way. You don't think of it the rapidity that ion could do in its effect when it showed up. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And it's a talking hologram, not a channeled entity. We saw the hologram. Yes, and
I found it also very interesting that McLuhan was both an engineer and English professor, and he had to have these two parts of his brain activated to understand what was going on. Then
I didn't get that. Who did you say was an English professor?
McLuhan. McLuhan was an engineer.
Oh, that he was an English professor, and what else?
And an engineer.
Hey, oh yeah, engineer. That's right. Right, and he did both. Engineer and humanities and science.
For example, in the video where he's talking with Pierre Schaeffer says, "We have something in common. We're both mystics," and he said, "No, I'm not a mystic."
That's right.
He was just exploring, like, okay, this is language, this is different types of medias we have developed to expand our senses, and this is affecting our perception, and he saw all these changes that are affecting not only the environment but our brain, for example, our chemistry, and all these things that we were not aware, but now we know that the different medias are affecting at all levels.
And then it imploded into the android beam, which is not a bunch of media. Yeah, then it becomes the bodies are affecting us, and then it becomes ion. It's very logical, the retrospective of this whole thing. And it's a big surprise. No one, they got lost in the outer kingdom version of technology and didn't know that it would flip into its opposite, which is a middle kingdom, non-physical.
This big separation between the technology and the spiritual is like these worlds don't coincide anywhere. They're separate, and you cannot be spiritual and interested in technology. It's like
right.
But
okay,
this is another way of approaching this environment and to understand what we are and how we really function. And this is, for example, one of the amazing things that Caroline is doing. She's explaining all these aspects of the physical meat sack, and you're explaining all these aspects of the different bodies and the different stomachs and how we are consuming all these foods. But
so
from a more scientific, artistic point of view, is not the woo-woo or this type of esoteric, guru-like knowing that you present. It's just the explanation
for everybody. Okay, I want to go into it. So, Dave, you can go now, Dave, if you're...
Coolio. Hey, Bob and Roxanne and everyone, that was a great show.
Yeah, it's just starting, Dave. I hope you hear the archives.
Okay.
We are on duty 24/7. There is no
we're
end.
On duty 24/7, Dave.
Go on. It's not like you think it's over. No.
There's no choice but duty.
On duty.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Okay, Dave. Thanks a lot.
All right. See you, Bobby. Good night.
Bye. So I'm going through the first. Now, this is going to be really good. We're going to read excerpts of these different screenplays, starting Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People, and the Grunt People has an exclamation mark after it. It's copyright 1964. And Zappa's living at 314 West G Street. Look at that, the G note. He's on West G Street in Ontario, California. That's a combination of Bob and the United States. Ontario is a town or something in California, but it's also where a lot of our work that we just heard tonight comes from, Ontario. And we go forth to the section, an introductory statement or something that I had found. Now, what's interesting is Zappa, in 1970, on his basement studio, he had the name Dr. Zircon in his Happy Valley lab, or something like that. It's in one of those Barry Miles articles. It had Happy Valley, Lab, and Dr. Zircon. These are characters in the screenplays. The first movie is based in Happy Valley. And what's interesting is as you read these screenplays, you see that Zappa was doing parts of this one movie. This one movie play has everything that comes later. Might not be till 5 years later, but it all cycles back to the same syndrome. His metaphor for the world, the global village becoming the global theater, is concentration moon. It's all about some species on the moon and the setting up of concentration camps there. It's pretty interesting how he put his mind into okay, this is the movie we're going to make, and we'll just issue fragments of it until we get enough money to do the whole movie. So it ends up all these albums and different scenes are fragments of this ongoing script. And he does this in 64, the same year Understanding Media comes out, 1964. There's an interesting shadowing of Zappa, of McLuhan.
Yeah.
Now, is there anything anybody wants to say before I get to this stuff?
Just that I think it's also something new that we're going also into the different types of speech, Zappa, verbalization, that most of the people concentrate only on the music, and they may say, oh, his lyrics are funny, or something very superficial, like they're weird. But now we're going into this aspect of Zappa, the speech.
Let's see, what was I going to say? I think we'll go to the Them or Us script, which is 1984, because it's the ionic concepts that he puts in here. Now, some people might say, oh, well, those are traditional science fiction ideas, but the way Zappa does it, it seems a little newer, and it definitely approximates what Ion's saying, and that's what is pretty interesting. So this Them or Us is a book he put out in 1984, and he says in the foreword, this cheesy little homemade book, and it's not little, it's big, it's 350 pages or so long, 351 pages. So he says, it's called Them or Us, the book. He says, this cheesy little homemade book was prepared for the amusement of people who already enjoy Zappa music. It is not for intellectuals or other dead people. It's not for intellectuals or other dead people. Intellectuals, that'd be visually biased people, not for eye people who are dead, for tactile people and ear people. It is designed to answer one of the more troubling questions related to conceptual continuity. Here's the question. How do all these things that don't have anything to do with each other fit together, forming a larger absurdity? That's the question. How do all these things that don't have anything to do with each other fit together, forming a larger absurdity? And this is 20 years Zappa formed the Mothers in 64, 65 period. And so it's 20 years later, and a lot of conceptual continuity clues and motifs have been dropped in all his different works. So this question is gathering 20 years later. So he says, your enjoyment of the contents could be enhanced by hearing the music described in the text. The album shown on the back cover contains some of these songs. Other songs derive from Joe's Garage and Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch. Now, I got a message from Corbin a couple hours before the show asking me to play something from that album. And here it is mentioned, singled out in the foreword to this book, Joe's Garage and Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch, which is actually what's called a droodle, I think, a droodle. This guy would make lines and make shapes out of simple lines. And look it up, droodles. I'll give you examples. He says, this is a storybook. It is not a rock and roll biography. This is the only real and official Frank Zappa book. All other books attempting to trade on my name are unauthorized and full of misinformation. This book is dedicated to all the fans who have made the last 20 years of large-scale absurdities possible. This book used to be called Christmas in New Jersey. So there's his Christmas theme. Now, look what he does. The thing starts off with Francesco Zappa, who lived in the 1760s, 70s, and 80s. An actual composer with the same name as Frank pretty well. Well, Frank had Frank Zappa or Francis Zappa. This is Francesco Zappa. And he was a composer around the time of Mozart. So look at how, so we're going to, the scene is New Jersey, a middle-class neighborhood at Christmas. And here's this guy from 200 years before walking around in New Jersey. So how does this time traveler get there? And so Frank begins with a time traveler. And he says, we hear a computer-generated, so there's your hologram, Android meme. We hear a computer-generated version of the first movement of Francesco Zappa's string trio Opus 1, number 1. So Zappa released, they found the scores of Francesco Zappa's works, and he put out a Synclavier-generated replay or perfection of the scores of Francesco Zappa. So he starts off with one of these Francesco Zappa things. The curtain rises as the music plays. The scene is an Italian's front lawn in New Jersey at Christmas in a middle-class neighborhood. There's an oversized nativity scene near the center of the stage. Lying in the manger is an extremely ugly nativity infant with the face of the love doll, wearing a perverted version of Wayne Cochran's enormous white video-religious pompadour, lit by a tiny amber spot. Francesco, a short, paunchy man in his 50s, can be seen through the window of the stupid little house watching a cowboy movie on a tiny TV. So that's partly reflecting him watching his father watch TV, Frank's father. As the show concludes, he turns off the set, and in spite of the fact that there's snow on the ground, walks down the steps between his two concrete flamingos dressed in baggy boxer shorts, a white T-shirt, black shoes and socks with garters, and the appropriate hat and wig for a middle-class Milanese of the Baroque period. So here he is with a typical working-class clothing of a man, but he's got a 200-year-old wig on, a hat and a wig from the Baroque period. Over one shoulder is a strap supporting a small-scale Baroque cello. In his hand, he's carrying a copy of Grove's Dictionary of Music and Musicians. That's where they found this description of Francesco Zappa, in that dictionary. He walks to center stage, and as the overture concludes, announces, he says, my name is Francesco Zappa. Now really Frank's describing himself as he was in 1984. My name is Francesco Zappa. I am an obscure Italian composer. Nobody really knows when I was born, and there's no conclusive evidence that I ever actually died. How's that for a beginning ionic statement? No evidence that he was born, no evidence he died. Right there. I live in New Jersey now. So he's like one of these guys that's been around, like Saint Germain, been around for thousands of years. I live in New Jersey now, so I dress like a native. Grove's Dictionary of Music and Musicians indicates that I flourished between the years 1763 and 1788, the exact years Zappa did, 1963 to 1988. That's when he started working in the Cucamonga studio, recording records, and he ends in 1988 when the tour collapses. So this book apparently says the same dates. And he says, right around the time of that little Stronz, S-T-R-O-N-Z, Stronz, or asshole, Mozart. I was born in Milan, not far from a mosquito-infested lagoon in an area now known as the Parco Redesio. At an early age, I decided to become a composer. I learned to play the cello and to pick up a few bucks on the side. I gave music lessons to the Duke of York. I think that's how he picked up a few bucks, by giving music to the Duke of York, music lessons. Then it says, the nativity box rotates 180 degrees on a turntable. The reverse of it is an exact duplicate of the front, except this time the manger has a concertina lying in it. To either side of it, posed stiffly, the Duke of York and Lady Aurora. They are in English Baroque costume, completely overdone. She is very glamorous. He is a wimpish prancer. They both look stupid in the box. Francesco says, that's him over there. What a prick. He likes to call me a little guinea. I hate the English. They are scum. Now, remember, Frank's had legal problems with the English, and they threw him off the stage, and he had to sue the Queen and all this stuff before. And he once said, the English are the most eccentric people on the planet. Duke of York, abruptly coming in life, says, where's that little guinea cello player? It's time for my lesson. The civilized world awaits my musical debut. Francesco walks to the box with his cello and pretends to dust off the Duke's costume before giving him his lesson. Francesco says, very insincerely, at your service, O radiant benefactor. You're looking very significant today. Mamma mia, your new wig, it's so incredibly bouffant. And your sport frock, porco dio. The people of your country certainly know a lot about grooming and comportment. It must be wonderful to be a truly English sort of a person. Really terrific, I bet you. Okay, just put this thing between your legs here. Move the coat a little bit. That's it. The Duke of York says, yes, it is great to be English. There is no question about it. We are God's chosen people. We are the best. We have always been the best. We will always be the best. You should be damn thankful that I have given you the opportunity, wretched and foreign as you are, to provide me with instruction on this uncomfortable piece of musical furniture. Why must it go between my legs? Surely this is not a condition in which one of God's chosen people should be observed when in a seated position. The Duke fidgets and fumbles with the cello. Francesco reaches into the manger, procuring the concertina. Francesco says, it's a small problem, your goodness. Easily solved. The possibility always lurks that you are, in fact, not a cello kind of guy. In cases such as this, prudence leads one to consider the concertina, and a friendly little instrument which tends to increase the strength of the arms. Duke of York says, dash all this drudgery, those damn scales and so forth. If only I could just sort of emerge as the illuminating beacon of British musical life, then surely the heart of fair Lady Aurora would be mine. And it says, Lady Aurora breaks her frozen pose momentarily and looks at the Duke as if he were the scum of the earth. Francesco winks at her and retrieves his cello. Then Francesco says to the audience, this arrogant cocksucker has a bitch he's been trying to strap on for the last 5 years named Lady Aurora. I already fucked her a dozen times. Now remember, Bert, this is a Broadway musical, all right? So he says, I already fucked her a dozen times. She's not bad. There's no way the old boy's going to get some crumpet from this girl. She only goes for cello players of Milanese extraction who have an expressive tone and write cheerful little Dago-sounding string trios. The Duke is lazy, tone-deaf, and has about as much sex appeal as the stench that comes out of the vents in his trainer accordion. But the guy's got to earn a living. All they got to do is act like an ignorant greaseball and tell him how good he looks every once in a while. Meanwhile, I get to ride the wild girl, all the porridge I can eat, and the U.S. equivalent of 27 cents a month in pre-war dollars. Being an obscure Italian composer is really not all that bad. The Duke of York says, where do I put my fingers? Francesco says, what? Your fingers? That's an incredibly intelligent question, your magnitude. Duke of York, hurry, you nasty little knight of Columbus. There's not a moment to lose. I must learn to play this damn thing immediately. My beloved is due here at any time. Aurora, like a doll waking up. I'm here. Duke of York. She's here. See what you've done? By delaying my lesson, I'm now forced to play this fiendish contraption in an unstructured manner. Aurora, my love, you're a bit early. I'd hoped to enrapture you with a fully developed concertina technique. Aurora says, the concertina? I thought you were learning to play the cello. Francesco. His expressiveness has progressed beyond the mere cello. Duke of York, quite, far too easy. The concertina is a much more masculine instrument. British sailors play them all the time. Francesco to the audience, referring to the sailors. Then they fuck each other in the butt and chase the parrot around the poop deck. Aurora says, the concertina has never beguiled or entranced... Aurora, the concertina has never beguiled or entranced me. I feel the instrument lacks animal magnetism. Duke of York, but you never heard me play the concertina. Francesco says, me neither, your wonderment. Duke of York, once I begin, do not be ashamed to weep or show other forms of raw emotion. In my skilled British hands, this instrument becomes a lethal yet sensitively poetic weapon of vengeance and destruction. Aurora, taking out her handkerchief. I'm ready then. Move me, Reginald. Duke of York says, if the little guinea will provide a suitable accompaniment on that awful brown thing between his legs, I will enthrall you with the premiere performance of my duet for uncomfortable foreign instrument and experimental concertina, Opus 1. We begin with a somber first movement expressing deep feelings of unrequited love. And it says a horrible computer-generated musical interlude featuring an atonal concertina solo superimposed on a Baroque cello ostinato is heard. Aurora says, as the piece concludes, that was dreadful, utterly dreadful. Reginald, you have purposely offended my ears. How could you squeeze that vile-smelling instrument in a room with improper ventilation? You have made it impossible for me to revel in Francesco's sensuous tone. You are the enemy of the cello, you bastard. May you burn forever in God's perfect hell. The Duke of York says, Francesco, you rotten little ravioli. You are fired and banished henceforth from the premises of my improperly ventilated English country estate. And the lights dim on the nativity box. The lights dim on the nativity box as Lady Aurora and the Duke freeze their poses. The box rotates once again to its original position. Now Francesco turns to the audience. So I got fired. Big deal. Later that night, Lady Aurora blew me, gave me a basket full of unidentifiable English pork things, her best napkin as a love souvenir, and bid me farewell as I set out to become increasingly obscure. I soon learned that one of the problems of not having a birth date in a musician's dictionary is that you can never know for sure how old you are. This in turn makes it impossible to act your age. Back in those days, I was in trouble all the time. In the last 200 years, I haven't found one single person with a real sense of humor, with a real, capitalized, real sense of humor. You want to stop your musical career dead in its tracks? Do something amusing. Amusing in quotes. So here's Frank talking about himself. People hate that shit. They think it's not artistic. The slightest whiff of humor, and it's the one-way ticket to Fresno for a composer in any century. Then the box rotates again. The rear wall has now been draped with a realistic scenic background representing The Hague circa 1770. Fumbling around inside are a group of midget musicians dressed in costumes of the Dutch Baroque with instruments of the period. One of them is a girl with ugly teeth, fetishing an onion. So then he goes into a whole encounter there, and I must look for the metaphysical parts. Let's see. Any comments, you two, yet?
Yes, your magnitude. I was thinking this weapon of vengeance and destruction is the music Stockhausen heard in 9/11. Right. Now, the food metaphor that you keep bringing in. So it jumps forward. So now it's 1984, and he's in New Jersey. So he's traveled through a bunch of scenes, and he's with a guy named Shemp, who is a cook or something. He's dedicated to onions. So let's see. Shemp says he gets mad at the discussion he's having with Francesco. He orders a mystery burger. A mystery burger. And Shemp says, you speak of strange things, Italian person. Everyone I know eats onions, but you actually request their suppression. Francesco, I have no desire to smell of onions. I already smell of garlic. Shemp, I too smell of garlic, but onions are terrific for you. You only want to have a good time. What kind of a schmuck turns down an onion? Francesco, I do not require an onion. However, if that is the customary method of cheeseburger achievement in this region, then what the fuck? Shemp says, very puzzling, this creature of which you speak. In all my travels, I've never butchered a single one. They are indigenous, perhaps, to France?
Francesco says, they are not alive. They do not require butchering. They are strange. He's talking about a cheeseburger. They are strange, oily things that will eventually contain the same ingredients as the cardboard that anonymous person stuffed in your shirt when it visits the laundry. Most of the burgers made up of cardboard. They most definitely. Now remember, in the movie Scenario for Your Uncle Meat back in '69, this is 15 years later. He's talking about the camp victims are taught the verities of the McDonald burger, and Colonel Sanders ends up running the camp. He's a little doll in the glove compartment of the Volkswagen bus. So you got this burger thing carrying on. He says, they most definitely have not invented it yet, says Francesco, and will not exist in France until after Jerry Lewis attempts to order one from room service. Shem says, curse you, Mr. Weary, sort of Italian-looking traveler. You have spoiled my entire evening. You make a request I cannot fulfill, and I lose a sale. Must I now turn to white-collar crime? Francesco says, my sympathy, transient vendor, but there are those moments when only a cheeseburger will do. Shem says, buy a chicken. I'll kill it for you in back of the nativity box. You don't even watch. Eat real food, a nice chicken, a couple of onions, and then you'll prosper, maybe even flourish. Francesco showing him the book of Dictionary of Musicians. The year is 1770, and according to this book, I'm already flourishing. Shem says, a person as obscure as yourself was never meant to flourish without an entire stomach full of chickens and onions. Francesco says, few have managed to flourish in a manner as obscure as the one to which I have devoted myself. Shem, let me guess, you're an arms dealer. Francesco, worse, I am a composer of cheerful, Dago-sounding string trios, a part-time music teacher, a cello player of mediocre repute, and a whoremonger. I'm hungry as fuck and demand immediate delivery on the cheeseburger. Shem says, okay, the customer is always right. Burger you want? Burger you got. He lifts the lid on a small, steaming cauldron, peers into it, mumbles a few Kabbalistic phrases, appears suddenly amazed, and continues. Shem says, the object you desire is in my view. Why does it mean so much to you? I see a man. He has my face. The burger lives in his briefcase. His clothes are green, of martial cut. The briefcase steams, although it's shut. He opens it and offers to a pair of pudgy guys you knew somewhere ahead in nonlinear time. This mystery burger I divine. So he's describing a scene in the movie 200 Motels where Theodore Bickel plays the military guy, Rance Muhammad, and he is looking at Flo and Eddie from the Turtles, known as the Fluorescent Leech, and Eddie Flo, short for Fluorescent Leech. So it's a scene. Suddenly it becomes a scene because in the movie, Rance Muhammad appears with a suitcase with steam coming out of it. Well, now we know what's in it, the mystery burger. Francesco says, talking about Flo and Eddie, are they wearing matching, ugly-looking, multicolored shirts? Shem says, what? You got a mirror? You can see in the pot? How could you know this? Because remember, Shem is the guy. He has the face of this guy. And then the nativity box rotates again. This time it is an exact replica of the scene from 200 Motels Francesco is about to describe, with the Dutch midgets as the characters listed below. And Francesco says, I am an obscure Italian composer. I know everything there is to know about nonlinear time. How about that? That ionic? I know everything there is to know about nonlinear time. In your cauldron, you have seen the Fluorescent Leech and Eddie. They are standing on a fake stage in Pinewood Studios, that's in England, during the filming of 200 Motels in the year 1970. You are there, too. Your name is Rance Muhammad. You are supposed to be the devil, and your wife used to be a censor at NBC. So, Shemp becomes Rance Muhammad playing the devil. Francesco says, you are about to entice these miniature replica fat boys with my very own personal mystery burger, which is in Rance Muhammad's suitcase or briefcase, after which Ringo's chauffeur, Ringo Starr, will eat it without having to pay you for it. You have located the wrong burger. Look in there again and find me another one. I'm going to be late for work. The nativity box lights dim, and it rotates back to normal, with the Sicilian elephant man still seated in the manger without a bag, icing his bruises. Shem says, this is exceedingly unusual, Mr. Whoremonger. When I look in the pot and do the mumbo-jumbo, I only report to you what I see. I say rhymes and so forth, but they mean nothing to me. Non-linear time is a concept to which I am not accustomed. Francesco says, non-linear time is the clock and calendar of all the arts. Nonlinear time is the clock and counter of all the arts, even the black ones. So there's Frank's philosophy. All the arts are trying to get in touch, like Roxy says, with the non-physical, or express the non-physical. Right? Nonlinear time is the clock and counter of all the arts, even the black ones. So that's pretty interesting. So then Shem says, now that you mention it, I myself have dabbled a bit in a wholesome form of Yiddish alchemy. Now note, this is how the thing begins, guys. It begins with this time-traveling guy who's in a book and experiencing xenochrony. And he's very and this is, and he's dealing with a cook, a guy with a burger, and the burger guy is a devil himself in the future. This is written by Ion. And it's like science fiction might have scenarios like this, but it's being done by Frank in reference to musical compositions and presented very bluntly, very simply. So Francesco says...
But I have to interrupt. I remember when the drops came out, a lot of people were seeing the devil on the bottle. It's like the mystery food is scary for even my ex-boyfriend. That was one of his main issues. Like he said, I'm crazy to take something that I don't know what is really there, and he was saying the devil.
Yeah, and you said to him, well, what people would say, I would say, listen, buddy, you eat all kinds of food, you don't know what's in it.
Yeah.
You know,
even in the air, you breathe, you don't know what's in the air. Or in the water or soil. I mean,
turns out there's a way more radiation than we're allowed to have, but we're used to it. So we don't even have to worry. Yeah, that's where I was conventional in a sort of way.
The chemistry is changing, and there is less oxygen in water and in the atmosphere, and this and that. I mean, but somehow is this reaction. This is a new food, and many people. Because they're not in the frequency, they're just scared. Or I don't know why they refuse to engage it.
They're stuck in particular quadrants. I predicted nuclear war or nuclear radiation. I was following the conventional thinking radiation is bad back in 2001, so I'm not too prophetic there. But the point is I am talking about radiation, which then becomes the key material for our products. So, you know, I had the right to be slightly off, coming at it from a different angle. But I thought it was funny the way I was emphasizing radiation all the time. And Frank was talking about radiation in that interview last week. It's all music interview and becoming radiation frequencies. And then here he's talking about cooking and food and burger. And Ian is constantly coming up with recipes for quick buck products like. Hey, Bob, we could make a neat candy roll. Why don't we do that? He said, like a devil. Okay, Bob, I said, no, let's just focus on the eye cell. No, Bob, we can make a killing off this special pancake mix I could come up with. That's what happened occasionally with Ion. He loved being creative and making money. We're coming up with products. He came up with a good candy. What do you call that? Those toffee. He came up with a great toffee. You know toffee? You know what toffee is?
Yeah.
You know that? What is it made of? It's like beige or brown.
It's like a
caramel
with caramel or something.
Caramel. That was what you went on about this caramel, this mystical caramel burger. He was trying to get me to get Carol to make. You know, Carol would go to bed. He tried to. Hey Bob, can we get Carol to make some of this caramel burger? And I'm trying to get the secrets of the universe, and he's trying to fucking make a fucking food. But it's just like Shemp here. So Shemp admits he's a Yiddish alchemist. And Zappa did a song about the famous alchemist. What was his name? Ubertino or something. More obscure alchemist, not like Paracelsus, but Puccinelli or something. Fucanelli. Yeah, he did a song named after this famous alchemist, Fucanelli, which I once asked either the Evergreens or Ion. They said, yeah, Fucanelli actually succeeded in turning lead into gold. He made gold. Okay, Francesco, of course you've dabbled a bit. You're a retailer. The rest of the concept should be fairly simple to grasp. Time does not go from here to there or from then to now. Everything is happening all the time. It always has, always will. Now, he's making his big book and conceptual continuity. He goes right into the time issue immediately. Lays it all out, which is like what Frank was always talking about. And remember that Toronto TV show, New Music, they ask him, they start the interview saying, what would you like to know, Frank? What would you like to know? And he says, what time is it? See? Trying to figure out about time. That's what he wanted to know. What time is it? He's like, Francesco, how old am I? What time is it and how old am I? Was I born or what not? So Francesco says, after saying that time, it always has, it always will. Ignorant men have compartmentalized it. Now that's the alphabet effect. In a pathetic attempt to meet imaginary marketing deadlines, time is one big lump of stuff. Remember he said last week, you look at this time-canceling wave, going nowhere. From a distance, it looks like a solid object. So he says, time is one big lump of stuff. Any one time is equal to any other time. Every obscure Italian composer knows this. Okay, so Francesco Zappa knew it, and Frank Zappa knew it. Frank Zappa, obscure Italian composer. Schimpf. Now, he was obscure in the classical world, not in the rock world, but the classical world didn't know that he was a composer. So you could take it that he's obscure in that context. You know what I mean? You get my rationalization there?
Yeah.
Good. So Schimpf says, surely this is not a thing which could be proven, about time, no time. Francesco to the audience. Look, you're watching Channel 9, right? There's always something else on Channel 5. He takes a direct media environment and says, you're watching something on Channel 9? There's other channels. So Schimpf lifts the lid and looks into the pot again. Steam poofs out in little atomic explosion, and red lights in the bottom make his face look scary. Schimpf says, this is not a good night for the kosher food industry. I see big trouble in the pot. Strange things in the future. Francesco says, you are a retail romantic. Strangeness is nothing to fear. Ugliness is normal. Danger is stupid. Fear is boring. The future's already happened. People live and die like the chickens you want to whack up in back of the box over there. Madonna. Schimpf says, the things I see disturb me greatly. Francesco, it's because of your overhead. You need to get rid of the wagon for a while. I got a terrific idea. Let's go to the New World. Schimpf says, America? They're getting ready to have a revolution over there. Remember, this is 1770. They got Indians. The Indians got smallpox from the blankets the British gave them for Christmas. See? Gave the blankets for Christmas. See, there's the evil thing of Christmas. Did you know the British gave the blankets to the Indians on Christmas for a Christmas present? People sleep, in light of the fact that I wrote a book, A Christmas Gift to a Young Nation. Ion was my Christmas gift, and definitely Ion has destroyed everything. So that's a fulfillment here, which Frank is picking up on. The Indians got smallpox from the blankets the British gave them for Christmas. Now, Frank is writing this right around the time I'm writing my book, early 70s. I think some of this was written back then. Not sure, but you can see it in the other transcripts written back in the 60s. So Schimpf goes, people sleep in beds with wooden boards down the middle so nothing can happen. That's a point he makes in his interview with Bob Marshall. He brings up the Puritans' boards in their beds to divide the sexes. It's right here in the script, and this is 4 years before the interview. So there's Frank acting out his script. People sleep in beds with wooden boards down the middle so nothing can happen. Are you crazy? I'll stay in the wagon. Francesco says, what you say is true. I have no interest in visiting a place where such obstacles are placed in the path of recreation. However, in 214 years, that would be 1984 when this is happening, in 214 years, the boards will have been removed. Small wheels will have been installed on the bottom of these boards. And incredibly stupid girls with earphones on named Debbie will ride them all over the place in Santa Monica. He's trying to seduce Schimpf to go to the future by saying that those boards will be used for, whatever you call those small boards. What are they called? Skateboards. Small wheels will have been installed in the bottom. And incredible. Now, in this year, in 1984, he was invited to speak to the University Composers Association. I don't know, composers who are university professors. And in his talk, he goes into how all the rock music industry and all music, pop industry, is geared to a 13-year-old girl named Debbie. So here he is naming Debbie again. She's the daughter of a union guy. And incredibly stupid girls with earphones on named Debbie will ride them all over the place in Santa Monica. Shemp goes, the Holy City? Francesco says, yes, but I do not suggest we visit there. Such women lack the mental capacity for voluntary contraction of vagina muscles or vaginal muscles. And when they blow, they don't swallow. So he's saying not to go to Santa Monica because the women lack the mental capacity for voluntary contraction of vaginal muscles, and when they blow you, they don't swallow. Far better that we go to New York. Now, this is Frank. He couldn't get a gig in '66 in L.A. because of the shutdown of the business because the merchants were told to harass the kids. And so he can't get any work in Santa Monica, so he goes to New York. So Francesco says, far better that we go to New York. A guy like you could do real good there. You know what I'm thinking? Frank was actually Francesco Zappa. That's what he's telling us here. This is a secret. That Frank Zappa was 200 and 300 years old.
He said, I'm a traveler like you.
Yes. Maybe he was a buddy of mine. Maybe he's part of the OHAB, Hey Bob, whatever my name was. The Hey Bob. What is it? Hey Bob. It's not Bob, so it has to be Bab.
Hobab.
He's an employee he was my fucking butler. Or something. Jesus Christ, this is a breakthrough for me. Frank, no wonder when you looked at him, his eyes spiraled. Everybody knew he didn't look fucking human when you looked into his face. There was something that came off his face. It spiraled like he has of himself and Absolutely Free. In the cover, he has a menacing picture of himself with the mystical spiral coming out of one of the pupils or eyeballs. That cosmic spiral, that's what it was almost like when you looked at him. Sometimes the spiral would come out into your face. So that's probably what happens when you meet someone 500 years old. So he's telling us that he is Francesco Zappa, who moved forward to complete the work, to help Bob ionize everything. So
we have to ask Ion.
Yes, you know what I was going to say? Duh, of course Bob is. He'll confirm it up the yin-yang, man.
He's still around. He never died.
You played basketball with him back in Rome 2,000 years ago. You're on the same team, Bob. But Saint Germain doesn't like Francesco. They don't get along. That's why you don't have much contact with Saint Germain. You hang out with Francesco, Saint Germain ain't coming around. So anyways, Francesco, or Frank, says, far better that we go to New York. A guy like you could do real good there. Shemp goes, New York? Francesco, they're calling it New Amsterdam now, but in a few years, a bunch of assholes like the Duke of York will show up and open a disco called Xenon. Xenon. Now, one of you smarter Ionauts should fucking freeze on that word Xenon. Do you know what that is? That is one of the gases at the center of the angel diagram. Oh. I like when Bert goes, holy shit, I can't take this.
He's one
no,
of
Xenon.
Those. He's an insider.
No, get off your goddamn speakerphone. Stop masturbating and get back on the fucking phone so I can pick up what you're saying. Can't yell out the diss. Is that the way? What did you say? We want to hear what you're contributing.
He's one of us.
He's one of us. That's right. Look what we're discovering. Can you imagine the Zappa fans listening right now? What a bunch of fucking maniacs. Very intelligent analysis, but they keep going off in these sidebars thinking Frank is 10,000 years old. I mean, who are these people? We hope we're creating that effect in the listeners right now. Most of them people have written books on Zappa. The Duke of York will show up and open a disco called Xenon. Now, the disco, there's no disco in 1770, whenever New Amsterdam happened, 1740 or whatever. Even it's like the Duke will show up and open a disco. That means the Duke of York is coming from the future. Now, and then Francesco says, they'll meet fascinating people like themselves there and accidentally reproduce. The ones who can't will have their photographs taken with Brooke Shields. Is that a slight? Is that an insult on gay people? They can't reproduce, so they hang out with the stars and keep this Hollywood machine going? What do you think? Is that what he means? I don't know. The ones who can't reproduce will have their photographs taken with Brooke Shields. It's a terrific place. You'll love it. Shemp says, I get seasick. I can never stand the boat ride. Francesco, look, Butcher. What's your name, buddy? Shemp says, Shemp. Shemp? Terrific. Look, Shemp, concentrate. We are not going on a boat because we are not going to New Amsterdam 1770. We're going to New York 1984. Shemp says, this is ridiculous. It can't be done. It simply can't be done. Francesco says, are you not a Yiddish alchemist specializing in the retail field? Shemp says, obviously. Francesco, and what does every alchemist do when nobody's looking? Now listen to this, guys. He boils a bunch of crap looking for the secret of the philosopher's stone, right? Now that's what Roxy says. They're all trying to get to the eye cell and the RNA drops. He boils, this is what we did. We boiled a bunch of crap and we found the secret of the philosopher's stone. Because I did it. I've watched these fuckers do this through the centuries. I watched Frank attempt it back then. I watched St. Germain attempt it. I just watched and just laugh. Look at them all trying to make the RNA drop. And then I fucking did it.
When nobody was looking.
When everybody was looking. I was on the radio bragging that I was going to do it for 20 years.
Yeah.
I was bragging I was going to do it. They still didn't care. I couldn't.
Well, nobody was listening.
That's right. They're too busy trying to be creative and create their own little art scene. And, talking about obscure Italian composer, I'm the most obscure composer that ever existed. And I did some major compositions like the Ten Commandments. I did that. 10 Commandments in the key of G. I don't know if it was a note or chord. I can't remember. But I think they both apply. But no, this is good. Look, so Shemp is denying he understands what's going on, and Francesco calls his bluff and says, what does every alchemist do when nobody is looking? He boils a bunch of crap looking for the secret of the philosopher's stone, right? And Shemp says, everybody knows that. And Francesco says, certainly, Shemp. But what kind of a stone does a Yiddish retail alchemist look for? Shemp, outraged. You bastard. You've known it all along. The philosopher's incredibly realistic simulated diamond. Curse you. Francesco says, you crafty little vagrant kosher butcher. You've got one in the pot there. And you've used it to travel in nonlinear time already. How else could you have known about the holy city? Shemp, pounding his breast. This is terrible, terrible. A whoremonger knows my secret. What will I do? Francesco says, Shemp, stop beating on yourself like that. They got all kinds of guys in New York that'll do it for you. Beat on you. Sounds like more gay culture, right? Get the fake diamond and rub the son of a bitch or whatever you do, and let's get the fuck out of here. Shemp says, I won't do it. You can't convince me to go again. Now, these are the kind of devices that Ian was describing to me in the early months. All these neat little gadgets that dynasties had, like this, simulated diamond. It's neat little artifacts, like the crown jewels in London. Shemp says, I won't do it. You can't convince me to go again. See? Go again. Oh, he's been there before. Francesco, I knew it. You didn't get laid the first time, and that created a negative attitude toward the metropolitan area. Shemp, it was awful. Yellow vehicles traveling at great speed in the middle of the night over badly maintained roads. Noise, horrible noise. We did the noise, 911. And my hemorrhoids. Every time there was a bump, in the cab on the bumpy New York streets, spots on my trousers. Every time there was a bump, spots on my trousers. What does that mean? That he came, that blood popped up? I guess blood. It was God's perfect hell. Francesco says, I'll make you a deal. We go back right now. Now remember, this is a fucking Broadway musical, right? People are sitting there listening to this juvenile stuff, but very profound, mixing high and low culture. It's like cabaret culture that Carolyn Guertin likes. Francesco, I'll make you a deal. We go back right now. See, now Francesco knows that Shemp's already been there. We go back right now, and I'll get us a couple of tickets to Fiddler on the Roof. Then it says, more Francesco's happy little Dago-sounding computerized trio music is heard. This time, disco drums have been added. You know, Frank would always add things to the previous recordings in his studio. This time, disco drums have been added. People complained about what was added to the Rubin and Jets album. Francesco and Shemp freeze their pose. A scenic drop of the New York City Theater District, circa 1984, descends, leaving them behind it. A stupid dance number, now dig this, a stupid dance number based on theatrical foot traffic takes place to the Baroque disco music. You know how we talked about Zappa being a Baroque composer? He's making Baroque rock music, the classical and the rock. It could be called that, Baroque rock music, Baroque disco music. As it concludes, Shemp, carrying the pot with the philosopher's incredibly realistic simulated diamond, and Francesco, still with the book, that's the dictionary of musicians, emerge from the left, strolling through the dancers. The music subsides. Shemp says, "A deal's a deal. You promised me tickets. We come all this way, and there's no Fiddler on the Roof. I'm rubbing it again, and we're going back. I hate this place. Who are these people? What do they think they're doing?" He's looking at the dancers who are based on theatrical foot traffic. All right. So Francesco says, "So I made a mistake. Everybody knows there's only safe investment. Everybody knows there's only safe investment remakes and revivals on Broadway in 1984. Safe investment remakes and revivals. It's the only sort of entertainment permitted during corrupt Republican administrations. They must be suppressing Fiddler on the Roof because of the disproportionately small quantity of non-Jewish characters in the story. It's part of the president's newly mandated Year of the Bible. Guys like him don't appreciate musicals full of ignorant Russian Christ killers twirl dancing near the pigsty." Meanwhile, at the White House, in the presidential bedroom, over by the reusable idealized Christmas tree, our chief executive says to the First Lady, "Sweetheart, have one of the Negroes got me a hot toddy? No. Sweetheart, have one of the Negroes get me a hot toddy and that video cassette of The Devil and Miss Jones." I think I saw The Devil and Miss Jones in 1973 when I was there at the Newport, New York Jazz Festival, and it just come out. It was a pretty good porn picture. The Devil and Miss Jones. As he completes his request, we see approaching from around the corner near their door what appears to be the ghost of Abraham Lincoln, making his way toward the Lincoln bedroom. I'm sure Ian's talked about that, ghost in the White House. The president recites the Lord's Prayer while waiting for his toddy, pausing every once in a while to say, now, isn't that just beautiful? I think he's talking about the lyrics of the Lord's Prayer. By the time he gets to the line, "and dwell in the house of the Lord forever," Mr. Lincoln has reached the door to his room, passing through it in a ghostly fashion. The president repeats the line a few more times, finally summing it all up with, quote, "That certainly does give a person something to think about. Ah, it's the Christmas toddy. What format is this, Beta or VHS?" An unseen black servant replies, "I does not know, Your Majesty," M-A-J-N-E-S-T-Y, Your Majesty. Simultaneously, in a middle-class black household in Northern California, the Wilson family begins their holiday meal. Now, Ike Willis was living up in Portland, just a little bit north of Northern California. Ray White, another Negro singer in the Mother's Invention, African-American singer, Ray White. You take Ray White and Ike Willis, you come up with Ray Wilson, which is here, the Wilson family. I'm meeting with Ray Wilson tomorrow here in Maui at the beach. Ray Wilson is a member in bad standing. He never showed up at any Ion Caucus, Black Caucus meetings, but Ray is the guy Ray is the guy in New York City who was my connection to the R&B scene. Remember I was talking about him last week? I was talking about how Ray, he would perform in these oldies shows, nostalgia shows. He knew all the old 50s guys, and they liked him. He's a good singer, so he would sing with them. So I met all these 50s guys that, I fell in love with back in the 50s. I met all these people through Ray. So Ray is my entertainment dope dealer connection. He's my connection to that music world. Well, Ray hasn't got much money, and he's always running around Manhattan doing odd jobs and this and that. I haven't heard from Ray in a couple of years. Today, I get a call. My message machine is Ray calling, saying he's in town. He's on Maui. He's got to see me. Ray Wilson. And here's Frank visiting the Wilson family. So I read this before the show. I was looking at it. I said, holy shit, Ray Wilson. I talked to him on the phone 2 hours before I see this. See? Now that's the kind of independent anarchy that leads me to be the great philosopher's stone. That's the kind of connections you like, Rosie.
That's the proof.
There's the proof. And I'll try to explain it.
Yes.
I said one or two half lines to Ray. He hasn't talked to me in a few years. And I said, I don't know what I said. It was something relatively normal. He says, Jesus Christ, you're the wackiest guy I know on the planet. I hadn't even started. And he judged me as incredibly far out. So, but he does know about the drops, and he wants to get the drops. And he said, could you bring me a sample? So I'm going to sprinkle drops on his collarbone like I did to Corbin and see if it sinks into him. But he's interested in the product. He used to work for Gary Null, so he knows a lot about the Gary Null world. And Ray is a great guy. And he's the guy, I told you last week, if you listen to the archives, Roxy, I don't know if you were there. Do you remember this? He and I said, we're going down to see James Brown at the Hard Rock Cafe. And he says, we got no tickets. It doesn't matter. We're going to get in, Ray. So we went down there, and Bobby, forget his last name, the original guy who had a rock R&B record store in Harlem, who brought James Brown to Harlem and to the Apollo Theater in the 50s. And Bobby, whatever his name was, he walks by me and Ray, and he sees Ray. He says, hey, Ray, I'm going in. And he says, come on. So we walk in with the godfather of the scene and go right to the front. And then after the concert, we go backstage and talk to James Brown because Ray knew Bobby. And so after Ray, he couldn't get over it for the next couple of weeks. How the fuck did you do that, Bob? We went down there with no tickets, so we ended up getting everywhere. I said, I don't know, just what would I have said back then? Oh, it's probably because I understand McLuhan, Ray. You got to study McLuhan. How he's working for McLuhan or Zappa. You got to listen to Zappa, Ray. Listen to Zappa. That'll help you. But he was just flabbergasted that I did that. And so he expects wild and crazy events around me. So simultaneously, in a middle-class black household, Northern California, the Wilson family begins their, hey, maybe Ray's one of these eternal guys. We're all fucking eternal. We don't tell each other. You fucking Bert are probably 2,000 years old. And Roxy's probably 4 million years old. Yeah, nobody's telling anybody. Ray's probably been around a long time. And it's the way he suppresses me. As soon as I start telling him about it, he goes, shut up, you're wacky. He doesn't want it brought up because then he'd be forced to reveal to me he actually knew Ion 4,000 years ago. So this is the drama of my life, Bert. If you study Phineas Wake, your life will end up like mine. Very exciting. Are you there? Oh, shit. Bert got knocked off again. Sorry, Bert. You're back, Bert. Sorry.
Yeah. I missed something big because you were addressing me when I came back. No, I cut out when you were saying something, and then I came back in.
Oh, you missed the fact I declared that you're probably about 2,000 years old. Did you hear that part?
No, I didn't hear that.
He missed the most important statement I've ever said. I said, I'm beginning to find, you heard me talking about Ray Wilson.
Well,
Ray probably.
Yes.
The most important, I just said that you are 2,000 years old. Roxy's a couple million years old. None of us tell each other that we're ancient. It's all a big secret. And as soon as I start trying to get into these kind of topics with Ray, he immediately suppresses you. Shut up, Bob. You're wacky. You're nuts, Bob. And Ray pretends he's this little man. I'm on to you guys now. Oh, you Zappa fans who are listening, I made the biggest discovery of my life right now here on November 22nd, the golden day, a wonderful day. Yes. It's what a wonderful day. It must be my birthday. This must be my birthday. It must be Christmas. So look at this. In this Wilson family, this not quite typical group includes Buddy the dad, Chrissy the mom, Andrew, the 7-year-old boy, Carolyn, the 9-year-old girl, spelled like Carolyn, L-Y-N, and Uncle Willie, the ancient and irascible permanent house guest. That means he's 1,000 years old. And then there's the dummy, Uncle Willie's strange little potato-headed, whatchamacallit. The potato-headed refers to Bobby. Potato-headed Bobby is from the 1971 album. Down in San Bernardino. And you know, when Carol was first described, one of her other selves, Ian said she's a hairdresser in San Bernardino. I said, holy shit. I always thought that song about Bobby and whoever the girl's name in that song was about me and Carolyn. Because they have a little cheap little ring. He gave her a nothing ring. That's what I gave Carolyn. I had a nothing ring. You know, she had to buy it in a Crises or a Kmart, you know, for $10 for the ceremony. And so this description of Carolyn and me in San Bernardino turns out to be this actual fact of the other Carolyn being in San Bernardino, a hairdresser, and then you have this Carolyn here spelled the same way. You see how it intertwines? It's sort of like gets so close, but it's never exactly it. But it's so asymptotically closer. Exactly. It turns out I'm reading another biography of myself, another fucking story about me. Can't anybody make something up that's not about me so I can get out of myself? It's all about your chart and you, Bob. All right. So Buddy and Chrissy attempt to accommodate the children's food. See all this food stuff. To accommodate the children's food requests. Quote, the kid says, I don't want any of that. No gravy on mine. I don't like peas, et cetera, et cetera. Uncle Willie is making, now Uncle Willie may be Beefart's uncle. Remember Beefart in his home when he was a teenager, his uncle would flash anybody. You know, what do you call them, flashers? And they called his dick a beefheart, or he called somebody a beefheart, or he called it his beefheart, and that's where Don got the name. That's one of the stories. So Uncle Willie may be the guy in the name of Beefheart's uncle. Uncle Willie is making things difficult. He's drunk. He's wearing some sort of a medieval nun's costume and shoes that open up in the front. He insists on smoking one of his hideous cigars at the table, exhaling directly into the mashed potatoes. After that, he tries to tickle the kids. They hate it. They're too old for that kind of stuff. Failing to gain a sufficient amount of attention, he rises from the table, this is Uncle Willie, takes another drink from his holiday bottle, dances across the room with the dummy, and crashes into the Christmas tree and dies from a heart attack. Uncle Willie's funeral is small. Uncle Willie's funeral is small, private, sincere, and tearful. We are there only long enough to hear the preacher repeat, quote, and dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That was the quote that Reagan liked. Now, here's where it gets good. We ripple dissolve. So ripple dissolve means this is a movie, right? Not just a musical. We ripple dissolve to what? The beginning of the universe. In what would have been at that time the house of the Lord. Uncle Willie is seen relaxing on a grotesquely tufted maroon sofa, purple sofa. Maroon's like purple, right? Is maroon purple?
It's like reddish purple. Yeah, you could.
Right. There's a picture of Frank's living room in Life magazine in 1971. They did pictures of rock stars with their parents. And there's Frank and with his mother and father, and they're sitting, I'm pretty sure, on a maroon sofa because the whole room is purple. I think it is purple. You know, most of it's purple. So Frank is now describing his own home as the house of the beginning of the universe. And Uncle Willie is there. He's relaxing on a grotesquely tufted maroon sofa, smoking a cigar. On his knee is the dummy, now with a face just like his. So the dummy looks like Uncle Willie, dressed in a flowing white miniature robette. Small robette, in quotes. And here's what Uncle Willie says. Now, this is going to get real good, guys. It's going to get scary. Uncle Willie says, look at I think Roxy's scared. He keeps away from the phone. He cackles over the speakerphone. He's afraid of what's going to come flying through the phone.
I love this.
Are you exhausted? You've been up for hours? You're lying back?
Well, I haven't slept this week. I was just laying down, trying to sleep, but my brain was not stopping. So.
What was not stopping? Your ring?
My brain.
Oh, your brain. Bert. Roxy could not sleep all week. She was so excited with all these ideas of Iondom.
Oh, it's clear. What she did last week is clear. She was on a roll.
Yes. She was excited of her own performance.
3 or 4.
She was so profound last.
Could not stop.
Are you still going through that now? Are you incapable of sleeping now?
Yes, I'm in a weird state of being awake, but not really awake.
Well, it probably makes you more hypnotizable. We can influence yourself deeper with your suggestive subliminal defenses down. So Uncle Willie says, now, okay, look where we've been. We've been in New Jersey. We've been back in the 1770s. Then we were in 1984. Now we're at the beginning of the universe. Uncle Willie says, once upon a time, way back when the universe consisted of nothing more elaborate than a fat maroon sofa, suspended in the midst of God's basic black darkness. And in this situation, a light shined down, I think that should be Sean, or maybe Sean, I don't know, a light shined down from heaven, and the voice of the Lord rang out. The dummy, Uncle Willie's inept ventriloquism, so Uncle Willie projects his voice into the dummy, and remember the dummy looks like Uncle Willie now, so you've got Uncle Willie being the voice of the Lord, which is what Ian says. You created this. Now, if you listen, am I not mistaken that in the Genesis or Genesis recordings, Ion talks about the first chapters and there's a double of you? Do you remember the double of yourself? You remember Ion talking about that? You probably don't. In the beginning, there was like 2 atoms, and they're variations on each other, involving parallel worlds and Ion theology. And it just struck me that you've got Uncle Willie, and then he's got another Uncle Willie disguised as a dummy. So there's 2 Uncle Willies. So one of them projects into the other, give unto me a bit of flooring under this fat floating sofa. So you got this floating sofa, and the first act of creation is to make flooring, F-L-O-O-R-I-N-G. So it cuts to a wide shot of the universe, and boards of oak appear beneath the very large sofa. Uncle Willie putting his cigar in the dummy's mouth. And boards of oak appeared throughout the emptiness, as far as vision used to permit. Look at that. As far as vision used to permit. And the Lord put aside his huge cigar and said, and the dummy goes, Devan, Devan, do you know who I am? Uncle Willie goes, and before anybody knew what was happening, a light shined down from heaven. Comets and all speeding debris, dark gases, think of the chart and xenon, and deep frozen negative expanses trembling at the coming of the Lord. The dummy yells, Devan, Devan, or Divan, meaning coach, I guess. Devan, Devan, I am near. Do you know who I am? I am here. And he starts singing, I am the sky, I am the water, I am the dirt beneath your rollers, I am your secret smut, and lost metal money down your cracks, I am your cracks and crannies. So he's addressing the sofa. I am the sky, I am the water, I am the dirt beneath your rollers, I am your secret smut, and lost metal money down your cracks. You know, you get money lost down the cracks of the sofa. I am your cracks and crannies. I am the clouds, I am embroidered, I am the author of all tucks and damask piping, I am the chrome dinette, I am eggs of all persuasions, I am all days and nights, I am here, and you are my sofa. They cut to a 2-shot, Uncle Willie and the dummy, as an intense beam of light shines down on Willie's head. Uncle Willie says, a light shines down from heaven, a dense ecumenical patina. What's an ecumenical patina? A dense ecumenical patina at the right hand of God's big sofa, and his voice pronounces out in sheets of fire and sheets of rubber. And the dummy does the announcement. Bring unto me the short girl, and Squat, the magical pig, and that big light I use. Uncle Willie says, a light shines down from heaven, cymbals, platinum cornets, and wrenches, sheets of fire, sheets of rubber, pyramids, leeches and transoms, splendidly resonant, but also the voice of the Lord. The dummy goes, I am weary and must be entertained. Uncle Willie says, a light shines down from heaven. Teeny, weensy chrome dinettes whiz around over by God's big sofa. The dummy says, cancel those leeches and transoms, cancel those wrenches in resonant splendor, cancel all kitchen furniture, bring unto me the short girl, and squat the magical pig. I am weary and must be entertained. Uncle Willie, and the Lord got that old short girl to sing unto him, and likewise unto her magical pig in a pure, soft voice. The short girl sort of singing goes, fuck me, you ugly son of a bitch. Stick out your hot, curly weenie. Make it go in and out real fast till it squirts, but don't you get no jizz on the sofa. Cut to extreme close of a magical pig squat. And the pig says, I hear and obey, short girl. And they cut to a two-shot squat and the short girl, cavorting licentiously at the far end of the huge sofa. Oh, yeah, it's a big sofa. Short girl, fuck me, swine, till dark gases come screaming out of my favorite onion. Sparkies shoot out, and nebulas are revealed. Nebulas are revealed. Uncle Willie, off screen. Sheets of fire, sheets of fried water. Ionic. Sheets of fried water. Sheets of drywall and roofing. Sheets of large, deep-fried rumba. Remember, Finnegans Wake, Joyce says in Finnegans Wake, it's basically a Roomba. Joyce describes Finnegans Wake as a Roomba. So here it is, sheets of large, deep-fried Roomba. What's deep-fried? That's synesthesia. We're getting synesthesia here, deep-fried dancing. Next thing you know, here it comes again, that big old light shining down from heaven. A dense ecumenical, before it was what? Ecumenical? Patina. Ecumenical patina? Ecumenical, yeah, a dense ecumenical patina. Now it is a dense ecumenical bandana at the right hand of God's big rumba. So a dance is God. God's big rumba. A dance. You see the mixed media, the synesthesia? And his voice pronounces out in sheets of plywood and bales of old sport shirts. Cut to medium close of a squat. Old squat rolls over on his back, slobbering discreetly, while the short girl looks around for something to gargle with. So I guess she just blew squat, right? And she has to clean out her mouth. The dummy off screen says, gave up on, and sort of yells at the short girl, gave up on the pig I see. Many say they can be unruly. Cancel that big light I use. Cut to a close-up of Uncle Willie directly into the camera. Uncle Willie says, darkness fell suddenly in all forests as canceled leeches and transoms swarmed ashore, devouring bushes while they slept. Farmers walked off and got lost because there was no stars, not even the moon. Then from a distant cave, now look at this, then from a distant cave, the measured tread of cloven hoof on darkened gravel. Old Zircon in capital letters, the phased-out Byzantine devil. There's your programming, Roxy. Old Zircon, the phased-out Byzantine devil, dressed in a costume of that period, except for his feet. Now, Zappa used to use the word zircon tweezers all the time. Zircon-encrusted tweezers, and maybe something else. Cut to medium shot, exterior of old Zircon's cave. So there's Frank talking about his basement studio. Set in a dark, barren landscape of infinite gravel. Old Zircon says, looks like the leeches have ate up every bush. Bet this place will look funny when the lights go back on. Old Zircon launches into a charming sort of cloven hoof. What part are you laughing at there?
All of it.
All of it? Okay.
Yes, I love this name. It's like a superhero. The Old Zircon.
Yeah, Old Zircon launches into a charming sort of cloven-hoofed tap dance routine, producing sparks which ignite the local moss. An enormous bonfire, totally out of proportion to the amount of fuel available. That's fucking Coldplay. You know, fuel, only a certain amount of fuel, but way bigger output. An enormous bonfire, totally out of proportion to the amount of fuel available, springs up around him. Uncle Willie and the dummy stand nearby unnoticed as Old Zircon has his fire spring up around him. Uncle Willie says, Old Zircon danced his special dance until sparks ignited all adjacent moss. And it says, one by one, dangerous-looking unknown animals make their way to Zircon's fire. With a snap of his fingers, he produces an assortment of primitive musical instruments. Now, he manifests, like Ion says, just by snapping his fingers. With a snap of his fingers, he produces an assortment of primitive musical instruments and proceeds to do his version of a Las Vegas lounge act for them. So he's now going to sing for Uncle Willie. Uncle Willie says, all fierce and murderous beasts assembled to a large red fire just outside the cave. Old Zircon beat his special drum, blew his special horn, and strummed his special guitar. Then he sang in a deep voice until the smoke turned to stone, forming several lumpy new mountains, one of which could talk. And that would be Billy the Mountain, back in 1971. So I think I have to go to page 55.
Yes, for me, it's like he's describing one of his parallel world experiences because he did not drank or took drugs.
Yeah,
right.
But it's like he went to different parallel worlds and he just he rubs his diamonds and zirconias and
right. He sings that on Roll for the Money. He says, "Discorporate, come with me, drifting." He talks about like astral projection to other worlds. Says that. That's one of the songs on the album that satirized the Beatles cover. Okay, so I must now. That's 1984, and we were dealing with the beginning of the universe. Now we go back to what he wrote 20 years before. Go back to Captain Beefheart and find the relevant part. So. How's that for conceptual continuity and the same old theme of there's no time or all time's happening, and yes, he's bringing in the parallel world travel or travels to other worlds. That's pretty good, Roxy. That's Discorporate. All right.
He had quite an imagination to come up with all that. Like Roxana said, he didn't take drugs or drink, but that's pretty comprehensive creativity to come up with all those that whole angle. Wow.
But here's the thing.
That reminds me of my own dreams. That's why I say it's like a parallel world thing.
The dream you had lately?
Well, I have all these type of dreams with weird situations. Like once I told you I had a dream like. I had some birds above my head, and I was trying to make them go away all the time, and they were all the dreams like that. These situations that are like absurd. It's this type of animated objects, and
all right.
I think he's just describing parallel travels.
Right now, or time, different times side by side each other. So here's what I get, Bert. He has one vision. He designs his Cucamonga studio as a rocket ship, and you see the rocket ship is very important in the 1964 play. To me, it's like he had one scene, one idea, and he just kept adapting it. But repeating it, because look at this.
Okay, yeah.
In 1972, when he does Hunch and Toot, this is 12 years before Them or Us, it starts off, as the performance begins, the only thing lit and visible on the stage should be the orchestra, who are garbed in spacesuits. Now, the play... 8 years before is dealing with spacesuits. So he's repeating the 1964 thing, or aspects of it. So the orchestra begins the overture, and as they play, the narrator, with dumpy scientist clothes, including white smock and protruding slide rule, so he's always got the dumpy scientist, which is maybe like the way he saw his father. The narrator creeps steadily, and the narrator is this scientist, or he has dumpy scientist clothes. So it's not necessarily the narrator is a scientist, but he looks like one. Creeps stealthily toward the scaffold, climbs it, mops his brow, waits for the music to subside, and finally announces, There has been a certain amount of scientific speculation recently regarding the possibility that civilization as we know it is perhaps not the first pinnacle of evolutionary achievement to be witnessed on the face of our wretched little planet. In layman's terms, then, perhaps it has all happened before. Perhaps it has happened several times before. That's ionic.
6 times.
6 times. Perhaps it's Bob again. No, he doesn't say that yet. He goes, perhaps it has happened several times before, then in brackets, not exactly the same as now, of course. That's something like Ian would say. But it most certainly could have happened. And if by some chance it didn't happen already, mathematical science has proven that the odds are at least 50-50 that something is bound to happen sooner or later. Did you get that? Therefore, it should be evident to even the dullest among you that there's a distinct possibility some form of highly evolved, technologically sophisticated, unknown civilization has already grown, flourished, and finally strangled on its own waste products right beneath your very seats out there in the audience. Which reminds me of a little story. Now, again, this is a film, a musical, a Broadway musical, the narrators berating the audience. Once upon a time, during some equivalent time cycle, in some equivalent... Now, there's your parallel worlds. Exactly. You know what I mean, Roxy? You're very close on that. Once upon a time, during some equivalent time cycle, in some equivalent civilization, there did occur on the equivalent Earth and in the equivalent void surrounding it, a most peculiar situation wherein a mysterious and as yet unnamed sizable chunk of space debris, populated by a very tall, nasty lady known as Drachma, queen of cosmic greed, and her miserable, deformed lover, Hunchentooth, a giant spider, this chunk of space debris served as a launching ground for a sinister and barely comprehensible plot to gain control of terrestrial affairs. The equivalent Earth, endangered by the above-mentioned intrigue, was a lush, watery green. So the other Earth, the equivalent Earth, endangered... which Earth is this? On the equivalent Earth... Okay, so this is an equivalent Earth. The equivalent Earth, endangered by the above-mentioned intrigue, was a lush, watery green elliptoid, dangling as per usual on the fringe of its little imaginary orbital merry-go-round apparatus, and if viewed from a distance of 300,000 miles, what would it do? Gave the illusion of being exactly the same planet we reside on today. That's a variation on the idea of time, looking like a solid object from the distance, right? You had a game. Right. The equivalent Earth, endangered by the above-mentioned intrigue, was a lush, watery green elliptoid dangling, as per usual, on the fringe of its little imaginary orbital merry-go-round apparatus, and if viewed from a distance of 300,000 miles, gave the illusion of being exactly the same planet we reside on today. However, upon closer inspection, the more astute... Now, when he's talking about Drachma, he's talking about someone who's going to program the Earth with some new concentration camp scenario, right? So we're talking about a Drachma is a wannabe programmer. We're talking about the artist programming the whole environment. However, upon closer inspection, the more astute members of our audience could probably recognize instantly that the lushness was merely a byproduct of the rampant molds and fungi feeding over the piles of discarded appliances as they swooned under the sulphurous sky near bogs of watery green undifferentiated tissue, gurgling forth from the horrible black tubes of the genetic error tanks in each community's child-rearing center. That sounds like a bad interpretation of what Ion's going to say is coming. A world with no oxygen. You know what I mean? This is someone listened to Ion's projection of what it's going to be like in the future, they would come up with this horrible scene. And undifferentiated tissue, that's in the story around the legend of Cletus Aretus, the one about in Grand Wazoo, the jazz album. So it's got some, and this is the same year as that album came out. So, and thus from her grotesquely tufted sofa. So she has a sofa.
Another sofa.
She has a sofa. So she's a variation of Uncle Willie. And thus, from her grotesquely tufted, she's always putting the word tufts in there, from her grotesquely tufted sofa, over by Hunchentooth's reeking cave. Remember Uncle Willie was in a cave, or who was in a cave? Oh, Zircon was in a cave. Over by Hunchentooth's reeking cave, not far from a pink bullet-shaped object that might or might not be a hairdryer, the sinister Drachma surveys the pageant of terrestrial folly, mumbling amusedly to herself as the images fade from her special viewing screen. So she starts singing and manipulating the dials of her fraudulent video controller. Time is money, but space is a long, long time. I think this is the continuing of the song. Perhaps you are surprised to see I speak your language, but I have been monitoring your earthly broadcast for many, many years, and the reception of my little planet is extremely fine. Time is money, but space is a long, long time. On my lonely throne in the cosmic night, I ponder the vast expanses between your puny world and mine. From my couch in the sky, as my planet goes by, I behold all your misery below there. I have seen all your lying and crying and dying, and believe me, your planet is nowhere. Space is a very long time, and if the equation set forth above is proved when we get to the bottom line, the powers financial I shall hold over your world will complete my fantastic design, and the whole equivalent Earth shall be mine, mine, mine. And she grabs a space scissor, and strums horrible chords on it between each of the closing lines. Then there's a hideous giant spider roar. Hunchentooth lumbers out of his cave in response to the mystery strum. There's the music programming people. Hunchentooth lumbers out of his cave in response to the mystery strum of Drachma's space scissor. He shuffles over to his mistress as she rises from the sofa, whereupon she calls him and says, piddling with Hunchentooth's extra spring-loaded leglets. I guess he's got a bunch of legs as a spider, and they're spring-loaded. She's piddling with Hunchentooth's extra spring-loaded. Now, that's imaginative, right, Bert? Talking about tweaking the spider. Piddling with Hunchentooth's extra spring-loaded leglets as she speaks. She says, let's face it, Hunchentooth, life on that planet is no picnic. Now, I might be sinister, and I might be greedy, and I might be too tall to get dates. I might be sinister, and I might be greedy, and I might be too tall to get dates, but I have something to offer to the helpless wretches of equivalent Earth. Because, you see, Hunchentooth, I am not merely Drachma, queen of cosmic greed. No, no, no. I am a woman, a very passionate woman, Hunchentooth. You know how hot I am, don't you? The people of that silly planet need me. Their planet is a mess because of earthly greed. And as I'm sure you know, earthly greed is incompetent greed. Earthly greed is amateur greed. Earthly greed is a mere dog poot compared to cosmic greed. That stupid little world down there thrives on nothing but greed. It is nourished by greed. Why, without greed to sustain it, the earth wouldn't be worth a hunch or a toot. Therefore, my miserable Hunchentooth, it must follow logically that even now, at this very moment, in equivalent time, which is money, and space, which is a very long time, as we swirl through the eternal darkness on a funny little rock with some cheap furniture, invisible to the naked earthling eye, it's obscured by the dense, putrid vapors of their polluted atmosphere and deadly video radiations. Verily, I say unto you, Hunchentooth, is there any way, if my fantastic program or contest of conquest succeeds, and of course it will, is there any way I could make things any worse than they already are? Strobe lights flash for an instant. Stage left dims, and the narrator's lights go on. Spotlight on Hunchentooth. Then the narrator says, and the miserable Hunchentooth thought for a brief moment. Finally emitting a sad little toot on his fetid harmonica, accompanied by a pathetic little hunch, all of which tended to indicate to the power-mad space girl, that's Drachma, that her helpless love slave was in complete agreement with the theory she had just propounded. Drachma says, lunging lewdly toward the giant spider, yes, my erotically wriggling spider of destiny. Spider of Destiny is a song, one of his later 70s albums. My erotically wriggling spider of destiny, take me to your reeking cranny and caress me violently with your horrible scratchy feelers. And while we consummate our perverse rendezvous, I explain to you. I shall explain to you the fantastic details. What?
That's tactile.
Tactile. Ultimate tactility. Multiple massage. While we consummate our perverse rendezvous, I shall explain to you the fantastic details of the work I must do. And the narrator says, and the lustful Drachma leads poor old Hunchentooth into the adjacent reeking cranny simultaneously seducing him and delivering a lecture on quantum economics.
Yay.
Quantum economics. So Drachma gestured.
I don't know who says there are these eternals and parallel world people that are actually going from one place to the other, and who knows what or who they really are.
Hey, and
maybe
it says
they're not all humans; they're this type of creatures.
Yeah, and so she gives gesturing erotically in silhouette. She goes, throttle me, you disgusting beast. Ah, you're so masterful. Oh, hunchitude. There's never been a love such as ours. Don't let me distract you. But do you realize how far we are right now from the earth itself? And do you realize the import of the fact that the distance between them and us is nothing but space? And who is to say, hunchitude, that space could not belong to someone? That space could not belong to someone. And then it says on the left, it says, slides are projected that show alternately mathematical, philosophical examples of Drachma's premise and cheap zodiac, cosmic, Kama Sutra, theoretical copulatory positions involving a 7.5-foot space girl and a giant spider. Zodiac, cosmic, Kama Sutra, theoretical copulatory positions. Right? That's on the slideshow. So she says, hunchitude, my valiant insect. I, Drachma, queen of cosmic greed, do hereby, with you as my legal witness, claim that space and all other space as my own personal treasure. Because if time is money, as the earthlings believe, and if space is a long, long time, as should be evident to any fool, my space, in terms of time, when converted from light years to cold cash, will even make me the richest hot space girl in all the universe. Ah, drag your raspy little mandibles across my creamy thigh once more. She turns off the cave interior light. And the lights go up for narrator and music segues. So now Zappa, in that interview, is describing how time cancels out time. This is like a satire on Frank himself in interviews saying these kind of ideas. He knows he's a spider or a 7-foot-tall hot girl. Narrator. That's a good way to describe quadrophenia in your chip body and TV body. You've got to have these other alterations of form. The narrator says, meanwhile, on equivalent Earth. Now, isn't that great having equivalent Earth as a repeated motif? Because most people don't think of that. And then it just gets rubbed into their heads, right? An equivalent Earth. Unaware of the impending financial crisis, the unequivalent Earth is unaware of the impending financial crisis, the obvious hero of our story, a lad named Dirk, sits in deep alpha meditation with a group of high-level genetic mutants who've just formed a fantastic new and upcoming religious cult called the Forcelings. Remember? Love is a force field, not an emotion. So this is the INX. Genetic mutants caused by the RNA drops, though. This is Frank intuiting Iondom. High-level genetic mutants who have just formed a fantastic new and upcoming religious cult called the Forcelings. Chanting in fraudulent mod religious ecstasy. Remember what we said, the great ecstasy that's coming. That's an example of fraudulent ecstasy as a disease. Chanting in fraudulent mod religious ecstasy. The human mind is the ultimate power. Forcelings miming to offstage chorus. The ultimate power, Dirk says. And that power is ours to use as we choose. Forcelings, as we choose. Dirk says the human mind contains wonder and thunder and blunder. The Forcelings go, and blunder. We're going to have to take a drink in a minute. Dirk says, and because we are so highly evolved, the very universe itself must tremble before us and yield unto us all secrets. The Forcelings go, all secrets. Dirk goes, all power. Forcelings repeat, all power. Dirk says, all truth. Forcelings say, all truth. What?
They're echoes. The Forcelings.
Echoes, yes. Yeah, echoing. Dirk says, but mostly, so they go, all truth, and then he goes, but mostly the secrets and the power, because who needs the truth when you got the good stuff? Forcelings. And that is the truth. And it says, Dirk and the other Forcelings lift their listen to this. Dirk and the other Forcelings lift their elasticized ping-pong ball meditation eye gear up over their brows, revealing horrible blackened eye sockets as they all jump up and pretend to sing, but the chorus behind the wall is really performing. Read that again. Dirk and the other fourthlings lift their elasticized ping-pong ball meditation eye gear up over their brows, revealing horrible blackened eye sockets as they all jump up and pretend to sing what the chorus behind the wall is really performing. Dirk actually sings, the others mime and dance, so he sings, "We are the fourthlings. Our new religion is astounding. We are the fourthlings. Our new religion is astounding. The glory of our shining minds and groovy vibes is now surrounding each and every one of you. We know you'll join us too, and you'll go far, because each and every one of you turkeys out there in every chair think you're just about as cosmic as we are." Now that's manipulating satire when you start making fun of the audience. You step out of the story and start attacking the audience. Each and every one of you, we know you'll join us too, and you'll go far, because each and every one of you turkeys out there in every chair thinks you're just about as cosmic as we are. Then the narrator says, "And with subtle pomposity and pretension, the leader of the secret cosmic meditation society prepares to deliver a thrilling address." So Dirk, speaking into his amulet, he's addressing his amulet. "Guys and gals, as you must have known, before attending our services tonight, something big is about to happen." The fourthlings, as one voice, go, "Far out!" Dirk, raising a hand to calm them. Yes, I can certainly dig it. And I'm sure you can too. I don't think I have to emphasize how difficult, how exhausting, or how expensive it is to promote and get customers for a fantastic new upcoming religious foundation such as ours, when there's just so much competition these days. The fourthlings nodding in agreement go, "Phew, phew." PSHEW, phew. Dirk, gesturing boldly, "But have no fear whatsoever. We can do it. We can get customers and their valuable dollars quickly and easily with my fantastic new plan." The fourthlings go, as one voice, "Far out." Dirk, swiveling dramatically. Just see what was... just checking something. All right. Dirk, swiveling dramatically. "That's right. I have a promotional idea that will prove once and for all how heavy we are, and simultaneously show conclusive evidence to every infidel and unbeliever not only where we're at, but also where we're coming from." Forcing number one blankly says, "But Dirk, how could this be?" Dirk says, "I have meditated longly and deeply, and in doing so, I have penetrated to the very core of this marginally imponderable dilemma, and I have found the answer. And the answer is, quote, the difference between where you're at and where you're coming from is where you went."
Oh.
It sounds like something I would say. See, Frank was always predicting us. The answer is, quote, the difference between where you're at and where you're coming from. What is that difference? It's where you went. Past tense. That's isness and wasness and areness. Forcing number two blankly. "Does this mean?" Dirk, excitedly interrupting. "Yes, we must went. But we must not only went, we must went someplace nobody's ever went before." Fourthlings, as one voice, go, "Far out." Dirk, finger raised emphatically. "Precisely. That way, when we get back from when we went, everybody will know where we're at." Forcing number one, astounded by his own brilliance. "Right back where we went from." Remember Frank said in that quote last week, "You ain't going nowhere." Time, wave, they cancel each other out. You're never going anywhere, and it's already happened. Dirk, beaming proudly and shaking hands in a very hip manner with forcing number one, shakes his hands. "You got it. But the best part is when everybody finds out where we're coming from." He's taking normal phrases that people are all using in the early 70s. Where it's at, where we're coming from, right? He's just taking these simple phrases and making a whole metaphysic out of it. Forcing number two eagerly. "Wow, what happens then, Dirk?" Dirk, proudly clasping his arm around the shoulder of forcing number two. "I'm glad you asked. At that point, everybody will want to join the fourthlings. Hey. And then, of course, we'll all be rich and respectable, just like any other branch of the ... big orchestral blast. Then he says, leisure time industry. Just like any other branch, respectable branch of the leisure time industry, providing religions, mini religions. Okay, so then forcing number 1, overwhelmed, goes, gee, Dirk, that's neat. Forcing says, one voice, wow, Dirk, right on. Forcing number 2, eagerly again, yeah, Dirk, what a groove. Where are we going to Wint? Dirk, fantastically casual. Very casually says, guys and gals, I don't want this should come as a shock, but we're all going into outer space. Forcelings is one voice, we are? Forcing number 1, mystified. But hold it, Dirk. We don't have any spaceships. Now, this is a dilemma 8 years earlier in the Captain Beefheart, where this guy is claiming he's got a spaceship and nobody believes him. Dirk, sincerely, well, you want everybody to be impressed when you get back, right? Well, for me, that's not enough. I want that people should be impressed coming and going. Remember, and don't you ever forget it, the human mind is the ultimate power. Now, you remember, Ein doesn't say that. Ein says the voice is the ultimate power, not the mind. So Frank is correct to satirize the cult. The cult's got the wrong percepts or concepts. Forcelings, robotically replacing the ping-pong balls over their eyes and answering in a unified monotone, the ultimate power. Dirk, hypnotically lowering his voice and ping-pong balls at the same time. Lowering his voice and ping-pong balls at the same time. Because all of our fantastic minds linked together can achieve any goal, overcome any obstacle, and if we so desire, even go so far as to provide first-class transportation into outer space and still have enough energy left over to provide a breathable atmosphere and, as a goodwill bonus, our very own gravity. Remember, we're so highly evolved, there's nothing that can ever stop us. And then the orchestra begins a vamp. And as the volume of the vamp intro increases, the stage right lighting becomes more brilliant. The forcelings, including Dirk, slowly and majestically remove their ping-pong balls once again, raise their hands skyward in some mysterious cosmic salute, and go into an obvious song and dance routine. Dirk, singing and swaggering with cosmic abandon. If something gets in your way, just think it over. If something gets in your way, just think it over. Forcelings, miming while chorus sings. If something gets in your way, just think it over. If something gets in your way, just think it over. Dirk, crooning, says, and it will fall down. It will fall down. It will fall. Just wait and see. Soon it'll fall down. It'll fall down. It'll fall. Take it from me. Everything that gets in your way ain't real. Everything that gets in your way ain't real. Everything that gets in your way ain't real. It ain't real. It ain't real. It ain't real. So what's the deal? Forcelings, miming, over, over, over. It'll fall over, 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 over. It'll fall over. At this point, the forcelings discontinue their miming and, led by Dirk, execute a dance routine which, by the very nature of its mod graphic construction, pathetically overt symbolism, will indicate to the audience that the whole bunch of them intend to swim through outer space until they bump into a mysterious unknown planet. This short, thrilling dance concludes with the group making a stage right exit. The lights come up on the orchestra, which frolics briefly and dwindles off. The lights come up on stage left, revealing the enormous space girl, satisfied by the giant spider, emerging from under a hairdryer, adjusting her rollers. She repairs to the couch and preens while the despondent Hunchentooth paces before the entrance to his reeking residence singing. So Hunchentooth, distraught, singing, goes, oh my, the lonely spider wanna die. Oh my, this spider weep and cry. Oh my, I wasted 40 pair of shoes just to shuffling back and forth with them Hunchentooth blues. No shit, I got 'em. Meaning the blues, I guess. Oh, where do you go and what do you do when the shit starts flying and land on you? Oh my, I wasted 40 pair of shoes just to walk on that floor with the Hunchentooth blues. You know, he's part of his dingly-dangly. He's got shoes on them. That's like a 1930s cartoon, right? Remember those old black and white cartoons? Spiders would have funny shoes on. There ain't no more terrible weeping than this lonely spider do. Listen. No. There ain't no more terrible weeping than this lonely spider do. Listen at me, peoples. Listen at me, peoples. This the truth. T-R-U-F-E, I'm telling you. This the truth, I'm telling you. Got no regular spider lady, just to ease my spider mind. Been peeping all over my plastic rock till my spider eyes gone blind. Won't somebody tell me just what am I going to do? Because I'm a bad mother spider with the Hunchentooth blues. Yes, I am, peoples. I'm a bad mother spider with the Hunchentooth blues. Drachma comes in, pausing from a preen. You always seem to get so depressed after our little parties. What is it, honey? Don't you love me anymore? Hunchentooth. Honey is Hunny. Hunchentooth. Hunchentooth angrily. Don't you be calling me no funny-ass name, bitch. Onlyest reason I've been giving you all the pleasure of my company is you the only pussy I got up here. Drachma bewildered and misty-eyed. You mean it's merely physical with you and me? Hunchentooth slyly. Well, Drachma wrists the forehead. Why can't you respect me for my mind? Hunchentooth goes, turning away, Drachma, suddenly angered. You despicable, detestable musician. She calls him a musician. You despicable, detestable musician. I've given you the best years of my life, prepared delicious meals for you, paid the rent on your stupid little cave, and furthered your education with a 527 cubic inch television set. You know how I say television is educational. Furthered your education with a 527 cubic inch television set. Hunchentooth, rubbing his chin in a sage gesture. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, bitch. You is deficient. Drachma enraged. What? Me? Deficient? Ha! Listen, buddy, I am a very passionate woman. You just can't appreciate the real meaning of true passion because you are merely a bug. Hunchentooth mocking. Shit, look here. You can be passionate, you can be ashing it, you can be mashing it, splashing it, and gashing it, but there's one thing you ain't never going to be. Drachma haughtily. And what, pray, is that? Hunchentooth smugly. Let you go and grow you some legs, and I mean one big giant motherfucking stack of them scratching, kicking 360-degree spider-pleasing wraparound gigantic motherfucking legs. There ain't going to be no way you're likely to become no giant spider-pleasing woman. And the lonely, desperate insect dances grotesquely around the broken-hearted space girl, taunting her with his loathsome harmonica and naughty song. Singing and dancing. Take a regular spider lady for the maximum potential from the spider mean. Must take a stack of spider leg to make the spider fucker beg and raise the spider sand. Since you ain't got no spider eyes, this here might give you some surprise to hear my spider fucking song. The only thing that caused me wonder about the rock I living under, how you doing me wrong so long. Imagine that on Broadway? Hunchentooth continues to... we'd rather have Fiddler on the Roof. Hunchentooth continues to cavort lasciviously, making horrible little noises on his harmonica. Suddenly, Drachma's eyes widen in disbelief. There, in the midst of Hunchentooth's autoerotic frenzy, she beholds the Forcelings and Dirk as they stumble out from behind the cave, yawning, stretching, and readjusting their ping-pong balls to indicate recovery from their fantastic journey. Hunchentooth's song and dance dwindles off as Dirk steps forward and says, Dirk, all smiles, well, guys and gals, we made it. This is it, outer space. Can you dig it? A fantastic, unknown, unexplored planet inhabited by this giant, ugly spider. Hunchentooth, pissed off. Say what? Dirk, slightly intimidated. Who seems to be very talented and dances really fantastic. Say, brother, what's happening? Play a little trumpet myself. And of course, over here we have Drachma, ominously. Silent earthling, who are you? Why have you dared to come to my planet? Upon whose authority do you trespass in voyaging through my space? Dirk, with a shit-eating grin. Well, see, it's like this. The human mind is the ultimate power. Forcelings is one voice. The ultimate power. Dirk, cheerfully. And, of course, we bring greetings from the kind, generous, friendly people of Earth, you know. The third little dot over by the big dot, which my people call the sun. And basically this here is a promo tour for a fantastic new and upcoming religious foundation that's pretty soon going to be the Drachma cutting him off. Bah, your wretched promo tour means nothing to me. Prepare to meet your doom, invaders. Kill Hunchentooth. Kill the earthlings. Hunchentooth fobbing her off. Lighten up, bitch. Shit. Now look here. Hey, Earth dude, come here, boy. Dirk, grinning hippily. You know how to grin hippily? Sure thing. What do you need, my man? Give me 5 or whatever. Hey, saying give me 5 to a spider. Give me 5 or whatever. Hey, Hunchentooth, confidentially. Look here, boy. I really am supposed to scarf you folks up. Dirk, shit-eating grin again. Really? Wow, that's beautiful. Really beautiful. Hunchentooth, continuing. That's the calling of me enormous species. Dig it? That's my cosmic biofunction, you see? Just reckon them helpless victims. And you're going to be one of them. unless you and me can get something together. Dirk, pretending to be very concerned for the insect's welfare. Just listen to me. Never let it be said that our fantastic new and upcoming ecologically concerned, definitely against any form of insecticide religious organization, ever missed a single chance to help a troubled soul or make a new convert. How much bread you making up here? Hudson Toot, ominously. Look here. You just don't seem to understand. UNNUHSTAIN. Understand. You just don't seem to understand, boy. You're looking at a mean, nasty, cruel, bloodthirsty, giant motherfucking spider. And I'm going to snuff all you people out unless we get something going here right now. Drachma, raging in the distance. Eat them. Eat those earthlings, Hudson Toot. It's your natural cosmic biofunction. And if you ignore your cosmic biological urges, you might cause a horrible imbalance in the cyclical structure of the cosmic ecosystem. Hudson Toot, slightly exasperated. Why don't you just shut the fuck up? I know what I'm doing. Dirk, smiling and fidgeting. You going to pretend to eat us and then spit us out in back of the cave or what? Hudson Toot, very confidentially. Look here, brother. I may not have to be eating you people after all. Dirk, enthused. Really? That's beautiful. Far out of sight. Hudson Toot, continuing. That's right, brother. Give me 5 or whatever, brother. You got it? I was just wondering if you all be able to help a brother out. Dirk, suddenly realizing what is really going on. Oh, I can dig it. Hudson Toot, pleased to see that Dirk is getting it. That's it, brother. You know where I was coming from. Dirk, impressed with himself because he can dig it. Right. You want to get laid. Hudson Toot, philosophically. Shit, y'all pretty sharp for an Earth boy. The lights come up as the fourthlings who retreat into ping-pong meditation mode when there's nothing else for them to do. When the lights come up, the fourthlings dance over to Dirk and Hudson Toot as the giant spider bursts into song once more. Hudson Toot singing, dancing. There ain't nothing to it. Let some spider mama do it, and I could use a pair of spider jaws today. So if you human brain so hot, just go and show me what you got and get my spider mama whipping right away. Because if you don't, I got to tell you, it's my spider gig to kill you, and ain't going to make no never mind to me, boy. So get my spider pussy flying, or all you folks is going to be dying. Gwyn, Gwine. Or all you folks is going to be dying, and that's no spider shit I'm spreading, because I can destroy. Now this sort of weird black patois, Gwyn, that language is used in Thingfish 12 years later, that kind of slangy writing. Hudson Toot squeals away on his fetid little harmonica, dancing a special dance, demonstrating to the fourthlings various possible methods of giant spider-inflicted grievous personal injury, causing them to dash around the planet in a state of frenzied terror. At the point where Hudson Toot feels he has given them a proper scare, he and the orchestra pauses to announce, Hudson Toot, matter-of-factly, I'd go back to my apartment and whip it till you religious folks come up with something hot and hairy I can identify with. And the narrator says, and so, having stated his case to the invaders from Earth, the pathetic, misunderstood giant spider trundles back into his cave, and naught was heard but his busy little multiple appendages whipping it, masturbating, I guess, while on her lonely sofa, Drachma, queen of cosmic green, pines away for the love of her insect. Drachma singing and pining away. He used to be very kind in his own crude way, and he wasn't always like I wanted him to be. He wasn't smart, he wasn't handsome, but he thrilled me when he drilled me, and I have never loved a monster quite like he, because his love was so flambé. There's a song at later albums called Flambé. His kisses burned me so, his kisses turned me from a queen on a throne to a shriveling stool. Here I stand all alone, a spider's fool, when it's me he needs to fondle his tool. I guess some bugs are just that way. He don't really need your love, he don't really need you to be there when his hair gets matted and gray. I'll do that again. He don't really need your love, he don't really need you to be there when his hair gets matted and gray, with a broom cleaning his room from the mess he made that day. Out of earthling arms he nibbled away. Oh, Hudson Toot, my love, how could you desert me now? Oh, Hudson Toot, you brute, can't you see I want you? Stay with me flagrantly, and we'll have ecstasy for all eternity, because your love is so flambé. Your kisses burn me so, your kisses turn me from a queen on a throne to a shriveling stool. I don't mind if you're unkind, because spiders rule. You're all real cool with those little webs you spool, and all your spider drool. Let me float in your pool. Oh, Hudson Toot, Hudson Toot, Hudson Toot. Then Hudson Toot says, disgruntled, what do you want, bitch? Drachma, pretending to be cold and objective. Listen carefully, spider of destiny. If you persist in your refusal to destroy the invaders, my plans for the conquest of the earth itself may become endangered. Super dramatic orchestral blast and build up a super dramatic. So the spotlight swivels back to Drachma, gradually turning from blue to flaming red. She says her plan to conquer Earth will become endangered if he doesn't fuck her. Super dramatic orchestral blast and build up concludes part 1, and stage goes dark. Well, hey, that's pretty good. I never read it before. Yeah, they're taking a bow.
Yeah.
So, there's other stuff we can read other times. I must go to the other scripts to get to this thing I found that I got to read to you, which is pretty amazing. Well, that's
these are real fun.
Yeah, these are pretty neat. What do you think, Bert? You getting off on this?
Yeah. I'm amazed at how creative he was to come up with just the whole dialogue between the characters and to come up with the characters. It's amazing.
Yeah, and to write
this was actually a screenplay.
Yes, screenplay, theater play, everything. And he writes in this, Oakland. What are they? Obionics? What was that black stuff called?
Ebonics.
He's kind of like doing early Ebonics or something. And
yes, and it's all a satire, but it's also as absurd as any religious or cult system that gets people doing absurd things. It's like,
yeah,
it makes no sense, but look at the world.
It's like it's a cheap high school sketch. He's trying to get done on Broadway. Now in Thingfish, when Thingfish is presented, they go to a play within the whole opera, and the yuppie couple is outraged at how crappy the play is. So Zappa, 12 years later, is satirizing. If he actually did put Hudson Toot on, what people would be pissed off at, he makes as the content of Thingfish 12 years later.
No, but I think he would have made such a great score.
Yes, the music would have been fucking amazing.
Because that happens in many of his songs. The lyrics are really funny, absurd, weird. That the music is so amazing.
Yeah, the music will be awesome, and I think these later albums, Sleep Dirt and Orchestral Favorites, and might have been another one. They have these titles, so I could play something of I assume would be the music for Flambe.
Yes, and he uses this word cosmic for all these type of mystery landscape things, New Age, and he has this cosmic.
He probably heard me talking about cosmic awareness. He's fucking satirizing what he thought I was doing, probably. He's making fun of me.
It's this New Agey weird stuff.
One time I was talking to Croker.
Make some type of business out of it.
I inspire so much great art. I was talking to Croker one time. He knew that I talked to McLuhan through the Evergreens and something. And I talked to him one time. And then about 3 days later, he posts this whole obvious satire of me. He was inspired to write this fucking crazy Bob guy, and he calls him Bob, and it never got, I don't know if anybody saw it, but he posted it, and I've never seen it again, but I'd come and visit Zappa, I'd lay out whatever crazy stuff I was doing, outrageous claims, and then he'd fucking use that to write a screenplay to make fun of me. I'd inspire him for his absurdity. It's just coming to me now.
Did you talk to him about cosmic awareness? Was he aware that you were working?
I told him. I read him what cosmic awareness said about his work. I had the cosmic described, and it was very good. He actually didn't say much to that. It described him doing a texture of tactility. That's what cosmic awareness said. And I read it to him, and he didn't say anything. He was stunned.
So all this cosmic thing is about Bob.
Yes, Bob. I mean, he does the evergreens, but I do the evergreens on him. He does that later, in the 80s. It's an evergreen satire. Every decade is satire, Bob going through some quadrant.
Because you're so far out. You're so heavy.
Yeah, that's right. Like Ray says, you're the most absurd human on the planet, Bob. Ray said that within 30 seconds of conversation. Yeah, so...
That was in your recent conversation with Ray?
Yeah, a few hours ago, this morning. I hadn't talked to him in 2 or 3 years, and I started talking. I said about 30 seconds of something, and he said, Jesus Christ, Bob, you're the weirdest guy on the planet. He said something like that. Immediately, 2 and 2 is 75. Immediately escalated his judgment of me. I hadn't even started. It's like he has ESP. He knew where it was going.
Yeah, you have to tell him you don't understand.
Yeah, understand. You understand? Gwyn, I'm Gwyn going to give you a blowjob, you black caucus imitator.
Yes, I am not a marionette. I want to be a forceling.
Yeah, forceling. We believe in force fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like all along, Ion's been picking my brain, only my brain, and everything he gets, it comes from Bob's brain. Love. He meant to say forceling. He says love is a forceling, but he said force field. Then he was stuck to it, stuck with it. Geez, I got to find this particular. Where is it? It's an incredible thing. Let me play some music for a minute. Play some play flambe. Just give me a break. I get a drink. Here I am performing.
Your wonderment.
My wonderment. Roxy's got a whole bunch of new words she could use.
No, I really love this type of.
You like
humor.
This is entertaining to a Mexican princess. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's stranded in Berlin. Now, I got an audience of 2 here.
Yes, go get your mystery burger.
Oh, what I got to do is ask Bill the stats. How many people are listening on computer? Let's see what that is. I talked to Bill today. He said he's usually up for most of it. Oh, man, here's Gene. Gene's been writing commentary all along. Let's see what Gene... No, I'll do that after. I got to get a drink. What?
Forceling, Gene.
Forceling. Yes, look at this driving. The subgenius Zappa is bringing the subgenie out of Roxy. Roxy's going to get worse and worse. Okay, over here. So we go down to my computer inventory of 1,200 Zappa songs. There it is, Flambe. I don't know what it sounds like. Can't remember. But I will play it through the computer. Is everything ready to go? I don't even have to mute you guys. Doesn't matter. You can make all the noise you want. I'm just playing it for you. So here's Flambe from the album Sleep Dirt, 1979. And it slipped into 20 Small Cigars. That was the very lyrics I was reading. Did you recognize it?
No.
Did you hear the word Hudson Toot? Did you hear her say Hudson Toot? You didn't hear it?
Yeah, I did hear that, yes.
It was her being lonely and wanting ecstasy from Hudson Toot. Well, you just basically stop I was reading. I haven't heard that in 20 years. I haven't played that much, and I wouldn't have known back then what the fuck it was about. It's fragments from this one big play. Fragments, for fuck's sake. Like, what does that mean? You hear this on an album mixed with other kinds of music. We'll play another one, Spider of Destiny. So these fragments, and he's not talking about Hutchentooth that I knew of, publicly. You don't even know it's a part of a opera skit. So I found the good part, but I'm just going to play Spider of Destiny. I remember there was see what that is. Yeah. It's from the same album, Spider of Destiny. 1979, Sleep Dirt. Oh, I forgot. I got to put the sound off. Oh, let's see, Bill's answered. That's Bill. Panic button. Okay. And it goes into this town as a sealed tuna sandwich. So that was Spider of Destiny. That's a kind of texture, tone I've never heard before. That's a whole different Frank music.
Yes,
what do you think?
It is. Yeah.
Yes, that's something he does a lot with his solos. He plays the guitar as if the guitar was speaking, and here it's very clear because the voice is doing the same as the guitar.
Right.
And you have the impression that the guitar is also speaking.
Hey, listen, I just had a little spooky insight. You can go on howionic.com and listen to Ion describe how Captain Beefheart or Don Van Vliet faked his death and how he came from another world or another planet or something like Sun Ra. Not exactly Sun Ra, but he was a strange guy who came from another world. Well, in this 1964 play, all the way through it, the character known as Captain Beefheart, this is what he says. I'm magic, and I can make myself invisible and fly through time and space and other dimensions, and that's how I got here. Fucking 2,000-year-old Frank knew Don, exactly what Don had done, and there are people from other worlds, and Frank just writes it out literally in the fucking play, and everything is all made up, but it's fucking just autobiographical. These two guys were fucking weird people.
It's like these
teenagers.
The David Lynch characters, like the cowboy. It's very weird.
They're a cowboy. Like, what's that about a cowboy?
There is a movie, Mulholland Drive, from David Lynch.
Oh yeah, the cowboy in that. I played that part. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's weird characters that.
And Frank lived just off of Mulholland Drive. He lived in Woodrow Wilson Drive, which at the top, Laurel Canyon Boulevard goes up and meets Mulholland Drive, which goes along the top of the hills. And right where Laurel Canyon Boulevard meets Mulholland Drive, you turn a sharp right, and you go along Woodrow Wilson Drive to his home, where his studio was. He's right beside Mulholland Drive.
Yeah, maybe that's like a portal or something like that.
Yeah.
Because Hollywood is full of weird characters and vampires and angels and who knows what.
And he's writing about these guys. In this play in 1964, somebody, what's his name, this old janitor guy, Billy Sweeney, he's so pissed off, he's an old janitor, he is going to single-handedly beat the United States government to the moon. He's going to make his own rocket ship and get there first. Pretty ambitious. He's going to whoop their ass. Okay, now here's something I wanted to read to you. It's really important. So Zappa, it was when Pons and Fleischman announced their Cold Fusion in 89, there was interest from Frank. He was sort of rumored to be interested in it. I'd been telling him a bit about this and that. But so he was, I don't know if he followed how much he checked into it. But look at this. In 1984, in the Them Russ book, in Chapter 3, starts off this way. 1 month later, in the computer lab, Buddy walks through a maze of equipment discussing technical matters with a guy named Hertzberg. in brackets, a design engineer in his early 30s, already balding, with one of those cheesy little beards that computer guys always grow. Hertzberg has a theory. And it says, Hertzberg arrogantly says, P to E conversion is a process whereby cheap and plentiful photons are disguised in a way that makes the old-time electron-munching machineries think they are getting the right stuff to eat. Buddy responds, I swear y'all ain't getting enough sleep, Hertzberg. Just stop watching them old science fiction movies on the TV for a while, and maybe that little beard you got growing there might actually turn into something one day. Hertzberg says, sleep has nothing to do with it. A genius such as myself requires very little rest. Now, Zappa seemed to operate with very little sleep. A genius such as myself requires very little rest. My metabolism is vastly different from that of the average individual. Now, listen to this. If we think of an electrical circuit like some kind of tiny dry plumbing, and if we think of the electrons that whiz around in there like they were just a bunch of fast dots pretending to be some kind of dry water in the tiny dry plumbing, then P to E conversion becomes fiendishly simple to deal with. Until that glorious day when the entire planet runs on photonic energy, my P to E converter will stand proudly next to the personal disposable gas mask as the great item which took up the slack between the electronic age and the photonic age. That's fucking Coldplay. Ironed them.
Wow.
Wow.
Is that stunning, Roxy? Get off that bed. Stop twiddling your vagina. Get the fuck over here.
Well, that spider made me horny.
Yeah, all those tingly, tactile, gangling danglia. Yes, any self-respecting Mexican princess would respond to that. Thanks to Pancho Villa, or whatever his name was. What was the name of the guy in 1910? Zapata? What was it? Emilio Zapata. It was Zapata or something, right?
Zapata.
1910?
Emiliano Zapata.
Yeah. Right. Okay, listen to this. It even gets better. So Buddy says, you know what? You are full of shit right up to your eyebrows. Stuff is coming out all over you. Stuff is coming all out your ears and everything. Why don't you get yourself a goddamn hobby or something? Hertzberg, interrupting. A number of other incredibly intelligent individuals have made the same distressing noises, insisting that my daring new concept flies in the face of physics. Alas, I was forced to remind them that, 1, no quantum leap of human knowledge has as yet been realized by the use of the adding machine, referring obliquely to the process of bottom-lining data in the ordinary computational sense. The data itself is suspect, especially when treated axiomatically in these computations. That's what LaRouche complains about, the axiomatic use of this stuff. 2, axioms are subjective. Their existence is a figment of the human imagination, often based on observations made with the assistance of the aforementioned machinery designed to perform logic functions using programs riddled with the very same axiomatic expressions which ought to be questioned. Another LaRouche statement. 3, flying in the face of physics is no big deal. None of the information gathered thus far with the assistance of trillion-dollar university amusement devices has proven anything in particle behavior inquiries. 4, all known facts pertaining to universal mechanics apply only to what people think they know. 5, all unknown facts pertaining to universal mechanics are sought in an order of priorities determined by what people think they want to know. First, will it explode? Second, how will this affect real estate values in our area? 6, even without suggesting that all human knowledge be rethought, we ought to at least consider the possibility that centuries of accumulated errors, misjudgments, inaccurate observations, erroneous evaluations of data, etc., could have emulsified into the cretin's porridge now being served up as the holy software snack pack we refer to as our body of knowledge in all matters scientific. 7, physics, like all science, is burdened with paradoxes and contradictions which have traditionally been resolved by theories designed to provide a temporary illusion of solution. 8, physics only sort of works. 9, everything only sort of works. Then a voice over the laboratory paging system announces. It's the dummy voiceover. Emergency phone call for Mr. Wilson. There's Ray Wilson getting in here again. Emergency phone call. I'll probably have to do that tomorrow. He fucking will follow the directions. Ray can tend to do that. Get lost. And I won't be able to call him. And I'll have to call his sister or daughter and say, emergency phone call. This is all going to happen tomorrow. I'll be telling him about our PDE conversion machine known as the iCell. He'll just say, Bob, you're fucking... Shut up, Bob. He's going to say to me, you're full of shit, Bob, right up to your eyebrows. Stuff is coming out all over your ears and everything. Why don't you get yourself a goddamn hobby or something? How is that for awesome statement there I just read, eh? Right in the middle of the book.
It's perfect.
What'd you say, Roxy?
Like I says, perfect words. Perfect.
Yes, perfect. And what Zappa is writing here is the kind of criticisms that Ion does about regular scientific knowledge. Let me see. Is there anything else? Okay, here's some more talk. Again, okay. So Buddy picks up the phone. Is his name Buddy Wilson? I thought it was Sweeney. Oh, no, that's Buddy Sweeney. That's in the other play. Okay. Emergency phone call from Mr. Wilson. Buddy picks up the phone. It's Chrissy, hysterical. What was the description? Buddy. That was the Northern Keller black family. Yeah. Ray Wilson, black. Buddy the dad, Chrissy the mom, Buddy Wilson. Yeah. Buddy picks up the phone. It's Chrissy, hysterical. The kids are going berserk. They insist that Uncle Willie came back. They smelled his cigar. He even tried to tickle them. So there's ghosts coming back. How's that for ionic stuff? Remember? Uncle Willie died, remember? Crashed into the Christmas tree. Buddy rushes home extremely annoyed because he doesn't believe in ghosts. Chrissy looks terrible. The kids are glazed. This is not what he expected. It looks very serious. They take him into Uncle Willie's old room. Even he can smell the cigar. He thinks for a moment, finally announcing in a not too convincing tone that, quote, there has to be a scientific explanation for everything. In order to support this preposterous assumption, he manufactures a fairy tale theory to explain away the whole matter. So here's his theory. As you know, everything must pass away. And do you know why that is? It's because everything wears out. Did you ever see anything that didn't wear out? Of course not. That's because entropy is destiny and vice versa. Am I making myself clear on this topic? The kids nod negatively, so he tries it again. Well, let's look at it another way. Time is not like what people think it is. It doesn't start over here and then go over there. He's saying the same thing he said 20 years ago, 20 years before. It doesn't start over here. He's consistent like me. It doesn't start over here and then go over there. Time is just one big lump of stuff. Everything is happening all the time. I can prove it to you. When you're watching TV on Channel 9, there's always something else on Channel 5.
Yeah,
did we hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, we heard that earlier in this book. I'm sorry, we did hear it earlier within the same book, but I'm sure he says it in the other play.
Yes.
So that seems to make sense to the kids. What'd you say?
Yes,
Roxy?
that's a perfect explanation.
Right.
That's
then he goes, so you
explanation.
understand.
Channel 9.
There's something going on in Channel 5. Which means what I used to say, the whole parallel world stuff is all happening right on your TV set. You're going to parallel worlds by watching TV. So, he says, so you understand that? If what we're talking about here is time, and since you can already see how everything is going on all the time, then you have to understand that any one time could be the same as any other time. And the only reason it doesn't get completely messed up is because God set it in order. Ain't that right? Kids go, yes, that's right. Well, I suppose now you want to know what all this has got to do with Uncle Willie? Am I right? Okay, check this out. You know how because some people use too much hairspray, the ozone layer's got all these big ugly holes in it? Cosmic rays are coming in all over the place? The weather is completely dangerous. Yeah, you know what I mean? Well, I shouldn't actually be telling you about this since it's mostly top secret. But I think I can trust you folks, can't I? And the kids go, why? Of course you can. He goes, okay. Now Einstein had a theory that space and time were two versions of one big thing that was indivisible, which means you can't chop it up. Okay. Okay. Now today we got these guys called subatomic physicists, and what they do is try to chop up the tiny stuff. How tiny? Tiny what? They want to chop up a basic unit, which is both a particle and a wave, depending on how you look at it. A particle means space, and a wave means time. You know what that means? Space is time, and time is space. But what about Uncle Willie? No, the kids go, and time is space. But what about Uncle Willie?
like the fourth list.
Yeah. Now, we get to the top secret part, and you kids better never tell nobody. I'll let you in on this, especially if he looks like a communist. They go, we promise. Now, this is your parallel world. You know the other place next to where I work with the big fence and the guards and the signs that tell you to go away? You got any idea what they're doing in there? They're messing with, it's like the Hadron Collider. They're messing with subatomic particles. They shoot them down that long tunnel. Then they smash them up and they mash them up. They poke around in the debris. Then they mess up the whatever it is they got left over. The kids go, so? Well, if these particles are waves, depending on how you look at them, and if time and space are the same thing, that means if you mess up the particles, you're messing up time too. Just like the hairspray and the ozone layer. Wayne Newton probably never wanted to hurt anybody, but look at all this skin cancer we got going around here now. I guess Wayne Newton did a lot of hairspray. The kids, do you know Wayne Newton, the entertainer? Do you know him?
Yes. He's a big Las Vegas guy.
Right. The kids imagine a world full of people with skin cancer walking around like zombies, taunted by Las Vegas entertainers, insouciantly fouling the biosphere with hydrocarbon propellants. So Buddy says, you mess with anything natural and you can believe there's going to be something supernatural coming out of it. Every time they run that machinery over there, they could be messing up our entire chronological ozone layer, and when you mess with somebody's chronology, you stand a very good chance of putting that sucker out of sequence. Somebody that's already been here before might come back, like a ghost. Worse than that, somebody who might not have even been here yet might be arriving early. And this is, to the kids, they go, this is almost starting to make sense to everybody. Realizing that he's got them hooked, Buddy declares to take it to the max. Well, he says, take it to the maxi. I'm sure you are aware of the exclusive report in the National Enquirer telling about how many ghosts people have been seeing lately. Even the president thinks he saw one back around Christmas. It all fits together. Just like I told you in the beginning, everything wears out. Even time itself is going to wear out one of these days. And the kids go, and what's going to happen then? Then we will all be together in the most profound sense of the word. Chrissy, Andrew, and Carolyn applaud enthusiastically and hug Buddy, the incredibly smart dad. That's in quotes, Buddy, the incredibly smart dad. They are interrupted by the obnoxious sound of the household smoke alarm. There appears to be a cigar butt smoldering on the rug in Uncle Willie's room. The next morning, Buddy waves goodbye and backs out of the driveway, smiling and happy as he turns on the car radio. He hears an item treated in a humorous way by the newscaster about ghostly occurrences in Palo Alto, ending with one of those horrible, lighthearted news comments regarding the number of shopping days left before Halloween. He wonders about yesterday's scientific explanation. Could any part of what he told the kids be true? He decides just as he pulls into the lab parking lot, it's all true. As he climbs out of his car, we catch a glimpse of the other place with the fence and the guards. God only knows what they might really be doing in there. Later, with their mouths stuffed full of sandwich material, rendering the conversation only slightly intelligible, Buddy and Hertzberg discuss chronological entropy. A question is raised regarding the possibility of controlling chronological aberrations. Hertzberg finds the concept exciting only as the germ of an idea for a new video game. Buddy, on the other hand, becomes obsessed with the idea that such, quote, temporal disturbances, unquote, could be purposefully generated. He is convinced that these selective chronological perturbations could result in the reappearance of whoever or whatever might have previously dwelt in the operational vicinity. Let's read that again. Selective chronological perturbations could result in the reappearance of whoever or whatever might have previously dwelt in the operational vicinity and allow such a person or thing to dwell again. Remember the dwell in the house of the Lord line? What was that in? That was in this, right? Eventually, Hertzberg finishes his video game, and Buddy builds a little box with one large knob on it that says "dwell." capital letters, dwell. That same night in Uncle Willie's old room with the family gathered around, I remember they had the smoke with the cigar. It appears to be a cigar butt. Actually, there is a, remember they got the smell of smoke and then a cigar butt shows up in Willie's room. That same night in Uncle Willie's old room with the family gathered around, Buddy cautiously twirls the knob on the box. Uncle Willie reappears, seated on the bed with his back to them, smoking a cigar and playing with the dummy. Nobody says anything. Later, unable to sleep, Buddy stares at the ceiling while Chrissy spews forth fantasy scenarios of incredible wealth and international renown, just around the corner for her and her man. She tells him that nobody's going to be impressed if he just keeps his dwell box at home for conjuring up stupid old Uncle Willie and his dummy. He needs to make somebody famous dwell again, like, for instance, Abraham Lincoln. Shortly thereafter, a group of presidential hunchmen gather around the desk in the Oval Office. They go, perfect. It's just what... Didn't you say perfect, Roxy? I think you did. Perfect. It's just what we've been looking for. When his wife first contacted our office, there was naturally quite a bit of laughter. But then we looked into it, and quite frankly, Mr. President, this Buddy Wilson is a very amazing Negro. It's going to, and then I guess the President says, it's going to take more than an amazing Negro to help us win this election. Next thing we know, Buddy is standing in the hall outside the Lincoln bedroom, reporters and cameras all over the place. He opens the door, twirls the knob, and Abraham Lincoln reappears. Within a few hours, Buddy and Chrissy find themselves in the company of two sleazoid showbiz moguls in an expensive restaurant. The moguls are suggesting how dwell could be used in the entertainment field. Mr. Gorgonzola asks Buddy and Chrissy to imagine, quote, the potential profits from a series of classic reappearances of, for example, Elvis Presley or Jimi Hendrix. The first annual Elvis Presley Classic Reappearance Concert is a tremendous... Oh, so then they do it. The first annual Elvis Presley Classic Reappearance Concert is a tremendous success. Mr. Gorgonzola hands Buddy a suitcase full of money. Look where we're going. Where the hell are we going with this? In his fancy New York hotel room after the concert, Buddy is drunk. He picks up the dwell box and talks to it. You have made me a lot of money, and you have made me famous. Ha! You even made some Republicans look good for a minute. Now, don't try to deny it. You only got about $15 worth of shit in you. You only got about $15 worth of shit in you. That's right. You heard me. Ain't you ashamed of yourself? He gives the knob an arrogant tweeze and quite unexpectedly finds himself face to face with old Zircon. Not just some guy with an English accent wearing a cape and a shitty little pointed beard. This is the real, ugly, horrible, blood-curdling, bad-smelling, totally dangerous devil. He's standing right there. He's standing right there next to the bed with the long tail, the cloven hooves, the horns, the pitchfork, the sulphurous reek, etc., laughing his traditional scary laugh. After causing an assortment of objects to whiz around the room, he exits, scorching his way through the door. Television coverage of old Zircon's activities made big news. Kelly Lang. Now, Kelly Lang was a reporter for LATV, and she lived right across the street from Frank. They were friends. So he puts in Kelly Lang. Television coverage of old Zircon's activities make big news. Kelly Lang even had to report on it. Quote, incredibly perverse acts attributed to old Zircon as he cavorts around Manhattan. Film at 11. Unquote. You know, what Kelly M. even had to report on it. That's probably a phrase she said to Frank. I even had to report on it. In the early ABC coverage, old Zircon, now this is like Billy the Mountain back in 1971, trudging across the desert to go to Las Vegas. Billy the Mountain and his tree. His wife is a little tree. And remember at the beginning of this, Mountain showed up? One of the plays, Mountain showed up. In the early ABC coverage, old Zircon is shown hurling the doorman at Regine's into the middle of Park Avenue after having been questioned about his attire. Old Zircon is shown in early ABC coverage hurling the doorman at Regine's into the middle of Park Avenue after having been questioned about his attire. He's then shown entering the disco area where hundreds of beautiful people bask in each other's radiance. With one wave of a scabrous hand, the head of each beautiful person rotates 360 degrees, spewing green mucus as if they were a room full of exorcist lawn sprinklers. exorcist lawn sprinklers. One wave of a scabrous hand. As they twirl and spew, old Zircon lectures to them. Uh-oh, we're going to hear another guy talk about how there's no time. Old Zircon lectures to them, strolling about the room like some. Now, in 1980, holy shit, in August 84, I met with Frank in a disco on corner of 6th Avenue and West 20th Street, which was formerly William Irwin Thompson's church, the Limelight Church, now Limelight Club. I've talked about it many times. And he wrote this after he met me in a fucking disco. This is again inspired by me. Because it's 84, man. He's writing this after meeting me in August, where I tell him about May Brussels and all that, and arrange for the tapes. And then we meet in November in Nova Scotia. But in between, he's writing this. This is copyright 1984, man. Look, he's a fucking disco. Bob, in a disco. So he's probably going to quote me here. So old Zircon lectures to them, strolling about the room like some kind of dangerous professor. That's what he thought I was, some kind of dangerous professor. Uncle Willie's dummy. I look like, when I played ball hockey in the 70s, the young kids called me the professor. I look like a fucking professor. Uncle Willie's dummy is twirling and retching at a table near the dance floor. Old Zircon singles it out as the focus of his lecture. And he says, quote, Eventually it was discovered that God did not want us to be all the same. This was bad news for the governments of the world, as it seemed contrary to the doctrine of portion-controlled servings. Mankind must be made more uniform if the future was going to work. Various ways were sought to bind us all together, but alas, sameness was unenforceable. It was about this time that someone, now this is in thinking of Paris too, it was about this time that someone came up with the idea of total criminalization, based on the principle that if we were all crooks, we could at last be uniform to some degree in the eyes of the law. Shrewdly, our legislators calculated that most people were too lazy to commit a real crime, so new laws were manufactured making it impossible for anyone to violate them. Making it possible for anyone to violate them, any time of the day or night. And once we had all broken some kind of law, we'd all be in the same big happy club. Remember, I used to talk about, let's all go to, if they do federal emergency measures, let's all just give up and go to jail. They have to feed us. Remember that idea? We'd all be in the same big happy club, right up there with the president, the most exalted industrialist, and the clerical big shots of all your favorite religions. Those guys are already being in jail. He sloshes through the rising pea soup tide, wagging his finger in faces of the dummies, giving them that dead serious Smith Barney, we earn it sort of look. You know, Smith Barney, the accounting firm or whatever, commercials. They had that old guy, he played a Smith Barney. We earn it. Dead serious Smith Barney, we earn it sort of look. Total criminalization was the greatest idea of its time, and it was vastly popular, except for those people who didn't want to be crooks or outlaws, so of course they had to be tricked into it, which is one of the reasons why music was eventually made illegal. So what he's doing here is he's laying out the Joe's Garage scenario, where music is outlawed. So I won't read all that, and see how it ends. So the central scrutinizer. Okay, so now it brings in the central scrutinizer. The central scrutinizer hovers in the vicinity.
Sorry, this has to do with what you were talking about at the beginning of Payday, this digital prohibition, how the laws are so absurd that anybody can commit a crime.
Downloads a video. When you use it, it's against the law to use your computer. They criminalize everybody. That's a good point. It syncs up. Great synchronicity there. The whole digital prohibition, this is what she's really talking about. I told her she left out Zappa. But I told you guys, she has to be told you left out Zappa. Zappa's already dealing with it. Right. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, Bert, what puny idea have you got compared to Roxy's? Uh-oh, did you get knocked out?
Say again, Bob. No, I'm here.
What puny idea you got compared to Roxy's huge blinding insights?
Was this all connected? I mean, you've read two different screenplays, but it seems that there's a link between.
Yeah, it's all the same play. It's always the same fucking thing.
Well, that was his concept. That, but for Frank, everything is connected. Everything is the same conversation.
Yeah, the same conceptual continuity. He got such a big idea in 1962 that he then his mind could only do fragments of it, but he was always doing the same big scenario and chopping off pieces from it.
But I was thinking.
Was Frank a cartoonist? Was Frank a cartoonist? Did he like cartoons?
As a kid, yes. He drew cartoons as a kid and things. He did all kinds of drawing. Yes. He also used to play with puppets.
Picture. No, I'm getting that picture because he has listening to this, it's like a combination of cartoon, slapstick, and movie all mixed, and then he mixes the 60s type humor as far as how people use language, like you understand where I'm coming from, and can you know
where it's at?
Really beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, it knows where it's at. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, he's taking the cliches of the day and immediately shining them back at people.
Yeah.
And he's making he's actually putting together the slang people said and making order out of where it's at, where I'm coming from, which way did the went go. He's organizing the slang around him and making a big theory. So the central scrutinizer hovers in the vicinity of Uncle Willie's dummy. He looks like a cheap sort of flying saucer, about 5 feet across with a snout-like megaphone apparatus in the front, with two big eyes mounted like Appletons and a pair of miniature motorized frowning chrome eyebrows directly above. Along the edge of his disc-like body are several sets of stupid-looking headers and exhaust hoses, which apparently propel him and punctuate his dialogue with horrible-smelling smoke rings. In the middle of his head, he has an airport windsock and constantly twirling anemometer. The bottom of him has a landing light and 3 spoked wheels. In spite of all this, it is obvious that the way he really gets around is by being dangled from place to place by a union guy with a dark green shirt up in the roof, eating a sandwich, pieces of which drop off every once in a while and lodge themselves near the hole where they put the oil that makes the cheap smoke. Hovering near Kissinger's dummy, he announces. So that was a description of the central scrutinizer. He had the green shirt sort of like Rance Muhammad's at the beginning. This is the central scrutinizer. It is my responsibility to enforce all the laws that haven't been passed yet. It is also remember, a lie is a truth that hasn't happened yet. So they've brought in these laws that haven't been passed yet. It is also my responsibility to alert each and every one of you to the potential consequences of various ordinary everyday activities you might be performing, which could eventually lead to the death penalty or affect your parents' credit rating. He slides above the twirling heads, pooting nasty little smoke rings downward, forming halos. There's Roxy's halos, forming halos over the individuals singled out for derision. In spite of the central scrutinizer's lecture, a number of beautiful people remain on the dance floor as twirling dummies, doing that ugly dance they always do there. He hovers toward them and says, our criminal institutions are full of little creeps like you who do wrong things, and many of them were driven to these crimes by a horrible force called music. Our studies have shown that this horrible force is so dangerous to society at large that laws are being drawn up at this very moment to stop it forever. Cruel and inhuman punishments are being carefully described in tiny paragraphs so they won't conflict with the Constitution, which itself is being modified in order to accommodate the future. I'm not going to read any more, but
at the very beginning of his career, he had this situation where he was accused of making some type of porn,
fake crime and non-crime.
So you can be criminalized even if you don't commit any crime. They can frame you.
Yeah, that's a really good interpretation of digital prohibition. They're making simple, copying. It's going to be a crime, and they're already busting people for it. They don't follow the fair use. So that's a scenario that, if I could tell Carolyn Guertin it, make her look at how Zappa is coming up with the same idea already. Maybe she isn't aware that that's how simple it is. They're trying to make everybody a criminal. And they don't implement it. They just do it, as a punishment for us, nail someone here and there who they think deserves to get nailed. But they could subtly arrest everybody if they needed to. And they could cite the law. You're not allowed to download. It's right in the books.
Yes,
anyways,
Berg was saying they're going to be treated like potential terrorists in any stadium. They are going to control you and search you like in the airports and
right.
And, that's the situation.
Pretty neat, eh? So I think that's quite a way to end. So you Zappa fans, you see how it does come back to what Carolyn wanted to talk about. About 10 hours ago. What is it? It's coming up to 10 to 3. We started at 3, 12 hours ago, for fuck's sake. We started on this rant 12 hours ago.
The forceling be with you.
May the forceling, the little forceling be at least your butler. At least echo you in its chorus. Well, I'm going to read these plays in detail over the next week or so and find out all the missing neat parts. This is just based on a scan. You had the cold fusion, you had time travel, and we suddenly finally realized him and Beefheart actually knew who they were.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, they found out they both were from other worlds and been around for thousands of years. No wonder Frank was so smart. I mean, he could just spew and be intelligent and comment on anything off the top of his head. He was an intergalactic intelligence from another world. And there he is on the cover of Them or Us. It's just a picture of him with his scraggly hair and his chest showing and a nice suit on. And it shows him holding his left hand with a green cooking glove in a fist shape. He's holding up the glove very menacingly.
I mean, it's really impressive that he said he was self-taught in music and he's making these super complex things. So it will make sense that he has been around since the Baroque times. And
good point.
He actually knows
do his
a lot.
Yeah. You know what? And that song on We're Only for the Money, We Are the Other People, We Are the Other People, found a way to get to you. Remember he started off, we were reading those early interviews? He said, we can use the rock music to get to people. Like, it was the first time parallel worlders could actually have a medium, the radio, teen radio, and get in there. And you're right, he's been around for hundreds of years. That's why he can play so fantastic. He's been practicing. Yeah. And he couldn't get played anywhere until teen music showed up. And then he could infiltrate it. Lucky Gail died. She wouldn't be able to take this. Gail, unless Gail knew. But Gail, could she take these concepts? Did she know who she was living with? She does say that the first night she slept with Frank in 1966, around the time Lenny Bruce died, in August 66, I think, she woke up the next morning and she was hallucinating. She describes it in some book. I might have it. I should find it and read it. She goes through this psychic vision after a night with Frank. Probably, gets zapped. Her chi gets zapped by the eye cell Bob energies coming out of Frank. She fucked Bob. She fucked me.
But that makes.
Good.
It's a good connection that he could have been that, because if you think about, he self-taught in music. classical music and enjoyed it. It didn't like, the Bach and all that stuff. Didn't like it.
From another era.
Write it. Yeah. But then he could create music that was actually adaptable to now, the digital age. I mean, we're listening to his music now and able to hear it clearly than it was when he did it. Until he heard it when he produced it, but the people, they didn't play it on the radio. You couldn't hear it on the LP, but now you play his music and hear it. I mean, it's possible he was a parallel world person. I mean, for me, it makes sense.
Multiple dimensional. Yeah, and he was just telling the facts. It wasn't hard for him to write this stuff. It was normal conversation for him. And he kept repeating himself. That's all he had to say. Hey, buddy, you fucking little earthlings, you don't realize what's going on, and this is what's going on. I'll repeat it again for the 100th time, It's all happening at once. So in light of this, we should play an interesting piece of music, right? Let's play some Zappa music.
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Yes,
this is called
magnitude.
What? My central magnitude?
I said your magnitude.
Your magnitude. Yeah, you son of a monster magnet. You. Okay, let's just see. But wait a minute. Poor Gene. Where is anybody? Is there anybody hanging around here? Oh, look, Bill gave me the stats. Dig this. There are 52 people on their computers listening. Wow.
How do you fucking call in and talk?
Oh, hello, Forceling Force.
Yeah, the Forcelings are still here. They're afraid to talk to us. They know we'll find out who they are, but these are probably tapped into other worlds. 52 different worlds listening. And remember, I'm saying this, the Zappa fans, if they've gotten this far, are going, who the fuck are these people? This is neater than Frank. This is freakier than Beefheart. These people got themselves believing Frank is 1,000 years old.
Yeah. Then every once in a while they talk about this weird guy named Ion.
Yeah. Yeah, they claim it's all began with Ion and it's ended up with Ion.
I was talking about Jürgen Habermas, how he said...
Habermas,
okay. He said the bourgeois created these new forms to express themselves, but it was actually the white bourgeois, the male bourgeois. And Frank Zappa made it...
Wait, I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying Baudrillard? Who are you saying?
No. Jürgen Habermas, how do you say?
Oh, the bourgeois, the bourgeoisie.
Yeah, but it was not a real participatory democracy. It was more like the male white.
Yeah.
That was expressing, verbalizing in the public sphere.
Right. It's a left hemisphere. Print hoists up the left hemisphere, which is what men do. That's why the men took over under print, favored their left hemisphere.
Yes, and Frank Zappa promoted, because it's very recent that other people, like other freaks, other outcasts, other genders, other ethnicities, could access this verbalization in the public sphere. The public sphere. But he made it, he always promoted this, presenting outcasts, freaks,
Baby Face. The subtitle,
women.
The subtitle of the Baby Face movie is "People Who Are Not Normal" or "Who Do Things Not Normal." That's right in the subtitle of the movie, Baby Snakes, late 70s.
Yes, and in his pedagogic political video, he also explains how all this population could not vote, and until very recently, if you were gay, you had to stay in the closet in order to participate in the public or in the political life.
Right.
And, he also says you had to own property to have access to some offices, to some of the political jobs, you needed to own some property.
Right.
So we are the parallel world, there's non people joining the public sphere.
Yes, we are the people who are not.
Verbalizing the force being.
The new media, the new coffee shop.
Yes, expanding the idea, human.
Okay, yeah, it's like 200 years ago it was organizing the bourgeois. Print organized the bourgeois. Well, digital media organized the not human. The people who are not.
Yes, okay. Ones are getting themselves in the Öffentlichkeit and the openness for the first time. Usually they keep quiet. They don't go public.
But now that nobody's listening and too busy nano-broadcasting themselves, we can come out and speak. Nobody's listening. Nano TV.
Only the 54 links.
Yeah, the 54 links. Okay, so let's play A Token of My Extreme. Did you guys catch those lyrics? Did you hear what it said?
Not really, but it was quite funny.
Yeah, but did you notice it seemed to be... Did you guys notice the distortion? It sounded like extra echoey or something.
Yes, I did notice that, yeah. That's why I couldn't...
I don't know what that...
...really make out the words, but I was hearing something, but it was... Yeah.
Seemed to be something extra weird. Okay, here's the lyrics. Don't you be terrified, T-A-R-O-T, you know, the terror. Don't you be
the terrified of the
tarot card.
Is the word of the day, the terrifying.
Yes.
It's a nice message. He's telling us today, don't be terrified.
Right. It's just a token of my extreme. Don't you be terrified. It's just a token of my extreme. Don't you never try to look behind my eyes. You're not allowed to find out what Zappa was. You don't want to know what they have seen. Don't you never try to look behind my eyes. You don't want to know what they have seen. Then he says, some people think that if they go too far, they'll never get back to where the rest of them are. That's the whole thing about parallel worlding. You worry about whether you get back.
Yeah.
Some people think that if they go too far, they'll never get back to where the rest of them are. I might be crazy, but there's one thing I know. You might be surprised at what you find when you go.
Damn.
Gee, that's all it says. So that implies parallel worlding, because when you go to Las Vegas, it doesn't give a noun, just says the going. When people talk about parallel worlding with Ion, they say, well, when we go, we'll end up there, and when will we be able to get back? So then it says, Joe asked L. Ron Hoover, head of the Church of Appliantology, Joe, mystical advisor, what is my problem? Tell me, can you see? And L. Ron Hoover says, well, you have nothing to fear, my son. You are a latent appliance fetishist, it appears to me. Joe says, that all seems very, very strange. I never craved a toaster or a color TV. L. Ron Hoover says, a latent appliance fetishist is a person who refuses to admit to his or herself that sexual gratification can only be achieved through the use of machines. Get the picture? Joe says, are you telling me I should come out of the closet now, Mr. Ron? Ron Hoover says, no, my son, you must go into the closet, and you will have a lot of fun. That's where they all live. So if you want an appliance to love you, you'll have to go in there and get you one. Well, Joe says, that seems simple enough. L. Ron Hoover, yes, but if you want a really good one, you'll have to learn a foreign language. German. Joe, German, for instance? L. Ron Hoover, that's right. A lot of really cute ones come from over there. $50, please. And a cheerful group of appliantologists dance. So here we have, this is like the Four Slings. He repeats that whole thing. And a cheerful group of appliantologists dance into the room wearing aluminum foil lab smocks. There's the science part. Lock arms in a circle around Joe, making sure he pays in full, all the while singing with L. Ron as he delivers his final instructions. It says, if you've been modified, it's an illusion, and you're in between. Don't you be terrified. It's just a lot of nothing, so what can it mean? If you've been modified, it's an illusion, and you're in between. Don't you be terrified. It's just a lot of nothing, so what can it mean? Joe leaves the First Church of Appliantology and sets out to try L. Ron's expensive advice. So, enough of that. I think we got to stop. I think we better get on to the rewrite. Can you guys take it? Are you going to go to sleep while I play for myself and the 59 people listening? Rewrite.
Ready,
how far did we... Are you ready? For Ion. But we have to say that was a good Zappa session, and I know Roxy got a whole bunch of notes. I didn't get to the Civilization Phase 3. We need to go through some of those lyrics. But there's Frank standing in the midst of art, science, nature, and death, and making fun of it all. Don't you be terrified.
Bob, you said last week that Frank recognized that all there was media, and his goal was to become an anti-environment. And what you just read, or what has been discussed, it's really clear. He used everything and anything that he could just to make that point.
Yeah. He made himself look stupid, silly, juvenile, all kinds of crap that no one would ever normally do.
Yeah. But then if he went on the interview, like when he was on Howard Stern, he really was a very intelligent person. I mean, he really had depth.
Yeah.
You could tell in his interviews he had depth.
Yeah. He had something to say. He by coming across seriously, in the fun environment of radio, he would come in as an anti-environment of seriousness and then teach people stuff, say things like Howard and Robin, were sort of taken by the seriousness of what he was saying. They sort of stopped the silly bantering.
Yeah. Is that interview with Howard Stern? Is that on YouTube? Do you know, Bob? I like to listen to that.
No,
or is it just that's one of your private clips?
Yeah, I got that from Henry Greenbaum. I don't know, but you can hear it in my Furry Lint. Oh, but okay. I could play it sometime. It's long, there's a good stretch, but you can't get into fivebody.com. It's being repaired, but I could probably find it in my archive, my own files, and then we could play it. It's a good long rant if you haven't heard it. I mean, it's fun. So I have here stopped at Event Horizon. So are you guys ready? Roxy, are you ready for this? You ready to listen? She didn't make it. She collapsed. Where is she?
She got disconnected.
Yeah, let me see. Where's the web control? Yes, she got disconnected. Sorry there, Roxy.
Hello. Yes.
Are you ready? Are you ready to hear Ion's resonant voice for another 3 hours?
Yes, your wonderment.
Wonderment.
We are on duty. Your magnitude.
We are learning, laughing and learning.
Yes, that was real fun. I really like this. This type of words.
Yeah. So I'll try to read through many of them and find out the other juicy parts. We'll read them. And I assume I've got these at one place, maybe a convention, nicely typed up, and I don't know how available they are. They may be pretty rare. Maybe Zed and Zappa trading guys, they send this around, but it was a good find.